Chapter 105. Why didn't you fall to your death at the bottom of the mountain? If you died, I wouldn't have to worry about you. Other children all know that you can't go there. Only you have the ability to ride a cow there. You broke your arm, right? You deserve it. Why didn't you break your neck too? That way, your mother and I won't have to worry about you in the future. The adults scolded the child who was raising his arm to let the doctor from the main house treat him. The child seemed to be frightened and didn't move at all. He opened his eyes wide and didn't cry like other children. When the doctor set his bones, he only frowned and there were scars on his face. Zhang Qing, what are you doing? Your child fell and you don't hurry up and fix it. Why are you scolding him? Father Zhang couldn't stand it anymore and scolded him with a sullen face. Father Zhang usually didn't care about these things. Today, he was still so strict, scaring the surrounding people. Zhang Qing was so scared that he trembled. Why did the master of the main house come today? Master, I'm not scolding him. It's all because he doesn't have the guts. Other children would go to other places when they're herding cows, but this prodigal child just had to go to that place that was washed away by the water. It's more than 2 zhang high, and the cow would fall to its death. He's lucky and only broke an arm. If I don't scold him properly, he won't dare to go to that place in the future. Master, don't worry, the child is my own, and I will definitely take good care of him. Just now, when the people from the main house came, I asked my daughter-in-law to cook the bone soup. According to the main house's recipe, it's to cook the bones. Zhang Qing was afraid of the master of the house, so he started to explain. As he spoke, he noticed that there were 2 people he didn't know standing beside the master, so he immediately changed his words. As for the remaining 2 ingredients, the fish liver and kelp, he didn't want to tell anyone. The surrounding people didn't correct him. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Why should the master let outsiders know what he told them? Father Zhang saw Zhou Shihu and his nephew's questioning expression and said, actually, by directly cooking the bones, the human body doesn't use much of it. If you add some other things, it will use more of it. The farmers are all petty and don't want to tell others. It's fine, just add some fish liver and kelp. That way, not only can it use more of the things in the bones, it can also prevent the big neck disease. Oh. Is there such a thing? Zhou Qiong did not expect that drinking bone soup would be so particular. The people on Zhangjie Zhuangzi were too hateful. They had such a good recipe, but they did not say it out loud. Of course, I added these things into the fried noodles for little tiger. It's more delicious and fragrant, and it's also good for the body, Mr. Zhang continued. So that's how it is. No wonder big brother and sister-in-law are so much better than before. Yongsheng, you really keep a tight lid on Zhuangzi's secret. That's good too. I'm envious of you. Zhou Qiong understood immediately. Even though it was just 2 more things, they were very useful. The cow is dead? Mr. Zhang gave Zhou Qiong a, you know what's going on, expression, then asked Zhang Qing. Yes, he fell to his death. Zhang Qing nodded and replied. If he's dead, bring him back to the main family. Where's the housekeeper? Mr. Zhang glanced at the surrounding crowd. Master, I'm here. I'll send someone to report to the government later. According to the new rules of the main family, Zhang Qing's child is not yet 15 years old, so he's considered underage. This time, his arm was broken. The main family will take out 20 gene of bones and other things to help the child recover. All the medical fees will be paid by the main family. Steward Zhang also came. He stood out from the crowd and said to Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang nodded and looked at the child again. Send 1 gene of fried noodles here. Let the child eat it and get better soon. Yes, master. The housekeeper answered, indicating that he had remembered it. Brother Yongsheng, are you going to bear all the losses by yourself? Zhou Qiong was puzzled. Why did the main family take care of the cow that fell to its death? He also took care of the medical fees, plus the bones and other things. How could it be reasonable for the farmer to fall to his death? Now that everything was settled and the child was fine, Father Zhang was relieved. He smiled at Zhou Qiong and said, "He's such a young child, yet he doesn't know much." "How old is he?" "It must be because other people don't herd cows there and the grass there is better. That's why he's herding the cows there." If he wanted to complain, he could only blame the master's family for not flattening that area earlier. He could have knocked down the area that was damaged by the water and made a gentle slope. Then, how could the child have broken his arm? Normally, you don't even dare to kill a cow. Now, you have beef to eat. Brother Miran, you may not know, but Xiao Bao and Cuckoo love to eat beef the most. Especially the tendons. I used a special method to make them. When I bite it, I don't feel it's hard at all. It's soft and fragrant. I'll peel off the cowhide and use it to make small jackets for them in winter. Let's go back. Zhou Qiong was deeply moved by Father Zhang's nonchalant attitude when he said yes. He could not blame the other party for setting up the seedling protection team. When they first met him, the master was in charge of everything. The only thing the farmer needed to do was to listen to the master's arrangements. He did not expect that the farm would have such a rule. It was very difficult to deal with the main family in this place. It was no different from a dream to bribe a farmer. From the time of the incident to the treatment, it was so far away. The main family took all the responsibility and even gave the bones to the child. It was easy to cross the river, but difficult to deal with Zhangjie Zhuangzi. After the matter was resolved, the surrounding farmers began to disperse. Some people even came over to comfort Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing didn't say any words of gratitude. When everyone left, he hugged his son and said with heartache, "Don't wander around in the future. I heard that there will be a school this year. I'll send you there and learn well. When you grow up, you have to help the main family. Don't do anything that will let the main family down. Otherwise, if I find out, I'll strangle you to death and pretend that I don't have a son like you." "Dad, I know. It's a pity that the cow is gone. Dad, when the bones are sent here, let Mom eat them. Mom may give me a younger brother or sister again. Let them grow strong." The child touched the part of his arm that was already in a plaster cast and said to his father. It was the first time he used this thing. He said that it was made by the main family. It was better to break a part than to just stick it out. Zhang Qing held his son in his arms and said, "It doesn't matter if it's a younger brother or sister. When you're born, the main family will give you things and take care of you. When you go to school, don't come home if you can't learn." "Dad, I got it. I'll definitely study hard and help Master do big things. It'll be even better when I become an official. At that time, I'll see who dares to find fault with Master," the child said with a serious face. Father Zhang brought Zhou Qiong over to take a look and returned to the courtyard. It seemed that he was preparing to send Zhou Qiong and the others away. Zhou Qiong was anxious. He still wanted to ask for some advice. If he left like this, it would be difficult to find another opportunity. Therefore, he said to Father Zhang, "Brother Yongcheng, when it's time for the imperial examination, don't worry. I'll definitely find a good person for you." "Who does Brother Yongcheng think is suitable?" "This. I don't know. I hope Brother Miao Ran can give me a few pointers." Father Zhang wanted to take the imperial examination so that he could bring glory to his family. He didn't know much about this kind of thing, so he could only ask others. Brother Yongcheng is joking. How can I not know? If Brother Yongcheng really doesn't know, you can ask others. When the time comes, they can help me ask who the current wind and cloud belongs to. Zhou Qiong naturally didn't believe Father Zhang's words. He thought to himself, "You have two experts in your family. How can I not tell you such a small thing?" Father Zhang looked at Zhou Qiong in a daze for a few breaths of time before saying, "Since Brother Miao Ran asked, let me think of a way." In truth, he didn't know what to do. Madam didn't tell him this kind of thing, so his face revealed an anxious expression. At this time, Erniu, who who shouldn't be here, suddenly entered the hall. "Master, this little one has an important matter." Erniu looked at the three people in the hall and said to the master. No matter how stupid Father Zhang was, he knew that Erniu's words couldn't be said to others. He put down the teacup and looked at Erniu. At this time, Erniu was clever. He walked to the master's side and whispered a few words. Then, he smiled at Zhou Qiong and Zhou Shihu and turned to leave. After Erniu left for a while, Father Zhang was still in a daze. It wasn't until a servant came to pour tea that he picked up the cup and took a sip. He said to Zhou Qiong, "Brother Miao Ran, you must remember the matters of the previous dynasty. You must not associate with women. It's better to stay away from anything related to women. Not only the princess, but also the other ministers. Otherwise, it won't be a good sign." "Brother Yongqing, are you talking about being under one person?" Zhou Qiong wasn't stupid. When he heard this, he connected the dots and understood what it meant. He quickly asked, "I don't know what Brother Miao Ran is talking about. Anyway, it's just a sentence. Whether we listen or not is not up to us." Father Zhang's words didn't mean to admit anything. This was also part of what Erniu said when he came over. It felt a little unfathomable. In fact, even he didn't know what it was. He just said it according to what he said. When Zhou Qiong heard these words, he thought a lot. He summed up what Father Zhang said and found that he couldn't rely on the people he wanted to rely on now. All of this was because of a servant's whisper. Others might think that the servant came over to say something, but Zhou Qiong thought that the two masters didn't want to see him in a difficult position, so they helped him. The more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. What a powerful person. He just asked, and the other side knew what he was asking and sent someone to inform him in advance. No wonder County Magistrate Cheng always wanted to be the disciple of this person. With such a person behind the scenes, it really saved a lot of trouble. However, just this sentence only told him to stay away from the person, but not to get close to the person. This won't do. If he didn't ask clearly, wouldn't he waste his efforts if he didn't do well in the future? Chapter 106. Well, I don't know if Brother Yongqing knows more. Oh, I don't know. It's just a guess. Just a guess. At this moment, Zhou Qiong had already confirmed that there was indeed an expert in the Zhang family's farmstead. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the two farmsteads to be in such a state. However, that expert did not seem to be willing to meet with them. He only sent a servant over to inform them. In order to obtain more information, he could only continue to speak to Father Zhang, hoping to find out what the imperial court was doing through him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had come here with this intention and had seen many unbelievable things, he definitely wouldn't have believed it so easily. Just as he asked, the master of the Zhang family happened to send someone to tell the master of the Zhang family what he wanted to know. This was too much of a coincidence. Zhou Qiong would rather believe that it was arranged deliberately than think that it was a coincidence. Others might not understand the meaning of this, but he understood. Don't have anything to do with a woman. It was not a good sign. What was it? It was obviously a Yao character. She mentioned a woman and then a princess. This meant that this person's status was not low. Who else was a woman? Besides Wu Meinyang, there was only Princess Taiping. Both of them were important figures. Then the person they were talking about must be an important figure. At this time, if not the emperor, who else was important? Prime Minister Yu. What was his surname? His surname was Yao. A woman. It was not a good sign. Together, it was the Prime Minister. Could it be that they were telling him that the Prime Minister might not make it and that he should stay away? Zhou Qiong was able to figure this out in a short amount of time. He wanted to know more about this, so he continued to ask. Father Zhang didn't even understand what Erniu said just now. He just said the original words. How could he say anything else? For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Zhou Qiong naturally knew that Father Zhang didn't say anything at all. His purpose was to get someone to go to the place where the two masters were and talk to them. However, before he could continue to think of a way to get Father Zhang to ask, Erniu, who had just came over again. He also whispered a few words into Father Zhang's ear. After Erniu left, Father Zhang calmed down a little and said to Zhou Qiong, Brother Miao Ran, there's no need to rush to know some things. As the saying goes, even if empty tie collapses in front of you, your expression won't change. Brother Yongsheng is right, that should be the case. How could Zhou Qiong have the leisure to do that at this moment? Whether or not Mount Tai was Mount Tai did not matter to him. What he wanted to know now was who his future backer would be. No matter how tall or majestic Mount Tai was, it could not compare to a good backer. That's right. It's great that Brother Miran can think this way. As the saying goes, one is hot and one is warm in Lingnan. If one were to ask who was sitting in the East Ridge, there would be a cover and a wood king by the side. As long as Brother Miran remembers this, it's fine. Father Zhang repeated what Erniu had just said without changing a single word. What's the saying? Zhou Xiong didn't understand. He sat there and muttered a few words. Then, he stopped talking and frowned. Beside him, Zhou Shihu didn't dare to disturb him. He smiled at Father Zhang and waited there. Zhou Qiong felt like his head was going to explode. He really couldn't understand the meaning of those 4 sentences. If it was someone else who said those words, he wouldn't care. However, it was the servant who said those words. Needless to say, that servant was related to the expert. The expert knew what he was thinking. Just now, he had already reminded her that she could not rely on a certain person. Now, he said these words again. That was exactly what she wanted to know, which was who she could rely on. In Lingnan, when many people heard this, they would think of the line between the Qinling Mountains and the Huai River. In winter, the north would freeze, while the other side would be as warm as spring. But if he really thought about it this way, it seemed a little wrong. Then it should be one cold and one warm in Lingnan, not one hot and one warm, warm and hot. It was definitely impossible for the Qinling Mountains and the Huai River, so what kind of mountains were there? Thinking about it again, there was no need to rush. It was so far away. Could it be that the mountain range was further away? What kind of mountain range was the mountain range further away? Far, mountain range, Lingnan, wasn't it far away? It would take at least half a year to get there from here. Could it be that someone would come from there? Otherwise, why would it be closer? Who was there? Yes, who could it be? If you ask who was sitting in the Dongling Mountains, Dongling, Lingnan Road, east. Guangzhou, who was there in Guangzhou? There was a cover, a wood, and a king in Guangzhou. There was a wood, and a king, the governor of Guangzhou, Song Jing. Could it be him? Yes, a cover, wasn't it just the stroke above? Adding a king, could it be that he would rise in the future? Zhou Qiong tried hard to think and finally thought of a person, but he couldn't be sure. It was too hard to believe. A person so far away, could it be that he would enter the imperial court in the future? Thinking of this, he finally raised his head again and opened his mouth to speak to Father Zhang. Before he could speak, Father Zhang opened his mouth and said, everything has its own way is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow. It's like dew and lightning. You should see it as it is. Brother Miran, since your name is Miran, I believe you must know this. When Father Zhang said it, he felt that it was not reliable. It was a mess and he didn't explain it clearly. How could people guess it? But he had to say it. When Zhou Qiong heard this, he had a different feeling. It seemed that the two masters had even calculated his reaction. They obviously didn't want to say too much to him, so they used a Buddhist saying to answer him. Yes, they had already told him a lot, so he couldn't continue to ask. Could it be that he had to ask them to tell him the details in front of them? If that was the case, then the masters were not hidden masters, but aides. It was impossible for ordinary people to get these words in their lifetime. He couldn't be too greedy. Thinking of this, Zhou Qiong finally smiled and said to Father Zhang, "Brother Yongqing, you're right. I understand these words and won't ask anything else." Sigh. County Magistrate Qing is a blessed man. If possible, I would rather change places with him. But no matter how blessed County Magistrate Qing is, he can't compare to Brother Yongqing. After saying this, Zhou Qiong cupped his hands at Father Zhang with an envious expression. Father Zhang was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand how Zhou Qiong could think of something that he didn't expect after he learned a few words from Erniu. He even envied him. Then why was County Magistrate Qing also blessed? Erniu's words were said by his wife, but Father Zhang knew that it must be said by his son and future daughter-in-law. The poem was written in a slightly different style, but the rhyme was not bad. Could it be that Zhou Qiong envied him for having a good son? This was not bad. His son and daughter-in-law were not ordinary. They were immortals. Not to mention other things, they had the ability to make money. When they were free, they would come up with a way to make money. They even made a lot of snacks for their family. Everything tasted good. The most important thing was that they were good at business and farming. The rice seedlings in Zhuangzi and the Gu family were all blown away by the wind. But in their own family, it was unknown how the two little guys played with it. They actually stood there motionless. If they took the seeds and played with them for a few days, the seedlings would be different. In addition to these, there was also the good thing about learning. After explaining it once and asking the two children a few questions, even if they learned it, not only would they be able to answer it in the examination, they would also be able to comprehend it by analogy. However, these things were only known by the people in the inner courtyard. Others didn't know, so how did Zhou Qiong know? "Brother Yongqing, what are you thinking about? Are you still not satisfied? With those two looking after you, Yongqing can rest assured in the next imperial examination. When the time comes, I will help you. It will be the icing on the cake." Before Father Zhang could figure it out, Zhou Qiong called out to him. Only then did Father Zhang come back to his senses. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Miran, for your kind words. If I really become an official, I will have to thank you properly." "You don't have to thank me. Just thank the two masters behind you. Brother Yongqing may not know, but County Magistrate Qing is coming to acknowledge you as his teacher. With those two masters around, what else do you have to worry about?" Zhou Qiong didn't know what Father Zhang was thinking, so he continued to speak. Mr. Zhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of expert was this? Wasn't it his son and daughter-in-law? With just a few words, a sixth-rank official actually became like this. He didn't know what the two children had done to make the county magistrate want to be apprenticed to a master. He wondered if this Song Army adjunct Zhou would still say this after he knew what this expert looked like. Father Zhang naturally wouldn't sell his son out. He pretended not to know and said, "What masters? Brother Miran, you must be joking. They are all ordinary people." Yes, ordinary people, they are all ordinary people. I was wrong. There are no masters. Ordinary people are good. When the restaurant is built, I will come again. I hope to see ordinary people. I will be satisfied with just one meeting. Zhou Qiong misunderstood and thought that Father Zhang was deliberately hiding something and didn't want to say it out loud. He was afraid of offending the masters, so he also echoed. After saying these words, he began to talk about other things with Father Zhang. He said whatever he could think of. It didn't matter whether it was right or wrong in the end. As long as he said it, it was fine. After flattering each other, the day passed. Of course, there was good wine and good food for lunch and dinner. Early the next morning, Zhou Qiong couldn't wait to leave. He wanted to go back and figure out what happened in the mountain village. The two families sent each other to the small bridge. After greeting each other, Zhou Qiong went back on his way. The people here also went back home. Everyone was busy with their own things. Only Father Zhang wanted to read a book. When he sat down in the study, he couldn't continue reading. He held the book in his hand. The more he read, the more confused he became. In the end, he reluctantly put it down and opened the window. Seeing the warm red sun outside, he thought of something. Someone, call Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Get some snacks and send them to the study. Father Zhang couldn't control himself. He had to ask someone to call the two children and get some food. When the time came, he would be able to coax the two little guys. Chapter 107. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were called over. They left quickly and came back quickly. Zhang Xiaobao's father asked a few questions and they answered selectively. They did not say anything substantial, mainly because Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that his father would be thinking about other things all day long and would not have the energy to study. Even if they wanted to find someone for the imperial examination, they would need to have the ability and knowledge to do so. The snacks were also brought back. Those were the snacks that the two of them made themselves. Usually, they would give some to the people in the courtyard. We've made a profit. This year, the whole county is considered to be a disaster, so the production will be reduced by half. We don't have to pay taxes, and we don't have to take out extra silk. We only need to contribute some labor. It's only a few days. Discuss with the Gu family and Zhuangzi to let the county magistrate fix our river. We can use our own people to fix things in our own place. We can even get some construction funds and widen the river. We won't be able to take over the fertile land. Let's go and eat the beef marrow. It's fresh. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had done a big favor for the family and was in a good mood. As he spoke, he skipped like a child towards the kitchen. Wang Wan stood there in a daze for 2 seconds before running over as well. Don't think about the construction fees anymore. Fix the river properly. What if there's another flood tomorrow? We can't fool around with our own place. The money allocated might not be that much anyway. If we peel it off layer by layer, we won't have much left. The two discussed how much money they could allocate this time. How much money could County Magistrate Cheng put here and what would happen to the river? They went to the kitchen one after another. There were already people taking out the bone marrow of a few bones and putting it on a plate for the two little ancestors to eat. Since the ox had fallen to its death, they immediately sent someone to check on it. Qi Li and Senior Feng came together. When they saw the yamen runners and the ox, they were sure that the ox had indeed fallen to its death. One of them took 2 caddies of beef from the farm and left happily. When the bailiff left, he also took the ox head and half a fan of beef. When he returned, he could cook some beef soup to drink. Knowing that his wife was pregnant, he also gave him half a hoof of ox tendon. He told him to take it back to eat. When he felt disgusted, he would feel better after chewing. The bailiff's eyes were red when he received the items. Before he left a message, saying that if there was any trouble, he would bring his brothers over to help. In the future, if the cow fell to its death, he would come over to prove it. Even if he accidentally fell on his neck with a knife, it would still count. The rest of the meat was taken back to the main courtyard and sent to the Wang family. The people in the inner courtyard had a meal of beef stewed with radishes. There wasn't much meat, but there was enough radishes. The beef bones were kept by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The rest of the meat was frozen and occasionally cooked for the family. Young master, do you think this bone marrow is enough? When the people in the kitchen saw that the two little ancestors had come, they put away all the knives and watched the stove. A person in charge of the kitchen brought a plate to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and asked respectfully. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the plate. There were 6 strips of bone marrow of different lengths and thicknesses. He nodded and said, well, okay, it's enough. It's enough for Cuckoo and me. It's just cooked, right? Make more, steam it in the pot, mix it with the stock, add less salt, some chopped green onions and coriander, and send it to my family and the main house of the Wang family. Oh, remember not to add coriander in one bowl. My grandma doesn't like it. Cut some ginger foam. Grandma likes to eat that. The person in charge of the kitchen immediately went to arrange it. At the same time, he sighed. His grandson was 2 years old, but he always pestered the family for this and that. He had never said that he would let the family taste what he wanted. Looking at the young master and the young lady, they would think of the family when they had something good. They even remembered the old lady's favorite food. They couldn't compare with them. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate the bone marrow at noon and took a nap, Zhou Qiong had already arrived at the Qin family's village. He came back in a hurry. He was afraid that those people would find that he had left and it would take a lot of effort to explain. Following the yamen runners waiting outside the mountain, when they entered the village, County Magistrate Cheng immediately greeted them. He arranged a place to rest and asked someone to send food. The officials who were still working here were all exhausted. There was no part of their bodies that didn't ache. They weren't picky when they were eating last night. They ate whatever was given to them. When they slept last night, they were scattered among their families. Until now, they still didn't know that there was one less person working here. The 2 assistant ministers were very relaxed. They wandered around together and occasionally gave advice to the villagers on what to plant. Especially the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, he helped the villagers draw a picture of a tub and asked them to follow it. In the future, it would be more convenient to get water from the tub. Naturally, the food they ate was better. At noon today, they actually ate 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a bowl of soup. They hadn't seen the army from the prefecture for more than a day. They even asked, but the answer they got was that they were assigned to other things. When Zhou Qiong came back this time, he first talked to County Magistrate Cheng. The yamen runners were not in a hurry to show up. They let the officials do more work and tire themselves out so that it would save them some trouble. The yamen runners understood that the officials were tired after walking for such a long time. If they had a good rest the next day, they might recover a lot. However, after working for another day, they would definitely be sore and painful. If they worked for a few more days, they might get used to it. However, if they worked for another day and walked back the next day, the feeling was obvious. At that time, they could only be fed by others and couldn't even lift their arms. Lord Zhou, have you finished your discussion this time? County Magistrate Cheng asked Zhou Qiong to sit down. He poured the warm wine and pushed the wine bowl in front of Zhou Qiong. Yes, there are 2 small things. One is about Xiaohu's business. I don't care about this, Xiaohu just has to do it. The other is that they want to build a restaurant on the river. When there is no water, we can go and take a look and help out. For the last thing, I need County Magistrate Cheng's help. Zhou Qiong was indeed tired and thirsty. After saying these words, he raised the bowl and drank it. He let out a long breath and felt comfortable. County Magistrate Cheng helped to pour the wine again and asked, "What do you want me to help with? Is it about the disaster this year? This is a small matter. Our county is indeed suffering. It's not about this. I want you to go with them in summer or autumn. Maybe to the east of Taihang Mountain or to the south of Hunan. The drought in those 2 places is worse than here. There may also be a locust plague. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi has prepared a lot of food and some chickens and ducks are waiting to be sent to eat the locusts. In this way, the Baihu's food will be saved. When the time comes, you will get a medal, and so will I. You have won a lot of praise for the 2 auspicious signs, the curved plow, and your actions during the new year. However, it's still not enough to arrange a good position. If you go with them this time, your political achievements will be enough. Maybe you will get a higher rank than me. Zhou Qiong said enviously. Now he was helping County Magistrate Cheng. When the time came, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's people would also help him. In fact, they had done him a big favor last night. It turned out that the position of Prime Minister was changed. If it was someone else who said this, he would not believe it. However, he had to remember this in his heart when he saw what the 2 masters had done. County Magistrate Cheng understood as soon as he heard this. So this was the plan of the other side. No wonder they asked him to help delay until the summer and autumn season. This was a great contribution. No matter who took out the grain, as long as it was in Sanshui County and he could show up, he would be counted in. Thank you for telling me, Mr. Zhou. I wonder who will be sent to take care of this matter this time. At that time, if I can say a few words, my side will be more secure. I wonder what those two experts look like. County Magistrate Cheng was envious of Zhou Qiong now. It was an opportunity for him to meet the two masters. Zhou Qiong shook his head helplessly. I don't see them either. The two masters are really good. Before I said I wanted to meet them, they had already sent someone to solve my doubts during the meal. They are really good at predicting. I can't tell you more. Just remember, during summer and autumn, don't get too close to the right prime minister. Just be a good official. So, that Yao is going to retire? County Magistrate Cheng was shocked. He could not understand. Now that the person could still be trusted by the higher-ups, why would he come down? He had doubts in his heart. Suddenly, he remembered that the two masters of Zhangjie Zhuangzi did not tell him. They told Zhou Qiong and had nothing to do with him. In this case, they felt that his position was too low and there was no need for him to know about this matter. Maybe it was really like this, so he had to be careful. When County Magistrate Cheng wanted to ask some more questions, he found that Zhou Qiong had already started eating. He had to suppress the doubts in his heart and planned to find a way to ask when he accompanied the disaster relief. The two chatted for a while. After the meal, Zhou Qiong directly lay down to rest. County Magistrate Cheng sensibly left. When it was almost night time, he found Village Chief Qin and whispered a few words in his ear. The officials who had worked for 2 days dragged their tired bodies back to eat when they were called together. Suddenly, they found that the food on the table had changed. It was no longer the rice balls that were hard to swallow, but a small vegetable box. No wonder it smelled so good just now. There were also more dishes. The bitter and astringent pickles were gone and replaced with 3 dishes: mushroom fried meat, egg fried with shallots, steamed radish dipped in sauce, and a bowl of wild vegetable soup with a lot of oil floating on it. This was not a bitter wild vegetable, but a cat's ear, also known as qingming grass. The soup made by the small vegetable box and the cat's ear was very fresh and tender. All the officials sat there but did not dare to move their chopsticks. They were afraid that these people did not have good intentions. At this time, a yamen runner appeared in front of everyone and explained, "Lords, I'm back. Tomorrow morning, you don't have to work and can enjoy the beauty of the mountains and rivers here. Last time, I promised that as long as a place entered the top 5 on the classification list, I would add 4 more chapters. Today, I reached the top 5, so I would add 4 more chapters. Thank you. To be honest, I have not missed a single day." Chapter 108. When the officials saw the bailiff and heard his words, they were so moved that they almost cried. It was not easy. They finally got through it. When they looked at the food in front of them, they felt that this food should be in heaven and not in the mortal world. When they took a bite, it was so delicious. Some of the officials were so moved by the spicy taste of the vegetables that they cried. They looked at the bailiff who was waiting for orders. It was as if they had seen their parents. The bailiff saw that everyone's expressions were a little strange and their emotions were not so stable. He had no choice but to ask again, "My lords, what should we do tomorrow? Should we go on a boat or enjoy the scenery? I just want to ask, can we go back?" An official ate 2 boxes of vegetables in a row and choked while speaking. He hurriedly drank a mouthful of soup and stood there with his neck straightened. After a while, he let out a long breath and looked at the bailiff, eagerly waiting for a reply. "What? Go back? This? Little brother, don't worry. When we go back, oh no, we will pay for the meal this time. 10 taels of silver per person, no, 20 taels of silver. Little brother, you have worked hard, so naturally, you will not be left out." When another person heard the bailiff's question, he opened his mouth and said a lot of words. He was really afraid. If he stayed any longer, he might lose his life in the village. That's not necessary. What I mean is that you really don't want to have fun here? Under the night sky, the crescent moon is in the sky, the water is clear, and the breeze is gentle. My lords, please take your time and think of more interesting things. The bailiff did not expect that his words would cause such a big reaction. All the officials put down their chopsticks and listened attentively. Thank you, little brother, for your kindness. Let's wait for the others to come. We have to go back and see the disaster situation in the county. The people's affairs are more important. The official who spoke at the beginning continued. He was really scared. How could he think of interesting things? In this place, the first thing that came to mind was how he carried the water. Not to mention the water in the buckets, the wooden buckets were not light at all. He quickly found an excuse and said that he wanted to go back to the county to check on the situation. In fact, he wanted to hide as far away as possible and never come back to this place in his next life. The bailiff was still hesitating. The official who said that he would pay also took over and said, "This meal costs 30 taels of silver. When the time comes, all the brothers in the county will each pay 5 taels of silver. I will pay when I get back." With him taking the lead, the other officials also understood that the money was too little. One by one, they followed suit. Some even wanted to write down a written agreement on the spot. As a result, County Magistrate Cheng was alarmed. He came here with the 2 assistant ministers. When he heard that the officials were willing to spend more money to pay for the meal, he smiled and said, "Your Excellencies, I know that you are not only willing to pay for a few meals, but also to help Sanshui County survive the drought. This time, I thank you on behalf of the people of Sanshui County." With these words and the presence of the 2 assistant ministers, the officials did not dare to go back on their words. As long as County Magistrate Cheng wrote a memorial, it would not be as simple as breaking the rules and coming out to play. One by one, they calculated how much money they would have to pay. They did not know, but they regretted it once they calculated, especially the one who spoke first. At this time, he was being stared at by the others. It was fine to pay 30 taels of silver for the meal. After all, it was already in their stomachs. But what about 5 taels of silver for each bailiff? How many bailiffs were there in Sanshui County? With the presence of the 2 superiors, these officials could only agree once more. Then, they began to eat the food on the table with all their might, hating that they could not eat all the money back. They also drank bowl after bowl of soup. County Magistrate Cheng did not disturb them. He turned around and left to eat his own food. His food was better, especially the small root vegetable box. Other people's boxes might contain some garlic, but his was full of tender small root vegetables. Some villagers even specially marinated some good small root vegetables with salt. When eaten, it could be said to be fresh and delicious. While these people were eating, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also eating. They seemed to have thought of the same thing. They also made a small root vegetable box and cat ear soup. The only difference was that other people's small root vegetable box only had small root vegetables and eggs, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had shrimp meat in their soup. 3-inch long prawns were used in some restaurants to cook whole prawns. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the prawns chopped up and wrapped in a box. The small root cabbage also needed to be soaked in water for a while so that it wouldn't be as spicy. Picking out the tender small root cabbage wouldn't cause any irritation. Delicious, really delicious. The small root vegetables and cat ear soup taste so good together, especially the spicy taste of the small root vegetables in the mouth. When you drink a mouthful of the soup, the cat ears are actually really fluffy. When you eat it, there is an earthy taste in the mouth and a little numb in the tongue. I have never eaten it before. Wang Wan took a bite of the small box specially made for her and Zhang Xiaobao. After drinking a mouthful of soup, she squinted her long eyelashes and said happily, "Yes, I always ate it when I was young." There were rivers and mountains behind the orphanage. Grandpa took me there to dig for cat ears and pick small root vegetables. We could also meet the mountain red in the mountains. When we came back, we would cook it. Usually, it was made into boxes. There were less white flour and more corn flour. Then we would drink cat ear soup. Every time I ate it, I felt the happiest time. At that time, we were poor. Few people gave us money. When they came, they would only give us some fruit. My brothers, brothers, and sisters had to wear clothes. We thought that only the poor would eat it. Later, when we grew up, we found that it was actually more expensive than normal food. Don't you think it's funny? When I finally went there, I heard that a kilogram of tender small root vegetables cost 14 yuan, and meat was only 9 yuan. At that time, if someone was willing to exchange, we were willing to exchange a kilogram of small root vegetables for a kilogram of meat. Have you seen my picture when I was young? Even a skinny monkey would grin when he saw it. Eat it. What you eat is not that kind. There are also shrimps in it. Eat them all. Don't waste them. Later on, when I was rich, I didn't care if the food was more expensive, but I never threw anything. Zhang Xiaobao took a bite of the box and whimpered. His face was full of nostalgia. Wang Wan didn't know if she should be envious or sad. She drank a mouthful of soup and said, "Then why don't you go to the river to catch fish and shrimps? The children here know how to do that." Who said that we didn't catch enough? We caught them and sold them for money. The things in the river were not valuable. The shrimps were only an inch long, and the fish were only 2 or 3 inches long. Grandpa Dean couldn't sell them for much. Later on, it was polluted by the starch factory. Even those things couldn't be obtained. Everyone went to the mountains to dig for dandelions, which are considered a kind of medicinal material. There were also various kinds of wormwood, all of which were edible. There was also a plant known as the windbreak plant, which was sold well. It was especially useful for treating allergies, and it was faster than any medicine. As long as the water was boiled, the pimples on the body would disappear in less than a minute after rubbing them with the water. At that time, the older children did most of the work. I was still young, so I followed behind and helped to search for things. When I was 5 years old, a 9-year-old brother was bitten by a snake because he went to the mountains to dig for things. We called the snake turf. It wasn't very poisonous. It would definitely not destroy the blood molecules in a few minutes or even seconds. Grandpa Dean carried him out to get the serum. At that time, the serum was not expensive. The hospital was developing well. Not to mention 1 bite, even 10 bites would be enough. As long as he was sent to the hospital for the injection, he would be fine. Moreover, the treatment of the children in the orphanage was not that expensive. They could even give the treatment for free. But at that time, there was a medical official from the province. Grandpa was stopped outside. No matter what, he was not allowed to enter. The official was going to inspect the hospital for 3 days. Grandpa had no choice. He wanted to go to another city, but they would not care about the orphans here. In the end, he got some black powder and pasted it on the brother's leg. 2 days later, the leg was swollen to the size of his waist. When the official left, it was too late to go to the hospital. After a week, he died. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be talking about something that had nothing to do with him. He still had a happy expression on his face when he was eating. As he spoke, he picked out some prawn meat and put it on the plate in front of Wang Wan. Wang Wan did not eat at all. She was stunned for a while. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "So you didn't take revenge? I think you are the most important person in this aspect." "Comrade Wang Wan, you are wrong. Why would I take revenge? If someone made a mistake, there would naturally be the law to solve it. You can't knowingly break the law. That's unacceptable. I'm not a vengeful person. I'm a good person. It's God's doing." That official and the 26 related people were accidentally bitten by a snake. They were bitten by a snake called the taipan snake. Why do you think it is so unbelievable? That snake does not exist in Asia. It lives in desert areas and usually does not take the initiative to attack people. Do you think it is a tourist? Otherwise, it could have been smuggled by someone. It is very possible. Didn't that person know that he only had a few minutes to react after being bitten by this snake? Those people died so miserably. Their blood was coagulated. This is really God's blessing. Good will be rewarded, evil will be punished. Do more good things. Zhang Xiaobao looked like he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. He picked up a slightly older cat ear from Wang Wan's soup bowl. The July 12th tragedy. A hospital's director, deputy director, and a high-ranking official were all bitten to death by the taipan snake. Before they died, they knew that the snake was poisonous and called for help. When they died, they had a hopeless look on their faces. No clues could be found. So it was all done by you? Just because a child died in the orphanage. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and felt a little scared. It was not me. You don't have any evidence to prove that their idea was bad, really. Chapter 109. Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao's nonchalant explanation and didn't know what to say. She still remembered that because this case was too big, it was finally handed over to them. There were 26 people, 26 lives. They didn't even know who killed them when they died. Each and every one of them used their last moments to reveal their possible opponents. As a result, following the clues, they cleaned up quite a number of corrupt officials, but none of them admitted that they were the ones who released the snakes. Zhang Xiaobao, you're really something. Xiaobao, don't always pick up prawns for me. If I want to eat prawns, I can just eat them directly. Why eat the ones in the box? Tell me, how much money did you spend on this? As far as I know, the price of the snake isn't cheap. It had to be transported from so far away, and it wasn't just one. Many died on the way, right? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao still had that blank look in his eyes, she said, anyway, no one can hold you accountable now that you've admitted it. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid? What am I afraid of? Those people should be afraid. Even God can't stand their way of doing things. I'm guessing that the snake knew about this situation and crawled over by itself. It's not easy to climb over mountains just to bite people. The first step was to investigate and find out where these people often go. For example, that high-ranking official of high-ranking officials often goes to some underground entertainment venue. How much effort do you think the snake had to put in? That guy didn't forget to bring along guards when he was looking for the top courtesan. He had to hide, right? He also had to discuss the time with others of the same kind to take action together. It's not easy. Zhang Xiaobao frowned and pursed his lips. He used words to paint a picture for Wang Wan. Fine, Zhang Xiaobao, you're good. You're so stubborn. It's a pity that we don't have a lie detector. Otherwise, we'll definitely expose your past. Wang Wan didn't care how many things Zhang Xiaobao had done in the past. She just wanted to get the truth from Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. Unfortunately, this bad guy Zhang Xiaobao still wouldn't tell her the truth. His mouth was full of lies. Zhang Xiaobao smiled at Wang Wan and took another bite of the vegetable box. Yes, if you have a lie detector, you should let me use it. I'll let you know what it means to be mentally strong. Let me tell you something. A person killed someone. He was afraid of being caught and sent to the lie detector, so he looked at himself in the mirror and kept saying, I didn't kill anyone, you didn't kill anyone, I didn't kill anyone. Guess what happened in the end? What's wrong? Wang Wan asked. In the end, when all the evidence pointed to him, he saw the corpse and the evidence. He stared blankly at the investigator standing in front of him and said, Who is this dead person? Did I kill him? I didn't kill anyone, did you make a mistake? In the end, all the data on his body on the lie detector showed that he wasn't lying. In the end, the doctor determined that he was in an unconscious state when he killed the person. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. He chewed vigorously as he spoke to Wang Wan. After Wang Wan heard this, she was stunned and didn't know what to say. It was indeed as Zhang Xiaobao said. When a person hypnotized themselves, they wouldn't be able to get any information from their physiological reactions unless they knew their psychological weakness. These people weren't scary. As long as you wanted to find their psychological weakness, you would definitely be able to find it. After all, he used hypnosis. The truly scary ones were people like Zhang Xiaobao. He understood people's psychological activities and physical reactions. He could hypnotize himself at any time and make his body synchronize. Not to mention anything else, when she wanted to rest and enter deep sleep together with him, she had tried it before. The fastest she could do was 3 minutes and 20 seconds, but Zhang Xiaobao, who was lying next to her, only needed 26 seconds to complete it. He was hypnotizing himself. If he could use some tools, hypnotizing others seemed to be the same speed. Thinking of this, Wang Wan felt that since she already knew the truth, she didn't care if he admitted it personally, so she said, "Can you teach me this method of yours? I don't want to fall asleep so quickly." "It can't be taught. When I first learned it, I needed 5 minutes. Later on, I experienced so many things that I didn't care about honor and disgrace anymore. That's why I was able to shorten the time bit by bit. Every time I suffered a loss, every time I failed, and every time I was humiliated, I found that nothing could sway me. This is a kind of self-adjustment psychology. If you suffer a big loss when you're not 20 years old, then you can live to 30 years old. You have 10 years to adjust. If I suffer a loss when I'm 50 years old and can live to 100 years old, then I have 50 years to adjust. Why do you think that you will lose your life tomorrow when you suffer a loss today? At that time, you will find that honor and disgrace aren't so important. Existence is the only thing. Then, go to sleep." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he picked up a box with his chopsticks and stared at it. This made Wang Wan also look at it. When Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Wang Wan yawned, shook her head, and reached out to pinch Zhang Xiaobao. "Little guy, who do you think you are? You dare to hypnotize me? What are you thinking? Do you think I'm a free spirit? I'll let you scheme against me. I'll let you scheme against me. I'll strangle you to death. I miscalculated. I forgot the most important point of hypnosis. Don't use it on people who have strong beliefs in their hearts. Yes, you are a qualified warrior, Ba Wang Flower. Using this method in front of you is a kind of blasphemy, just like using a lie detector to deal with me." Zhang Xiaobao endured the pain of being pinched and pretended not to care. He directly put a box into his mouth and bit it hard. "Speak, why are you playing tricks on me?" Wang Wan said angrily. "It's just a practice. If I said that I wanted to take advantage of you, would you believe me?" Zhang Xiaobao replied truthfully. He really did think that way, and he didn't have any malicious intentions. "What are you thinking?" "Humph, I want to see if you can sleep at night. Be careful, the ground is too hard. You might break it if you fall." Wang Wan put on a straight face, and her hands were still moving in circles. However, Zhang Xiaobao could endure it, and he didn't move like a mountain. "You're scaring me. Separate, I want to separate. At night, I'll ask Pomegranate to tie me to the mat, the kind that is 1 inch thick. I have to bite it continuously." Zhang Xiaobao was really afraid of being tricked. This kind of threat was the most effective. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and suddenly laughed. She pushed the soup in front of him. "Eat your food. Don't think that you're the most powerful person in the world. Some people can't be controlled by you. I'll let you feel frustration and failure again. It's good for your growth. You have to thank me." "Thank you." Zhang Xiaobao put his head into the soup bowl and said in a muffled voice. The night was quiet. When others were sleeping, the officials in the Qin family's village couldn't stand the long night. That night, they found County Magistrate Cheng and asked to leave. After County Magistrate Cheng failed to persuade them several times, he had to follow their request. He led them to hurry on with the journey at night. It was better than when they came because there were torches to light. County Magistrate Cheng still chose the way he came. No matter what, he couldn't let people know that there was another way to get out of here faster. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. These people would hate him to death, even if he explained that he didn't know at that time. A group of people walked in the mountains with torches. At this time, there was no sound of the flute. Only the occasional chirping of some night owls came from the woods, which made people's hair stand on end. Even so, the group didn't stop. They were still moving. These officials were determined to leave this sad place as soon as possible. As for revenge, they also thought about it. However, they saw that there were only a few people in the village. If they were found out, they didn't dare to think about the consequences, especially when they had to avoid County Magistrate Cheng. Officials, are you tired? Take a rest, and then we'll continue. County Magistrate Cheng felt that these officials were a little different from ordinary people when they were hurrying. Each of them had a fierce expression, which made him a little worried. He was afraid that they would be tired. These officials heard County Magistrate Cheng's words, but none of them said a word. They were all holding their breath and wanted to leave as soon as possible. They were panting heavily and their eyes were wide open as they hurried on with their journey. After walking for a while, County Magistrate Cheng really had no choice but to stop them. These officials could walk forward with a strong momentum, but the two assistant ministers couldn't. The assistant ministers had a good rest these 2 days and didn't suffer so much. My lord, please slow down. The assistant ministers are still behind us. These officials who were walking with a strong momentum had to stop when they heard County Magistrate Cheng's words. They were also afraid that something would happen to the two assistant ministers behind them. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to escape just by suffering a little now. One by one, they stopped and waited for the two assistant ministers behind them accompanied by yamen runners. When they were walking just now, they had forgotten that they were tired. Now that they stopped, they suddenly felt that there was no place that didn't feel uncomfortable. The fatigue that they had been feeling for the past few days finally broke out at this moment. When the night wind blew, people's minds were a little dazed when they were awake. County Magistrate Cheng hurriedly asked people to get some dry wood to burn. He brought food and water to everyone and arranged them to the side of the fire so that they wouldn't catch a cold. Otherwise, they might fall sick directly here. In fact, County Magistrate Cheng knew that even with this arrangement, many people who could make it to the foot of the mountain would fall sick. At that time, they would have to find a doctor to treat them. At most, they would just catch a cold. These people's bodies were not bad and they wouldn't die when the time came. Just as County Magistrate Cheng had guessed, when they reached the foot of the mountain and saw the carriages that came to welcome them, a few of them fell down immediately. They were carried to the carriages and called for a doctor to treat them. When they returned to the yamen, they would need to rest for some time. Chapter 110. In the middle of the night, County Magistrate Cheng settled everyone down and finally let out a sigh of relief. Now, he didn't have to worry about anyone causing trouble. When the two assistant ministers came this time, they said that they wanted to check something, but they were very honest. They didn't say much and didn't ask much. When they arranged for the officials to rest at night, the two assistant ministers told them not to worry and to take things slowly in the county. They already knew some things. There was indeed a drought, especially the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. He even said that when they returned to the capital, he would submit a report and ask for more money. With the two assistant ministers' words, County Magistrate Cheng took a hot bath and fell asleep under the massage of the servants. He had to maintain an energetic appearance every day, especially tomorrow morning. He heard from Zhou Qiong that Zhangjie Zhuangzi would send someone to give him 1,500 taels of silver. However, these taels of silver were not given for free. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for the county magistrate. As an official of the imperial court, he actually needed the charity of a Zhuangzi. If word got out, people would not trust him as an official. Therefore, the other side also said that they would use the money to buy a piece of land, the land beside the little Luoshui River. If it was another piece of land, County Magistrate Cheng would think about whether Zhangjie Zhuangzi was deliberately taking advantage of this situation to take advantage of him. However, he couldn't say anything about that piece of land. The other party had already said that they wanted the North Bank. What did the North Bank have? As a county magistrate, he naturally knew that it was just a broken mountain. It took up a lot of land, but it couldn't grow anything. There were only a few trees. If that mountain was worth 1,500 taels of silver, wouldn't the other pieces of land be worth dozens of times more? He had to deal with this matter personally. First, he had to spread the news to the people that Zhangjie Zhuangzi was buying the mountain. He had to let the people know that there was a Zhuangzi who was willing to make a loss. Second, he had to wait for the yamen to take out the money to let the people know that the yamen didn't take their money and didn't arbitrarily collect taxes from the people. The next morning, County Magistrate Cheng woke up. Before he could ask, a servant said to him, "Master, only 2 of those officials can still get up. The others are all sick. Last night, we sent someone to check on them. They said that they are fine and will recover after a few days of rest. Master, do you want to go check on them? Are they really fine? All right, let them take care of them. As for the remaining 2, don't worry about them. Even if they are not sick, they won't be able to cause trouble for the time being. Of course, we have to check on them. Go and prepare some light food. Oh, also prepare some wood ears. These people are all ancestors. Every one of them has to take out a few hundred taels of silver. It's worth it to eat good food and drink." When County Magistrate Cheng thought of what these people had said, he became happy. This was good. With Zhangjie Zhuangzi's support and 1,500 taels of silver, even if they bought some wood ears from Zhangjie Zhuangzi when they left, they would still be able to make a lot of money. The rest of the money would be used to suppress the price of food due to the drought, especially those merchants who had bad intentions. No matter what, they couldn't be allowed to raise the price of food. Otherwise, the people would go hungry. After freshening up and eating some breakfast, County Magistrate Cheng asked people to carry light food to the places where the officials were. Those who were sick were told to rest well. Those who were not sick could only force themselves to get up. Their bodies were sore and painful. After being served and washed up, they didn't even have the strength to eat. When County Magistrate Cheng came over with the food, the 2 of them were talking about this matter. They had suffered a lot. After exchanging a few words with County Magistrate Cheng and waiting for him to leave, the 2 of them sat at the table. Whenever someone fed them, they would take a bite. The 2 of them were not carrying water. They were helping to clear the wasteland. They swung the pickaxe one after another. Now, both of their arms were thicker than usual. They hung there, and the slightest movement would make them suck in a breath of cold air. If it were someone who exercised regularly, they would tell them that this was called exhilaration. After arranging these things, County Magistrate Cheng began to wait for the people from Zhangjie Zhuangzi to come. At the same time, he asked people to keep writing notices to let the people in the county know about this matter. As for those who couldn't read, he wasn't worried. Naturally, there would be people who were willing to show that they could read. Before the people from Zhangjie Zhuangzi came, most of the people in the county knew about this matter. Some people said that Zhangjie Zhuangzi was stupid, while others said that Zhangjie Zhuangzi was benevolent. In any case, no one said that Zhangjie Zhuangzi could make money by buying that mountain. It was already good enough that he didn't lose money. At 9:15, Erniu, who was on Zhangjie Zhuangzi, finally arrived. He came by himself. He put 1,500 taels of silver behind him. Not only were they all silver, there were also copper coins and cloth. Altogether, they filled up 2 carriages. If it was only silver, a few boxes would be enough. Without the money, County Magistrate Ching naturally wouldn't lead Erniu to the place immediately. He first arranged for Erniu to rest. Even though Erniu was a servant, County Magistrate Ching still maintained the proper respect. Erniu, this official remembers that you did a lot of things for Zhangjie Zhuangzi, right? County Magistrate Ching arranged for Erniu to eat at the place where he was going to let him eat something. Since he came so early, he must have not eaten breakfast. At the same time, he also casually chatted with him. In reply to your question, in fact, I didn't do much. I just listened to the master. Whatever the master asked me to do, I just did it. Your Excellency, you don't need to prepare the food. I have brought it. Look, it's all in the bag. Erniu was usually quite clever. When he saw the place where he was, he knew what the county magistrate had arranged. As he spoke, he put the bag on his back on the table and quickly opened it. There were some bamboo tubes inside. Oh. You even brought things here? Coming out from home, you must have spent a lot of time preparing these things, right? County Magistrate Ching pretended to be curious and asked. In fact, he was not happy in his heart. How long did it take to prepare these things? If he didn't prepare them, wouldn't he have come long ago? Of course, Erniu understood the hidden meaning in County Magistrate Cheng's words. He smiled and explained, Your Excellency, you are wrong this time. Hee, these things I brought were not prepared at home. They were prepared by the master. I got up early and rushed here with these things. I didn't stop to rest at all. As he spoke, he opened the things one by one. There was a big bamboo tube with tofu pudding in it. He loved to eat this, so this was what was prepared for him. There were several smaller bamboo tubes with chives and slices of sliced beef. The smallest bamboo tube had garlic sauce in it. There was a torn oil paper bag next to it. There were 3 big white steamed buns, a pair of bamboo chopsticks, and a copper spoon. These things were his breakfast and utensils. He poured the steaming braised food into the tofu pudding, stirred it with the spoon, and put in some chives. It was ready to eat. Your Excellency, I am indeed hungry. I will eat first, Erniu said to County Magistrate Ching apologetically and began to eat. County Magistrate Cheng was dumbfounded. There was sliced beef and garlic sauce. There were mushrooms, diced meat, wood ears, coriander, and plumeria in the braised food. Not to mention other things, this braised food could be exchanged for hundreds of bowls of tofu pudding. Looking at Erniu eating happily, County Magistrate Ching swallowed his saliva and asked, Why is the master so good to you? Do you usually eat this? No, the food I usually eat is not very good, but not by much. I am going out for business. Your Excellency said that it is easy to stay at home, but difficult to go out. A poor family needs to be blessed. How can the food outside be better than the food at home? So, he brought it to me so that I can eat better outside. Erniu took a spoonful of tofu pudding, swallowed it, and replied to County Magistrate Cheng with a simple and honest smile on his face. However, County Magistrate Cheng did not smile at all. How could the master be so considerate to a servant? Erniu's words were not said by the master to a servant. It was clearly instructed by the parents when their children were going on a long trip. If anyone wanted to bribe such a servant, there was no need to consider. Not to mention Erniu, if he were in Erniu's position, he would also protect the master wholeheartedly. Is it delicious? County Magistrate Cheng was lost in thought. When he asked about the fragrance of the braised food and the bean smell of the tofu pudding, he could not help but ask. It's delicious. You may not know, but the food made by our master is delicious. Look at the sliced beef. It is not cooked directly in the pot. That way, the meat will be hard. Look at this, it is soft. When cooking, you have to add some other things, which are the things that are used in the dough. Yes, it is a secret recipe. Add that thing together and cook it. After cooking, it will become like this. The garlic sauce is also different. Other garlic sauces are made by crushing the garlic and adding the soy sauce. Here, you have to cut the garlic into foam and soak it in the soy sauce for a few days before taking it out. It is not so spicy and has a special taste. If you don't believe me, you can try it. As Ernie spoke, he saw that he had not eaten many slices of the sliced beef and pushed it in front of County Magistrate Cheng. He also pushed the garlic sauce over. County Magistrate Cheng looked at the food and struggled to decide whether to eat it or not. If he ate it, he was afraid that he would lose face. If he did not eat it, he would be tempted by Ernie's words. In the end, he persuaded himself that these were his master's food. As a disciple, it was not a big deal to eat some. With this thought, County Magistrate Cheng finally put down his pride. He directly picked up a slice of beef and dipped it in the garlic sauce. He put it into his mouth and tasted it carefully. Good, it is indeed extraordinary. Master is indeed capable. Ernyo, have you thought about your master's decision to buy that mountain this time? Don't you think it will be a loss? If it doesn't work out, I will change the place. Change? No, sir, you can't change it. When we came here, our master said that he wanted that mountain. Don't tell me you are going back on your words. When Ernie heard this, he put down his chopsticks and replied firmly. He did not know why the little young master wanted that mountain. He only knew that since the little young master wanted it, it was a good deal. Chapter 111. The sun hung in the sky and shone on the ground, taking away the remaining cold of spring. The green grass swayed back and forth against the flowers. Xiaohong drove the big goose, Fluffy, and led a group of ducks and geese into the water to play. Sometimes, they would find a few small fish that they brought into the pond and compete with each other to eat. Every time a flock of geese flew over her head, she would raise her head and call out twice. The oval-shaped leaves of the locust tree rustled with the wind. The strings of small green beans hanging down from the branches seemed to be about to stretch out and bloom into small white flowers. The children on Zhuangzi all came outside to cut the grass that they were going to feed the livestock. They eagerly looked at the locust tree flowers that were about to bloom so that they could pick some to eat. The sweet locust tree flowers had a special taste, or they could go home and cook locust tree flowers for their masters to brew wine. The taste was a little worse than the elm tree flowers, but there were too many insects on the elm tree flowers, so the locust tree flowers couldn't be eaten too much. When they played together, the older children had to look after the younger children and find fun places to play. Under the lead of the older children, the younger children shouted and played, sprinkling the various places of Zhuangzi with laughter. After lunch, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan drank a little more bone soup. They lay side by side on the chairs in the small courtyard that belonged to the two of them, basking in the sun. The noon sun cast short shadows of the two chairs on the ground. Pomegranate sprayed water on the wood ears, leaving only the two of them to enjoy this leisurely time. The toads will come out soon, right? After lying down for a while with closed eyes, the blanket covering her navel slid down a little. Wang Wan pulled the blanket up and closed her eyes again. Yes, it seems that we need to block the bottom of the small river in front of the door and let water in. If the soil is too hard, the hibernating toads won't be able to climb out. This year, let the children not catch toads so early. It's best to let all the toads go into the pond and the paddy field. The pond is always left open to give the toads more places to hibernate. When summer comes, the toads can be the staple food every day. Zhang Xiaobao put his arms behind his head, raised his legs, and shook them as he made up his mind. You still have fish in the paddy field. When the time comes, the toad eggs and small tadpoles will be eaten. Wang Wan was a little worried. Yes. There will be fewer toads in the paddy field and more in the pond. Those toads that can survive in the paddy field are either lucky or strong. After hibernation, the next generation will be stronger. That's the only thing we can do. Let's raise a few dogs this year. It's best if we have a litter of them so that they can fight together. Wang Wan thought of the dogs again. When Zhang Xiaobao heard that she wanted to raise a dog, he shivered and disagreed. I don't like dogs. I have to take care of them. I have to put more energy into these things and less energy in other aspects. Why don't you raise them yourself? There is a sandstone field next to the vegetable field. You can make a nest there. There are leftovers in the yard that can be fed. Don't even think about giving my dogs leftovers. There is salt and other seasonings. I want to choose the dogs myself. When they are young, I will feed them some milk and porridge. When they grow up, I will feed them grain, raw meat, and vegetables. I have so many chickens, I will feed them to the chicken rack. I will also train them myself. Wang Wan didn't care whether Zhang Xiaobao was willing to raise them with her or not. He was independent and couldn't be forced. It was fine as long as there was a place and food. Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes and turned to look at Wang Wan. Are you going to raise a native dog like a police dog? Have you learned it? I have seen it and asked the breeder. I just need to copy it. It's just that I don't have enough experience. A dog that can't be raised well is a native dog. A dog that can't be raised well is a police dog. When the things in your family are settled, you can find me a good breed of dog. Can you get a Tibetan Mastiff? If there are a few, then they will do. Wang Wan imagined a group of powerful dogs following her and being obedient in the future. She laughed. Zhang Xiaobao's mouth moved. He didn't know how to organize his words. After waiting for a while, he saw that Wang Wan was still fantasizing. He said, "Is there anyone who uses a Tibetan Mastiff as a police dog?" It was a group of Du Boans who chased after me, but I... What did you do? Wang Wan didn't fantasize this time and turned to question him. I got rid of them, but they still wanted to track me down. I used something stimulating so that they couldn't smell anything. You don't think that I killed them, do you? I fought such a group with my bare hands. There were many people with guns behind them. Do you think I am stupid? Zhang Xiaobao felt that Wang Wan, who cared about dogs, shouldn't think too highly of herself. Seeing that Wang Wan was relieved, he said, "Ask someone who has a dog that can breed with wolves. I will buy it for you." Tibetan Mastiffs are not suitable. Who told you that Tibetan Mastiffs can't be police dogs? Are you ignorant? You need to find wolf dogs, but you also need to pay attention to Tibetan Mastiffs. Especially in winter, Tibetan Mastiffs can still be used here. Wang Wan curled her lips. Well, they can even get carrots from Tubo. A few dogs are nothing. When you really find them, don't feed them with my beef. Pork. It just so happens that the piglets caught by the farmers have all grown up. Seeing that Wang Wan was so serious, Zhang Xiaobao had to compromise. Don't eat pork. If you don't have beef, eat mutton. Cooperate with me during training. For example, when the dogs are tied up and it's feeding time, you can beat the dogs and don't let them eat. I will come over and drive you away so that the dogs will trust me more. Wang Wan began to arrange things for Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao blinked a few times and said, "If the dogs trust you, then what about me?" In the yamen of Sanshui County, Erniu had already finished his meal. Most of the beef had been digested by County Magistrate Cheng. After resting for a while, County Magistrate Cheng took a group of people with great fanfare. Together with the money, cloth, and other things from the Zhang family, they all headed towards the little Luoshui River. The people here had already received the news and all of them ran over to see what was going on. Some even waited in front of the yamen. As soon as they came out, they followed beside them. They wanted to see which idiot Zhang Zhuangzi was. They also wanted to count the money in the carriage to see if there was really 1,500 taels of silver. By the time County Magistrate Cheng and his entourage arrived, there were already quite a number of people surrounding them. In order to create a scene, County Magistrate Cheng prepared to take down the cloth, copper coins, and silver from the carriage in front of the commoners. He let the people count them and found that it was exactly 1,500 taels of silver. He then had people go to the other side of the river to measure. After a busy process, it took more than 2 hours. This was because there were many people to measure. The land on the other side of the river was 1,200 mu. He wrote the document, printed it, and waited for Erniu to take the document back. The owner of the house would write his name and put his fingerprint on it. This land would then belong to Zhangjie Zhuangzi and he would not be able to take the money back. The people were all watching. If the money was used to buy fertile land, there would be people who would think that County Magistrate Cheng was greedy. After all, the price was too cheap. However, to buy a barren mountain, everyone felt that there was something wrong with the people of Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Erniu did not care about the people's discussion. He took the document and immediately rushed back. He had the owner of the house put his fingerprint on it. Song Jinggong, who had been accompanying him, also started to move. He started to recruit people on the spot to start building the land on the other side of the river. Zijin, are you preparing to plant things over there? County Magistrate Cheng was puzzled when he saw Song Jinggong move so quickly. Sir, how can we plant things over there? This student is following Zhuangzi's instructions to build houses and docks over there. Zhuangzi took out 1,000 taels of silver for this student to use. Sir, look, there is a lot of soil and rocks on the mountain. It will save us a lot of money to build the docks and houses. At this time, there is a drought and the little Luoshui River has dried up. It will be more convenient for construction. We can find people to dig deeper and widen the river. The extra soil will be used on the river embankment. When the drought is over and the rainy season comes, the river will be wider and the water will be deeper. Some big boats will be able to sail in. The houses at the docks can be rented out as warehouses. The flat land at the foot of the mountain can be built into restaurants and other shops. We can also build the mountain road and build a few pavilions on the mountain. When the time comes, there will be transportation and there will be another place to drink and have fun. Looking at the boats coming and going from the top to the bottom of the river will give us a special feeling. Also, when the time comes, Zhuangzi will continue to fork out money to dig a smaller artificial lake over there. We can build rockery and pavilions in it to attract the water from the little Luoshui River. Boats can be used to travel between the lake and the river. At that time, the people on the mountain can personally come down and paddle the boats. Sir, what do you think of this? Song Jinggong did not hide anything at this time. He told County Magistrate Zhuangzi's arrangements. County Magistrate Cheng listened. At first, there was a smile on his face. When he heard the last part, the smile disappeared and was replaced by shock and annoyance. He was stunned and did not move. Song Jinggong had finished speaking, but he did not say anything. Sir, there is one more thing that I need your help with. Song Jinggong saw that County Magistrate Cheng was stunned and had to raise his voice. Something else? What else? Don't tell me you want to buy the land on this side of the river too. That won't do. This side of the river is a grain field. We need to grow crops. There is only half a mu of land between the river and here. We can't make a dock. County Magistrate Cheng had the same idea just now. Later, he found that if he wanted to do the same, he would have to occupy the land. Then, someone would accuse him of not doing agriculture but only doing business. Destroying the land to open the trade route was a big sin. He thought that Song Jinggong would be so generous. Sir, don't worry. Zhuangzi will not do such a thing. It's just that I see that the small bridge between the two sides of the river has been in disrepair for a long time. I want to spend money to repair it. I want to build a wider and stronger bridge for the convenience of pedestrians, Song Jinggong explained. Repair the bridge? For the convenience of pedestrians? Don't tell me you want to transport the goods from the other side of the river here? It's really convenient to repair the bridge. County Magistrate Cheng immediately understood the key point. If the dock was placed on the other side, the goods would have to be transported over. Zhangjie Zhuangzi really did not want to suffer any losses. Sir, you are wise, Song Jinggong said with a smile. Chapter 112. Since he had bought the land, Song Jinggong did not waste any time. He immediately called for people to work on the other side of the river. They were all people who did not own farmland. The spring plowing was not over yet and those who had land were busy. After Song Jinggong left, County Magistrate Cheng took the things back to the yamen with his men. As soon as he got back, he went to the study and looked outside through the gap of the open window. As he looked, because of the sunlight, his eyes were tired and all he could see was the warm colors. "Sir, there is another document from the next village." County Magistrate Cheng was in a daze for half an hour when the Deputy District Magistrate came from the front with a piece of paper in his hand. "Shuyang is here." "Shuyang, why didn't we think of expanding the little Luo Shui while it's still dry? We can use the mud and stones on the mountain to build houses. When the time comes, the water will flow to the boats. 1,500 taels of silver to buy such a big piece of land. How much do you think it will cost to rent the warehouse a day? How much do you think you can earn by running the restaurant? How much do you think you can earn by renting it to others? How much do you think it will cost to buy goods at the docks and resell them? How much do you charge for stopping the boats? How much do you pay the workers at the docks a day?" County Magistrate Cheng did not take the document from the Deputy District Magistrate Zhang Mingsheng. Instead, he looked out of the window and asked. The Deputy District Magistrate also went with him today. He knew what the County Magistrate was thinking. If they built a docks there and operated according to Master Song's plan, they would be able to earn a lot of money. Because of the drought, the construction was faster and smoother and they could save a lot of money. They could use the local materials and save a lot of money. They might not even be able to spend 1,000 taels of silver. Everything would be solved. He had thought about this before. When Zhangzhe Zhuangzi wanted to buy the land, countless people were waiting to watch the show. He also thought that he was losing money and was grateful to him. Now that he owed him a favor and the money was earned by him, he thought that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was making use of the drought to turn a poor place into a source of income. "Sir, I also don't know how much Zhangzhe Zhuangzi can earn. The more prosperous this place is, the more they can earn. There is a mountain of gold in front of us, but we can't see it. We can't take it back, right?" The Deputy District Magistrate knew that the County Magistrate was unhappy and was afraid that the County Magistrate would tear up the land deed and the document. Take it back? How would he dare? Even if he gave it away to another place, he wouldn't be able to take it back. This was good too. After all, doing business required paying taxes. During the summer, some laborers had nothing to do, so they went to help out at the docks. This way, they could earn more. When the ships came in, they could save on the transportation fees. This river was connected to the Jingshui River, and from the Jingshui River, they could enter the Weishui River. It extended in all directions and was convenient to go anywhere. If this money was earned by someone else, I would feel heartache. But to give it to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, that is because he is capable. After all, he has taken out 1,500 taels of silver. Do you think there are other places in Sanshui County that can earn a lot of money? It's just that no one noticed. Of course, County Magistrate Cheng did not dare to go back on his words. Not to mention that he still wanted to be apprenticed to a master, even if there were no masters among the ordinary Zhuangzi there, he did not dare to deal with them easily. In the yamen, from the cleaners to the yamen runners, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi had given a lot of benefits. Everyone knew that once he made a decision, the people he sent out would definitely report to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi first. The Deputy District Magistrate also knew this and agreed, "You are right. There is a docks there. In the future, when you are promoted, the people here can still get benefits. As long as you don't go too far away, you can come back by boat. You can also see the distance and enjoy the music on the boat. If Zhangzhe Zhuangzi produces any good things, he can also get a boat to bring them to you. At this time, we should focus on the drought. In summer or autumn, you can help Zhangzhe Zhuangzi to deliver the grain. Then, it won't be too late to ask. Even if you don't need it, the new district magistrate who replaces you can use it." Didn't we decide to send people to see if they are willing to do a good job? Otherwise. The deputy district magistrate did not finish his words. County Magistrate Cheng also understood that he had enough benefits and left some for the next district magistrate. He was prepared to promote the next district magistrate. If the higher-ups did not promote him and insisted on sending someone, it would depend on whether that person was willing to do things for Sanshui County and whether he was obedient. Otherwise, if an outsider wanted to establish himself in Sanshui County, it would be a dream. Once the words were said, both of them were relieved. County Magistrate Cheng took the document and looked at it. It was a request for the district magistrate to get something to dig a well. This was simple, so he signed it and stamped it. Just as he sent someone to arrange this matter, Song Jinggong rushed over again. The matter over there was going to be a preliminary arrangement. He found 2 people to lead the digging. He still had other things to discuss with the county magistrate. This time, he was here to deliver benefits. Zijin, you are here? How are things going over there? With the docks and the place over there, Sanshui County will have a better life in the future. Don't forget to thank the people on Zhuangzi on behalf of this district when you go back. County Magistrate Cheng greeted him and asked someone to serve tea. Song Jinggong sat down and paused for a moment. He said, "Sir, they have started working. I am here to ask for your help. Are you in trouble? Tell me." County Magistrate Cheng really did not understand why Song Jinggong wanted to find him. "Thank you, sir. It is indeed a little difficult. We don't have enough manpower. Do you know which places in this district are so dry that they don't need so much labor? I am willing to pay to hire people. If there are women in the family who can support the house, you can also find them to help cook some food." Song Jinggong chose 2 kinds of people. This way, according to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, was to repay the society. In the future, there would be other things to do like this. County Magistrate Cheng looked at Song Jinggong. After a while, he said, "This is not a problem. It is obviously to solve my problems. The more problems like this, the better. I will find someone to verify it immediately. When the time comes, I will send people to work for you. With more income, they will feel better. Sir, you really love the people. When the mountain and some scenic places are finished, you can find something for the people in Sanshui County to do," Song Jinggong continued. "What else? Do you want people to carry the poles up the mountain? That is fine." This was the only thing that County Magistrate Cheng could think of. There were all kinds of places at the bottom of some mountains. There was no distinction between high and low. It was mainly for enjoyment. Song Jinggong shook his head. "Sir, this is just a normal thing. What I want to say is to let some people in the county who know embroidery to embroider some things. When the time comes, some traveling scholars will write poems. These poems will be embroidered on a big handkerchief and be sold at the restaurant in Zhangjie Zhuangzi. The people there will also be sold here. They will be sold here for 5 days first and then be sold. In this way, the people who come here to play will have to go to Zhangjie Zhuangzi to see their poems. First, they want to see how much their works are worth. Second, they want to hear other people's comments. Good idea. Let the people of one place go to play in 2 places and bring their friends. Both sides can make a lot of money. At the same time, people in the county who rely on this can also earn a lot of money. But if someone writes a poem that is not good, can we wait for him to buy it himself?" Hearing Song Jinggong's idea, County Magistrate Cheng was so excited that he trembled. This business was calculated well. The 2 sides were so far away, but they could cooperate with each other. Not only could it let Zhangjie Zhuangzi earn a lot of money, but it could also help the people in the county to earn more money. If all the businessmen in the world could do this, how good would it be? "Sir, you don't have to worry about the situation where no one wants to buy it. If no one wants to buy it, Zhuangzi will arrange for people to buy it. It is nothing more than paying the people in the county more money to make it. When the time comes, we will write down the names and addresses of the people who wrote the poems. During festivals, we will embroider it and send it over with a gift. Zhuangzi will specially find a place to put the things that are bought. Whether he comes to see it himself or becomes famous in the future, it will be a kind of income. Zhuangzi also said that the route from here to Zhuangzi will be fixed. The people who come to visit here will only take one road. Every once in a while, there will be a pavilion built for people to rest. Next to the pavilion, people who don't have a good life in the county can set up a stall. They can either sell tea or wine. It will also be more work. The pavilion will be built by the county. Seeing that the county magistrate was so happy, Song Jinggong directly told him his future plans. He believed that county magistrate Cheng would be able to use them in the future. If he left, he would have to see how the next county magistrate would be. If he did not treat Zhangjie Zhuangzi well, he would definitely not give him this political achievement. County magistrate Cheng could not say anything else. He could only nod and agree. When Song Jinggong left, he personally went to the gate of the yamen and walked in. He stood there and watched Song Jinggong's figure become smaller and smaller. When he could not see him anymore, he turned around and went back. As soon as he came back, he hurriedly found the deputy county magistrate and asked him to think of a way to save some money. He did not want to use it all at once, so that he could use it for other purposes in the future. After thinking about it, he called the chief secretary, Zhao Xiang, and told him these things. The next county magistrate was going to promote the chief secretary. If he did not tell him and waited until Song Jinggong came, county magistrate Cheng felt that he would misunderstand. When the chief secretary, Zhao Xiang, saw county magistrate Cheng, his face was stiff. After hearing county magistrate Cheng's words, he was also moved. If he did these things when he became the county magistrate, it would only take a year for Sanshui County's finance to double. At that time, he would also be promoted. It would be time for Sanshui County to elect a new county magistrate. The deputy county magistrate, Zhang Mingsheng, was also listening to them. He also thought that he would have a chance at that time. He was happy, but suddenly he became depressed and said, at that time, Sanshui County will become a popular place. I guess many people will want to be the county magistrate here. What should I do? Shuyang, you can't just wait. Once Sanshui County becomes rich, it will not be as simple as just two auspicious signs like mine. At that time, you can ask them. Maybe there will be a new way. County Magistrate Cheng pointed in the direction of Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Chapter 113. As the sun set, the sky and water were dyed red, and the wild geese were singing in the afterglow. The wild geese were singing in harmony with the wind. The geese were calling home geese, and the kind mothers were calling their children softly. The evening was shrouded in smoke. After summer, there was still a month of work to be done in the field. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. At night, some people who couldn't sleep would go outside to look at the night sky and the stars. Of course, the farmers who were tired from a day's work would not waste their time like this. Only some of the farmers had the leisure to do so. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate steamed buns stuffed with chives for dinner. After drinking some spinach soup, they were full. They lay on the couch and soon fell asleep. When they were woken up by Pomegranate about 4 hours later, they found that there were still people outside who couldn't sleep and were wandering around. Xiaobao, everyone's energy is too exuberant. Find something for them to do. Now that they can't sleep at night, when the weather is at its hottest, won't they have to stay awake for the entire night? It will delay their work the next day. Wang Wan sat in front of the desk and was ready to study. She saw the light at the back window changing. It should be because the torches in the yard were blocked by people and then left. No entertainment will work. If you ask them to play mahjong, they will probably play all night. This means that there is less work during the day. The main thing is that there are more people in the yard. If we divide the work, there won't be much work left. Since they can't sleep, let's study. Zhang Xiaobao spread the paper and opened the book. He thought of the knowledge he learned from his father and began to review. He admired the energy of these servants. While grinding the ink, he said to Wang Wan, "You can find some things to do during the day. Let's go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. If there is fern, let's see if we can find monk's head. It's a 4-color flower. Its scientific name is platycodon. Pick more and pickle it with salt when we come back. Seal the jar and dry it. We can eat it in winter when there is no food." "Okay, let's do that. It seems that we need to find more work for them in the future. If they are tired, they can sleep at night." Wang Wan thought it was a good idea. Those who were still wandering outside didn't know that the young master and young lady had found something fun for them. Early the next morning, most of the people in the two main families' courtyards took their food and drinks for the day and walked up the mountain. The task had been arranged. As long as it was something edible, they had to pick it back. In groups of 2 or 3, they had to be careful of snakes and insects. When the children who were originally playing in Zhuangzi saw that so many people had been mobilized, they thought that something big had happened and went forward to ask. When they learned that it was to pick mountain vegetables, they gathered together and discussed it. They also went up the mountain to pick. They didn't dare to go too far, so they looked for it nearby. They ate and played while picking, so they didn't feel tired. When night fell, the children first delivered the things to the main family. Although they were small, their speed of picking mountain vegetables was not slower than the adults. A group of children actually got 2 big sacks of mountain vegetables and put them outside the main family's courtyard, waiting for the people inside to come out and pick them up. The people in the courtyard should go out to work, so there was no need to give extra pay. The children had been busy the whole day, so of course, they couldn't take it for free. The housekeeper took out some salted duck eggs and gave each child 2. The children were satisfied with something, and 2 salted duck eggs were not a small amount. If they ate sparingly, they could eat for 5 or 6 days. They put the duck eggs in their pockets and left happily. The people in the courtyard came back later. They didn't know how far they had walked, but they were all listless. The dozens of sacks weighed more than 3,000 caddies. If they were to use salt to pickle them, they would need to use a lot of salt, which was naturally impossible. They had to pick some good ones and use salt water to brine them. The others were taken to a cool place to dry and hung in a ventilated place. They could be stored for a long time. Those people hurriedly ate dinner and were about to go to bed. At this time, they were instructed to learn to read. The 3 special class maids in the courtyard were responsible for teaching them. After learning for 2 hours, these people finally couldn't stand it anymore. They went back to their rooms one by one and fell asleep. This night, no one was energetic enough to sleep. How is it? This method is good, right? We have gained a lot of things and solved other people's insomnia problem. When they were learning in the evening, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. Good, but what about the mountain vegetables in 2 days? What do you want them to do? They can't go to the mountain to chop wood, right? You have to arrange something for them that they can do for a long time. Except for some festivals and during the farming season, they can help. Usually, they don't seem to do much work. Wang Wan found that since she found more people to work in the courtyard, there was less work to do. She and Zhang Xiaobao helped to plan most of the work. Efficiency increased, and there was a surplus of manpower. She wasn't stupid enough to let the people in the courtyard live a life of 9 to 5 in the morning and a life of nightlife. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't want to see so many people idle. It was easy to form a kind of lazy mentality. If they were idle, they could do something by themselves. It showed that they had a yearning for life. But if they were idle and didn't know what to do, it would be troublesome. They must have a goal, even if it was passive, and blindly follow the goal. When he heard Wang Wan ask him to think of a long-term method, he thought for a while and shook his head. No, we can't imprison them with a long-term job. We must let them feel the freshness of the work at all times. Pomegranate, xiaohong, and cherries are exceptions. They have already regarded that job as an honor. They love it from the bottom of their hearts. If we change them, they will think that we are denying them. Let these people pick mountain vegetables for 2 days. When the time comes, they will pick lotus flowers. County Magistrate Cheng found so many lotus flowers and put them in the pond, right? Let them do that first. After 2 days, let them raise prawns and crabs. Don't let them be too familiar with it. After a few days, they will change to other things. The others will change with them. The disadvantage of this is that the animals we raise will not have a high output and will die easily. The advantage is that when they meet something they are not familiar with, if they want to satisfy the master, they have to learn. They learn from the people who did this before. Those people also have to learn from them. I know. In the process of teaching others, there will be a kind of spiritual reward. It strengthens the communication between them. At the same time, it will force them to treat everything seriously. Otherwise, when others ask them, they will not be able to answer. If others say it out loud, it will be embarrassing. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan also understood. They were using their money to train people. When a person developed the habit of working seriously, they would keep it in other jobs. In order to be able to teach others better, they could only learn hard, think seriously, and sum up some experience. The two of them wrote a few more lines. Wang Wan spoke again. In fact, we won't lose much money. The so-called loss refers to the difference between the expected output and the actual output. The transplanted lotus flowers don't cost money. There is a ready-made pond. We can get the prawn and crab seedlings from those who sell prawns and crabs. I think it's okay. In addition to these things, some of the vegetables in the backyard should be able to be grafted. The same goes for the fruit trees. There will always be new things waiting for them. Continue writing. We will go to sleep after a while. Unknowingly, the Dragon Boat Festival was coming. The spring plowing had finished a few days ago. They took care of it a little and waited for the harvest. The first batch of wheat had been harvested. The second batch would be later. At the same time, the construction of the restaurant in Zhuangzi had been completed. The supply of MSG to the 3 restaurants in the county had always been the same. They were preparing to use it on their own businesses. Of course, these businesses were not under the name of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Zhang family and the Wang family had always been pure farmers. The ancestors of the Zhang family had made some contributions, so they could be considered as the descendants of good and loyal people. As for the business, it had nothing to do with the Zhang family. Outsiders were outsiders. They occupied the land of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Even the mountain in Little Luoshui was bought by the head of the Zhang family and sublet. What the sublet did was unknown. The project in Little Luoshui was not completed yet. The river had to be dug, the dikes had to be repaired, the houses had to be built according to the specifications, and the wharf had to be built. These projects were carried out at the same time, which solved the problem of idle labor in the county. The paths and pavilions on the mountain, as well as the artificial lake below, had to wait until other things were done. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, those who picked wormwood and other medicinal herbs also took advantage of this time to pick everything that could be picked. Zhang family and the Wang family also bought a lot of things in Zhuangzi this time. It was Zhang Xiaobao who paid for these things to be hoarded. After a while, when the medicinal herbs shop was almost used up, they would be sold together. On the Dragon Boat Festival, Zhang family and the Wang family began to distribute zongzi to the villagers in Zhuangzi. The restaurant also opened on the same day. Strings of firecrackers rang out as if they were free. County Magistrate Cheng brought some people from the Yamen to congratulate them. Zhou Qiong did not lie. He also invited people from the province to eat and drink here for free. Song Jinggong's reputation spread far and wide, so he attracted many literary friends to come here to support him. These people knew about it 2 days ago. Every one of them took advantage of the time and worked hard at home to write poems, waiting to show off when they arrived. Tuqiao village was such a remote place, but because of the opening of the restaurant, it became very lively. This made the villagers of the three Zhuangzi happy together. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not participate, let alone stand at the door to welcome the guests. The adults in the family had all gone, leaving only the two of them to play in the courtyard. Xiaobao, do you think there are any zongzi that children can eat? Just like us. Wang Wan looked at other people steaming or boiling zongzi. She was a little hungry, but she was worried that it would not be easy to digest, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao out of boredom. There should be, right? I don't want sticky rice. I'll just use ordinary rice with some minced meat in it. Then I'll wrap it up and steam it in a pot. When the time comes, it will be ready to eat. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed. Don't say any more. How can that still be called a zongzi? If that Zhou Qiong comes to ask about it later, we have to answer him correctly. Wang Wan lay on the chair, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Chapter 114. Zhou Qiong, County Magistrate Cheng, and the others left in a hurry after lunch. Only Song Jinggong and the people he brought were still eating and drinking in the restaurant. It seemed that they were going to stay up all night. Those who couldn't hold their liquor had already fallen asleep after drinking too much, but they didn't leave. They were waiting for the night to wake up so that they could continue fighting. Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect Zhou Qiong and County Magistrate Cheng to bring much income to the restaurant. Usually, they would stay in the province for a few days, so it was impossible for them to come here for a drink. It was the same for County Magistrate Cheng. Going back and forth would take up almost an entire day. It wasn't worth it just to have a meal. The purpose of asking them to come here was to wait for the construction at Little Luoshui to be completed. After that, they would connect with this place and let those who were envious of the benefits know that these two places were under the protection of the county magistrate and an army officer. When the time came, they would weigh their weight. Those who weren't qualified shouldn't come forward. Those who were qualified should be dealt with separately. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been waiting for Zhou Qiong to come over and ask him questions. In the end, he left after eating and seemed to have forgotten that there was an expert here. This made the two of them feel much more relaxed. The Dragon Boat Festival passed by in a lively manner. This year, other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's Zhuangzi giving out zongzi to the villagers, the GE's Zhuangzi also learned from them and gave out some. This year, the GEs didn't have to hand in grain to the imperial court, but the villagers had to hand in grain to the main family, so there would be a lot left over. Moreover, the restaurant had opened and the three families were operating together. They couldn't continue to be stingy. After the zongzi were given out, the villagers of the Gu family puffed out their chests. When they met the villagers of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang again, they had something to say. County Magistrate Cheng, who came to support them, hurried back to the yamen and rested for a while. Seeing that it was already late, he called Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingxing over and prepared a few dishes and a small jar of wine. Under the cover of the night, they began to discuss matters. Shiyang, how many days has it been? There hasn't been a single drop of rain. Let's not talk about the reduction in grain production. There are so many people and livestock that are running out of water. If we don't think of a solution soon, people will die of thirst. County Magistrate Cheng poured a bowl of wine for the Deputy County Magistrate and sighed. The Deputy District Magistrate held the bowl with both hands and waited for the District Magistrate to finish pouring. He placed the bowl gently in front of him and said worriedly, 6 days ago, there was some rain at the east of the district. It stopped in less than 2 hours and the ground was not wet. Now, there are many places in the district where the ground is cracked and we can't get much water from the wells. County Magistrate Cheng was also aware of this situation. He reached out his chopsticks and was about to pick up some food when he stopped. He drank a big mouthful of wine and exhaled. There's less water in the well. What if we dig deeper? Is it possible to dig out water? Yes, but the well is not like when it was dug. If we want to go down directly, other than some big wells, the other wells will not work. If we want to dig deeper, we have to dig all of them. My lord, it would be great if the well could be like the auspicious well where water comes out with a bang. Now, that well is still supplying water to many people. The deputy county magistrate drank a mouthful of wine with him and followed the county magistrate's words. As he spoke, a glimmer of hope appeared on his originally troubled face. Both he and the county magistrate knew how the auspicious sign appeared. The Zhang family's farmstead had used this to make an exchange with someone in the state. As a result, the well had been filled with water after a rumbling sound. Even now, the water had not decreased. When County Magistrate Cheng heard this, his eyes lit up. That's right, what can't Zhangjie Zhuangzi do? Why didn't he think of asking them for help? Since one well could produce water, there should be more wells. Shuyang, you have done a meritorious service. If this matter can be solved, the people of Sanshui County will thank you. Quickly, call Chen Dong and ask him to come to Zhangjie Zhuangzi immediately. Ask him to come here even if he has to beg. It concerns the lives of so many people. If it really doesn't work, I will go there and kneel for a long time to get the water out. County Magistrate Cheng had made up his mind. He didn't know how the people of Zhangjie Zhuangzi got the water out of the well. Perhaps they borrowed some magical power, which might also affect their lifespan. However, he had no other choice. He would ask when the time came. If it really reduced his lifespan by too much, he could only think of other ways. After all, it was not just one well. If his lifespan was reduced by a few days, he would build a longevity shrine in the county and tell the people in the county who worked so hard to get water for them at this time. He would also need to send a document to the higher-ups. He had to get the water out first and then send a document. Chen Dong happened to be on duty tonight. He came as soon as he heard the call. After the county magistrate finished speaking, he promised, "Sir, don't worry. I will rush there as fast as I can and let them know about this. I believe that Zhangjie Zhuangzi won't just stand by and do nothing. Go quickly. If they fall asleep and can't be woken up, just wait. When dawn comes, the restaurant over there will open. You can go there and wait. Maybe you can eat some dishes and drink some wine." County Magistrate Cheng told Chen Dong not to delay things and then let him leave. "Come, Shuyang, let's drink together. I really didn't want to eat just now. There is food here. Some people may not even have water to drink." County Magistrate Cheng, who was temporarily relieved, regained his spirit and asked his deputy to eat and drink. Chen Dong also knew that this was a serious matter. He took 2 horses from the yamen and didn't stop at all. He changed horses all the way and arrived at Zhangjie Zhuangzi in 3 hours. Seeing that the restaurant was still brightly lit, Chen Dong licked his lips. He really wanted to go in and drink a bowl of wine. At the same time, he also knew that they wouldn't take his money. Even if he gave it to them, they wouldn't accept it. But there was something more important. He endured the thirst in his mouth and came to the courtyard of the Zhang family. He knocked on the door twice. The night watchman opened the small door and saw that the yamen runner had arrived. The county magistrate had just left at noon. Could it be that he got lost on his way back and the yamen runner couldn't wait for him and came to ask? This was not something he could handle. He ran to the back and woke up the housekeeper. Steward Zhang had just fallen asleep. Others could sleep earlier, but he couldn't. He was in charge of many things. He got up reluctantly and walked to the living room. The yamen runner, Chen Dong, was already waiting there. The tea was served and he drank 2 bowls of it. Then he told the purpose of his visit and waited for Steward Zhang's reply. At least he had to ask the expert. Steward Zhang estimated the time and said to Chen Dong, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go and ask. Whether it's successful or not, I'll come back and tell you." After that, Steward Zhang left the living room and walked to the courtyard of the little child. He knew that the little child and his wife just happened to wake up at this time to study. Otherwise, he would have to ask the yamen runner to come back tomorrow morning. When Steward Zhang arrived, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating. Children grew up quickly and became hungry quickly. They took time to eat something. After Steward Zhang repeated the matter, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and reached an agreement. They said to Steward Zhang, "You go and tell the Yamen runner to draw a map of the wells that need water and send it here. Don't worry about anything else. Also, tell him that there may not be so much water coming out of every well. Also, this kind of thing will shorten one's life. This is the only time." Steward Zhang took the order and left. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other again and sighed at the same time. This time, they had to do a lot of things. It had to be said that it was life-threatening. Otherwise, if the higher-ups asked them to blow up the other two big places and their surroundings one by one, they couldn't stand it. "Xiaobao, how about artificial rain? Recently, there are always clouds floating above, but it doesn't rain. I'll try to make some clay bombs. What do you think?" Wang Wan suggested. "Okay, when the time comes, you can blow me up. I'll have a bucket of water in each hand and pour it wherever I want. Even if you can make clay bombs and the launching tools are simple, I can't make dry ice." Zhang Xiaobao said and reached out to touch Wang Wan's forehead to see if she had a fever. "Don't touch me, I'm just saying. People need to have some hope, and work hard with that hope. I believe that you will be able to create dry ice in your lifetime, or even liquid nitrogen." Wang Wan slapped his hand away. "Dry ice? Do you believe that if you push me too hard, I will become a dry corpse tomorrow? Eat quickly, it will be cold soon. This is fungus soup, it's expensive." Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan was just saying it casually to ease the atmosphere. Anyone would know that artificial rain was impossible at this time. After drinking the soup and eating something, Wang Wan said, "How should we arrange it? We can't let others find out this secret. We can only blow it up when others are not paying attention. Then it will be night time. We have to arrange a few people. Erniu is one, and his brother Dainiu is another. Who else can be absolutely reliable? Huzi is also fine. I don't know about others. Just the three of them. We have to spend a lot of money to buy materials, and we can't ask for reimbursement from County Magistrate Cheng. This matter is settled. Read the book." Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a good candidate at the moment, so he could only trouble the three of them. Steward Zhang told Qindong what the young master said. Qindong was happy when he heard it. He got up and wanted to go back to tell the good news to the county magistrate, but he was stopped by Steward Zhang. He said that if he went back, the county magistrate would be asleep. It would be better to wait until dawn, when the county magistrate would wake up. During this time, he didn't need to live in the yard. He found a night patrol and asked him to take Qindong to the restaurant to eat something and have a good rest. Horses also needed to eat and rest. When Qindong arrived at the restaurant, he was given 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, as well as 4 side dishes. There was also a small pot of wine and a bowl of rice. Because this was a joint venture between 3 families, they had to keep a separate tab and count it as a special reception fee. Qindong was not in the mood to enjoy. He hurriedly finished his meal and went to sleep. The next day, he woke up without being woken up. He didn't even eat breakfast and directly rode back. When he arrived at the yamen, he didn't care whether the county magistrate was awake or not. He ran inside and shouted, "Sir, it's done. It's done." Chapter 115. Boom. After the first thunderous boom, several more thunderous booms rang out in Linhe village of Sanshui County. At this time, it was 4:00 in the morning. The people in the village were awakened from their sleep, but they thought it was going to rain or thunder. They couldn't bear the sleepiness and went back to sleep. Only some old people who didn't sleep well wanted to see what the rain looked like. They put on their clothes, opened the door, and stood inside the door to look outside. The sky was still dark, and the stars were still twinkling. Apart from the coolness of the night, there was no trace of moisture. Many dogs were barking, but nothing else had changed. Why is there thunder? Why is God striking down these thunderbolts? Sigh. An old man who had already opened the door and was looking outside sighed, mumbled a few words, and turned to walk back into the house. Old man, is it raining outside? My ears are getting old, and I can't hear anything. An old lady's voice came from the house. No, go to sleep. I wonder what evil thing that wastrel did. God is going to strike him with lightning. As the old man spoke, he moved back to the straw mattress and squatted down with difficulty. He took off the clothes draped over his body and casually rolled them up twice before placing them where the pillow should be. He then pulled over half of the blanket and fell asleep with his back facing the old lady. In the darkness, the old lady blinked her eyes and helped the old man tuck in the blanket around his neck. She lay there with her head up and thought for a while. Then, she sighed and waited for the old man's snores to start. Then, she also fell asleep. The next morning, the children in Linha village woke up first. They dragged their water barrels to the well to get water. Every day, the water in the wells would be the highest in the morning and the lowest in the evening. It wasn't like this in the past. Usually, the water in the well would rise as they fetched water. If they really wanted to get the water to the bottom, they would need a few adults to take turns to carry the water with willow rollers. It would take more than 2 hours for the water to reach the bottom. After a while, it would slowly rise again. They thought it was the same today. They dragged the heavy wooden buckets and rushed towards the well. Some families had 2 or 3 children. The older ones dragged the buckets, while the younger ones ran to stand at the mouth of the well. This was also considered a position for them. It was no exception now. A group of children were practically running out of the house. The older children had to look after the younger ones and make sure that they did not fall into the well. This was not like a winch. There was always a bucket hanging at the mouth of the well to block it. The well was an open well, so a rope had to be tied to it. There was a hole at the bottom, and there was a tarpaulin covering it. As long as the water fell into the well, the weight of the bucket would cause the water to wash away the tarpaulin. When the bucket was lifted up, the weight of the water would press the tarpaulin to the bottom of the bucket. Some water would leak out, but most of the water would be lifted up. This kind of well usually did not have any safety measures. Some used a wooden board, and some just left the mouth open. If someone fell in, even an adult could not save them, let alone a child. Once they were out of the house, the children would run towards whichever side of the well was closest to their house. When they were about the same distance, they would run towards whichever side had fewer children. A family had 3 children. The 2 older ones were girls, and the younger one was a boy. One of the girls ran towards the well while the other girl had to look after her younger brother. When she and her younger brother reached the mouth of the well, they saw her younger sister standing there in a daze. "Chow, what are you doing? Be careful not to fall into the well." As the older sister, she had to take good care of her younger brother and sister. She looked at the straw curtain at the mouth of the well and worriedly asked her younger sister. Chow came first, and the others had not arrived yet. She first looked into the well and vaguely discovered that there was more water inside than a few days ago. It was much higher than a few days ago, and there was a white light in the darkness. She was very certain. When she heard her older sister's question, she quickly said, "Older sister, there's more water. Quickly bring some up to see." As the older sister, she found that there was a different smell in the surroundings, and it was very unpleasant. Seeing that her younger sister was still standing there, she moved closer to look and felt that the water was indeed much higher. "It's true. Help me pull the rope. I'll put the willow in to see." As she spoke, the older sister used all her strength to throw the wooden bucket next to the well down. When there was a sound, she immediately pulled it up. Otherwise, when the water was full, she wouldn't be able to pull it up. When the small bucket of water was pulled up, the 3 siblings looked inside curiously. "Oldest sister, second sister, this water is too muddy." After the younger brother looked, he said to his two older sisters, "Let's not worry about it for now. Let's occupy the place and wait for father to come and fetch the water." The older sister had also seen the water. It was a bit muddy, but it was better than nothing. At this time, the other children arrived one after another. There were two boys in the family who didn't need an adult to come and could directly go and fetch the water. They were bold. Even if they had to be spanked by their parents after getting the water, they were still willing to do more for the family. When they saw that there were already people standing in front of them, they urged them. If they wanted to get the water first, they would usually have to quarrel. Today, the three siblings in front of them were very easy to talk to and gave up their position. These two boys were a pair of twins. They were both 10 years old this year. Since others had stepped aside, they naturally wouldn't be polite. They carried the buckets to the mouth of the well. After estimating the distance, they placed the buckets to the side and threw the still wet willow into the well. They cocked their ears to listen to the movements inside. When they felt that it was about time and should be half filled with willow water, they pulled the rope together. When they reached the well, they directly put the back of the willow down on the edge of the well. The front of the well was facing their own bucket. When they tilted, the water inside flowed into the wooden bucket. The boys' thoughts were worse than the girls'. They didn't even consider whether the water was muddy or not. After pouring the willow water in, they continued to fetch water. After a few rounds, they finally filled up the wooden bucket they brought with them and dragged it back home. As they dragged on, their parents arrived. They happened to see their two children walking back after fetching water. They approached them in 2 steps. Without saying anything, they directly lifted one of them in front of them. They squatted down, straightened their knees, and pressed the child on top of them. They opened their palms and began to smack the child's buttocks. "What did I tell you? I asked you to occupy a spot, but you took your brother to fetch water. If you fell, how would your mother and I live? I'll beat you to death, you disobedient child." "Dad, I'm the younger brother. Today's water is higher than usual. I fetched more water first. Why are you hitting me?" The child who was hit wailed. It wasn't that he was in pain. Usually, when he fought with the other children in the village, it was more painful than this. The main reason was that he was afraid of being hit by his parents since he was young. The father raised his hand and took it back. He looked at the other son. He had no choice. After so many years, as long as the two children stood together and couldn't see the birthmark on their bodies, he couldn't tell who was the elder and who was the younger one. Especially when the two children usually played together, they were the same and always wore different clothes. The other child saw his father's gaze and took 2 steps back. "Dad, I'm the younger brother." "Elder brother, don't hurt me." "Elder brother, how can you lie through your teeth?" "Well, anyway, I've suffered a lot for you. I'll be the elder brother this time," the other child quickly said. The father patted his head with his hand. "Stop talking. You're the elder brother, and I'm the younger brother. Later, you're not allowed to change clothes. Go home and let your mother recognize which one is the elder brother. Prepare yourself." The father really had no choice. He often hit the wrong child, and when he went home, his wife would complain. The child who did something wrong would secretly laugh at the side, and the child who didn't do anything wrong could only cry and feel wronged. He was not as good as his wife. Whether it was listening to the voice or just a casual glance, no matter how the two children changed clothes, even if their faces were smeared with mud, he could still recognize them immediately. He had never missed. "Dad, don't worry. Elder brother and I will never change clothes. Elder brother, this is all your fault," the two children said to their father at the same time. It was not the first time they said this. It was instinctive. The father didn't really want to hit his two sons. He was just worried that the two boys would always go out to do things by themselves. If they were really in danger, he would never forget if one of them was missing. At the same time, he felt that his two sons were sensible and knew how to help the adults draw water. Looking down at the water in the bucket, he found that it was much more turbid than usual. Only then did he remember what his son said just now. The water in the well was higher than usual. Looking at the water again, his eyes suddenly widened. Of course, he knew when such a thing would happen. It was when the well had just been dug, and the water inside would gush out with mud. The water would rise, and it would be equally turbid. A few adults would take turns to draw water out until the bottom was seen and all the mud that could enter the water was removed. Only then would clear water come out. Of course, other than this, when the earth moved, the water in the well would be very turbid. However, the chickens in the village wouldn't jump and the dogs wouldn't bark. It was impossible for the earth to move. Could it be that someone had dug another well? At this time, some adults from other families came over and also discovered this situation. Some of them were quick-witted and thought of the thunder they heard in the morning. They excitedly said, "Auspicious sign, this is auspicious sign. I heard that water came out of a well that had been dry for many years in the county town after a few thunderclaps. Our well also had thunder first, right?" After hearing what he said, the others also thought of it. All of them stopped fetching water and prepared to head to the county city to report it. Before they could leave the village, there were people saying the same thing in other places with wells. Then even a village has auspicious signs. Most of the water in the well had risen, and there were so many thunder sounds. Some smart people directly said that this was a miracle for the village. Chapter 116. After discovering that 7 of the 9 wells in the village were full of water, the people of Linha village were very happy. Now they didn't have to worry about running out of water. They could even transport the water to the fields to make up for it. The positions occupied by the children were also not important. The 7 wells were full of people. One by one, they took off their shirts, bare-chested, and began to take turns to draw water. The water they drew was directly transported to the fields. As for the remaining 2 wells, one was missing a piece due to years of disrepair, while the other had not changed much. This situation was immediately reported to the county. They wanted to make an auspicious sign or something, but they were persuaded by the sinister county magistrate to keep it a secret. "Sir, don't think about this. Take a rest." The county magistrate's face was also ugly as he advised County Magistrate Cheng. The registrar, county deputy, and the bailiffs who knew about this matter also had no smile on their faces. They knew that behind the happiness of the people, someone was using his life to support it. What auspicious sign was this? What water was this? It was clearly tears of blood. They all believed Chen Dong's words. The masters of Zhangjie Zhuangzi, for the sake of the people of Sanshui County, actually used his life as the price to activate the divine power. The county magistrate, county deputy, and registrar were the most conflicted in their hearts. They wanted to let the people in the county have water to drink, but they were also afraid that the 2 masters of Zhangjie Zhuangzi had an accident. They couldn't decide between the 2. The bailiffs couldn't care so much. They only hoped that the people of Zhangjie Zhuangzi were still alive and well. When they heard that the people of Linha County wanted to make an auspicious sign, they couldn't help but want to beat them a few times. "Well, Shuyang, there are other things today. Help me take a look. I will go to the back to check on some of the previous omissions." County Magistrate Cheng was the happiest, but also the saddest. He arranged for people to go to Zhangjie Zhuangzi. A village had water, but he had to worry about the masters of Zhangjie Zhuangzi. After the county deputy agreed, County Magistrate Cheng returned to his courtyard without another word. He dismissed the servants and found incense and candles alone. He brought them to the study room and personally ground an ink stick. He wrote the names of the 2 of them on a piece of paper and placed it on the table in the study room. He lit the incense and candles and then knelt there. "This unfilial student greets the 2 of you. I wish the 2 of you a long life. I swear that if any of the 60,000 elders in Shanshui County dare to disrespect the two of you, even if it means risking my life, I will not let them off easily." After that, County Magistrate Cheng kowtowed 3 more times before standing up. In the next few days, not only were the wells in Linha village filled with water, but many of the wells in other villages were filled with water as well. The wells that originally had more water, and the wells that didn't have water were filled with water. From time to time, someone would report this to the yamen as an auspicious sign. The more the yamen heard, the more upset they felt. "Milord, why don't we send someone to Zhangjie Zhuangzi and ask them to stop for a while and transport some water from other villages to those villages that are suffering from drought? Then, when the people have water, what should we do? This is exchanging lives for lives." A pregnant yamen runner found County Magistrate Cheng and knelt there, crying and begging. Of course, he got the news from Chendong. His family had received a lot of benefits from Zhangjie Zhuangzi. His wife ate well and slept well. Zhangjie Zhuangzi even specially sent a woman to teach his wife some movements. He even taught her a few songs to sing, saying that it was good for the unborn child. If it were someone else, he would think that they were just messing with him. But Zhangjie Zhuangzi specially made it, so he didn't dare to have any doubts. How could he not remember this kind of care? At first, he thought that if one day Zhangjie Zhuangzi killed someone, he would pretend that he didn't see it. But now, he thought that if Zhangjie Zhuangzi wanted to kill someone, he would do it himself. When County Magistrate Cheng heard the bailiff's words, he did not know what to do for a moment. Chendong had come back and said that it was only this one time, which meant that the 2 masters of the Zhang family's farmstead would not die because of this one time. However, in the past 2 days, as the wells in some villages had more water and dried up, he felt the bailiff's anxiety. He originally wanted to have a long life, but Zhangjie Zhuangzi didn't agree. He didn't know the master's name, and he didn't know what the master looked like, so he could only give up. Looking at the yamen runner kneeling there, County Magistrate Cheng suddenly had an idea. He said to him, "How about this? Tomorrow you bring some of the county's products that Zhangjie Zhuangzi doesn't have and give them to them. Also, help me ask if they want to stop. If they stop, I will issue a notice and ask the people to get water from other places. But if they say that they don't lack water, I will also issue a notice and ask the people not to go out at night and not to check if they hear any noise. What do you think?" Seeing the yamen runner like this, County Magistrate Cheng didn't know what to say, especially the next county magistrate. If the next county magistrate wasn't promoted by Sanshui County, the officials sent by the higher-ups would have a hard time. The people sent by the higher-ups hated the local power the most, but they were also afraid of the local power the most. A capable official could handle the local power in a short time and make everyone listen to him. A weak official could only ask for a transfer or join in the evil. If the next county magistrate wasn't Registrar Zhao, would he have the ability to take in Zhangjie Zhuangzi? He would be tired to death. The yamen runner naturally didn't know that the county magistrate was thinking so much. When he heard the county magistrate's words, he left happily and prepared to go to Zhangjie Zhuangzi tonight to ask. "Wang Wan, do you think the moon is at its roundest today? Grandpa made mooncakes for me." Zhang Xiaobao was especially energetic tonight. He lay on the couch and couldn't sleep. He looked out of the half-open window and said softly. Wang Wan was already sleepy and wanted to sleep. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she opened her eyes and said, "Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, I beg you, don't say any more. There are still many days until the 15th of August. I'll make mooncakes with you then, okay?" "Oh, thank you. Actually, it has nothing to do with the 15th of August. Today is my grandpa's birthday. Look at how round the moon is. Grandpa must be looking at me on the moon." Zhang Xiaobao continued. His voice was very soft, but it was enough for Wang Wan to hear. Wang Wan stared at the window and seemed to want to close it with her mind. She turned her head and saw Zhang Xiaobao was still staring at the window. She said, "There's no one on the moon, right?" "Well, don't look at me. There's someone on the moon, but it won't be your grandpa." There's Chang Yi, Wu Gang, and a living thing at home, not a rabbit. Which one do you think your grandpa is? Could it be the Apollo of the lunar kicking plan? Comrade Wang Wan, let me ask you, why are there so many graves in places with water? Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic. Xiaobao, you are a good man. The country is sorry for you. Don't hate the country. After all, these departments are composed of people, not machines. You have learned so much psychology. Don't you understand? I'm here with you. Take it as compensation. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao would fall into a special thought when he thought of his grandpa. At the same time, he had made arrangements for the other side, so she said these words gratefully. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. What qualifications do you have to represent the country? How do you know that I love the country? What I love is a national complex. What I love is a kind of heritage. The Chinese nation is not a certain republic. What I protect is a kind of spirit, not a specific thing. Some people said that the four ancient civilizations were ancient India, ancient Egypt, ancient Babylon, and ancient China. Some people said ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, ancient India, and ancient Egypt. Some people said ancient Egypt, ancient Rome, ancient Maya, and ancient India. Some people said ancient Lulan, ancient Egypt, ancient Maya, and ancient Rome. These were not important. What was important was whose civilization was still being passed down. India. Their history needed to be filled in by the history of other countries. Maya. They only had words left, but they had lost the people who could interpret them. Egypt. They had almost lost their own words. They did not know how they originated. Babylon, it was conquered by the pagans. Who still remembered it? Rome? There was no arena. It was long forgotten. Lulan? Time passed. Who chased after time? Only one place still existed. From the records of Yan Huang to the mountains of reeds. The country I recognize is this. I am not proud of the glory of my ancestors. I am sad because I can't inherit it. Who dares to talk about civilization with China? Who dares to talk about food with China? I. Xiaobao, the well exploded. Why did you remind them to use the fortune-telling compass to measure it? Just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to say something radical, Wang Wan suddenly interrupted and asked something unrelated to what Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. Zhang Xiaobao did not answer immediately. He stood there panting. After a while, he smiled at Wang Wan. People say that a good wife can let a man have no worries. I didn't understand before, but now I finally understand. When you are in high spirits, she knows how to pour cold water on you. When you are in low spirits, she knows how to cheer you up. When you are in low spirits, she knows how to. Xiaobao, what is that compass used for? Is it a compass? Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao again. Oh, you're talking about that thing? I really don't know much about fortune-telling. I didn't learn anything about fortune-telling back then. There really was a person in there. In the end, he misjudged a department head and was locked up. But I know one thing. That compass corresponds to the water patterns and magnetic fields. Usually, some fortune-tellers would find a compass and put it in a messy place. He thought that it was God's will that he couldn't predict the future. In fact, that place is usually a place with more water patterns. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. As long as you use that thing, you can dig out a coffin in a messy place. The orphanage was like that. They wanted to dig a fixed cellar, but after digging for a while, they found a coffin. At first, they didn't care about it and moved it to another place. You know what a fixed cellar is? It is an underground house built with bricks and cement. It is used as a vegetable cellar. But in the end, they found that it was full of water. The vegetable cellar was 2.5 meters deep, and 1.5 meters was water. In the end, they couldn't use it. Later, they wanted to make a well, which is a relatively old well. The one that uses leverage and air pressure. It is 3 meters away from the vegetable cellar. In the end, they drilled 12 meters and there was no water at all. Zhang Xiaobao finally recovered from the state he shouldn't be in and started talking about the compass. I know about this. There are some well-preserved ancient corpses. In fact, it is because there is water at the place where they are buried. The coffin itself is sealed well, but the water pressure underground is too high. It presses the water into the coffin and squeezes out the air inside. When the air is gone, the surroundings are sealed again. The water level drops, and the water seeps out. The seal is sealed again, and the inside of the coffin becomes a vacuum. When people dig it up, there is no oxidizing effect. The person inside is preserved very well. Wang Wan added. At the same time, she knew why Zhang Xiaobao asked people to use a compass to predict the future when they blew up the well. It wasn't for fortune-telling, but for water patterns. Chapter 117. In Sanshui County, water was flowing out of many wells. Some wells even collapsed, but there was no change in a few wells. The drought was still going on and had not been completely solved. It was just that they did not have to worry about the people dying of thirst due to the lack of water. County Magistrate Cheng originally wanted to make a longevity memorial for the 2 masters on Zhangjie Zhuangzi, but he was opposed by Zhuangzi, so he could only keep this matter in mind. There were some good things happening in the county. At the same time, some rich people heard that water was flowing out of many wells. They went to take a look and smelled a familiar smell. They thought it was firecrackers, so they went to buy hundreds of thousands of firecrackers. They found a dry well and threw them into it. In the end, there was only a short burst of sound, and then there was no other reaction. Looking at the smoke floating out of the well, they were sure that firecrackers could not be used to blow up the well. After smelling it again, they felt that it was not the same, so they could only give up. Originally, he wanted to find a way to help people get water out of the well to make money. The dock that Song Jinggong was in charge of was still in full swing. It seemed that it would be finished by late autumn. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. Shannon East Road, Hunan Road, Hedong Road, and Guanyi Road all had varying degrees of drought. Guanyi Road was slightly worse, but Shannon East Road and Hunan Road had the most severe drought. Hedong Road was also affected. Fortunately, there were several main rivers in Hedong Road and Guanyi Road, so they might be able to hold on until the arrival of the rainy season. If there was only drought, there was nothing to be afraid of in Hunan Road. Crop failure was inevitable. However, they were able to use the water from the Yellow River. Since spring, there were more locusts in these 2 places than in other places. At first, the people did not notice it. There were locusts jumping around every year, so this year was not a big deal. Who knew that with the drought, there would be more and more locusts? Some of the bigger ones even grew to 2 inches long. When they flapped their wings, they flew in front of people like little chicks. Seeing these locusts eating the crops, the people lit incense burners outside the fields and kept kowtowing. But no one said that they were going to chase them away or let their poultry eat them. In the end, the locusts covered the sky and covered the earth. Not only did the people in the prefecture not care, they even reported this matter to their superiors, asking the emperor to issue a decree to build a temple of locusts here. Li Longji clearly knew the danger of these locusts, but he couldn't do anything about it. The other ministers also didn't stop it, except for Yao Chong. He jumped up and down, first promising the emperor that he would take responsibility, then followed the other ministers to threaten him. In the end, he obtained a non-support and non-opposition agreement. He personally went there to check the situation and get rid of those locusts. At this time, Zhangjie Zhuangzi in Sanshui County also followed suit. The 10,000 dan of grain was divided into 2 portions. One portion was given to Su Si to stop at the market and quietly transport to Hunan. The other portion was given to Erniu to find a cart to transport it to the county seat. The cart took several li to transport it to the county seat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were prepared to personally go and take a look. It could be considered a trip for the childhood sweethearts. In the end, they were stopped by the people in their family. Usually, when the two of them did something, the adults didn't care. This time, they wanted to go out, but no matter what, they didn't agree. They were afraid that the two of them would sneak away, so they arranged for 10 people to take turns to watch over them. When County Magistrate Cheng heard this news, he understood that it was time for him to take action. He arranged things in the county seat and took half of the bailiffs to prepare to go to those two places to provide disaster relief. In fact, it was to deliver grain. Cherries also hatched a lot of chicks and gave them to the farmers to raise. She took more than 6,000 chickens and Xiao Hong's ducks and geese and also set off. Some of the idlers in the courtyard also followed to help feed the chickens and pick the eggs. This time, Cherries and Xiao Hong only brought enough feed for the poultry to eat for 2 days. Along the way, they had to choose places with grass or places with a lot of grasshoppers. According to the young master's instructions, as long as the eggs were laid, they would exchange them with the local people. They could buy them with money or with cloth and silk. Even if it was a year's worth of grain, they would exchange them. Some children caught various insects to feed the poultry, but they also gave them eggs. Everything depends on Erniu. Whether or not our family can continue to enjoy this kind of treatment depends on Erniu's response. We have a lot of grasshoppers here. Some are hiding in the mountains. Let's fry them and eat them. Call Daniel back from the county seat and let him try to make a cake. When the time comes, we can exchange the grasshoppers with the children on Zhuangzi. This thing is good. It's high in protein. Make some salt and pepper. After it's fried, we can eat it together. Don't eat the staple food. We can eat grasshoppers every day. I've decided to beat a 5-year-old child when I'm 3 years old. Zhang Xiaobao had been holding back his anger because his family didn't allow him and Wang Wan to go there personally. He waited for others to leave before he started to come up with ideas. Eat it every day? Then you eat it yourself. I won't accompany you. No matter how much protein grasshoppers have, how can they compare to rice and flour? I don't know how you're a liar. Wang Wan also wanted to go out and see what other places in this era were like. In the end, she was locked up at home. She was also depressed. Zhang Xiaobao had no other choice. If he really wanted to run out, it was very easy for him and Wang Wan. However, if he ran away, his family would definitely be worried. It wasn't easy for him to finally have family. He definitely wouldn't do that. Seeing that Wang Wan didn't want to accompany them to eat grasshoppers, he found a compromise. Then how about we use flour to wrap grasshoppers and fry them? What do you think? So you're competing with a grasshopper? Why don't we let them catch more and bake them into powder? We can make some pastries for the children in the village to eat to replenish their nutrition. When we grow up, they can become the most loyal guards. When we expand the territory, when we open up the wasteland, the strength of the seedling protection team will be stronger. Wang Wan heard about 4 deaths in the past few months. She felt a little distressed. There was a Zhuangzi in the Gu family. He was 6 years old, but he died of an illness. Life was really too fragile. At that time, the courtyard sent all the resident doctors and used a tail of ginseng, but it only delayed his life by a few days. In addition to the medical reasons, there was also the children's daily nutrition problems. Healthy children had a stronger resistance to diseases. Usually, it was enough to see some children play and exercise, but the intake of protein was less. People nowadays didn't eat grasshoppers unless they were hungry. If it was in the past, grasshoppers would be a good thing. Zhang Xiaobao also knew what Wang Wan was thinking. He thought for a while and said, "It's useless to just eat grasshoppers. When this matter is settled, we can build a school and find some students who failed to pass the exam to teach the children. At that time, 3 meals a day will be prepared. Naturally, the children will be healthier. As for the grasshopper powder, why don't we add our monosodium glutamate and send it to some pancake shops as seasoning? The taste will definitely be different from pancakes or other noodles. We can also add some fish powder. Forget about monosodium glutamate, we can just add something else. Providing raw materials is the least cost-effective. It's better to sell it in our own shop in Sanshui County. It's not a big deal, we can just arrange it casually. It seems that before they come back, the two of us will have some free time. Let's think about how to help your father pass the exam. Okay, starting tomorrow, we will find my father to go outside and enjoy the scenery. You have to cooperate. I'm not very familiar with poetry. You have been exposed to a lot of training when you were young, so I will rely on you in this aspect. Zhang Xiaobao wanted his father to take the county entrance examination. He could hint some political and economic ideas, but not poetry. Okay, tomorrow morning, we will go out and learn something with your father. We will hint at him then. Wang Wan promised. County Magistrate Qing Lingxiang set off that night when Erniu came with so many carriages. He had been paying attention to the disasters in those two places recently. He knew that if he went there now, he would definitely be recognized and his grade would be raised. With such a large group, it would take at least half a month to travel from Sanshui County to those two places. On the other side, Cherries and Xiao Hong were also urging the group to move faster. The chickens, ducks, and geese were not very obedient, especially when they encountered water. The ducks and geese always wanted to go in and play. Fortunately, Xiao Hong had a smart goose, Furry. It could understand whatever Xiao Hong asked it to do. It was busy, leading nearly 10,000 birds to eat as they moved. The people from the inner courtyard who followed them were also busy. They had to watch the left, right, and back of the group. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose a few birds. This was all money. When they encountered the fields on both sides of the road, as long as there were grasshoppers, Xiao Hong and Cherries would lead the birds to eat. With the meat, the birds naturally did not want the grains. They lowered their heads and ran around. As they ran, they could eat all kinds of insects that were chased over. Even if the locusts were flying a little lower, the chickens would jump up and eat them. Half a month later, County Magistrate Cheng's group arrived first. It could not be said that they had all arrived, as the carriages transporting grain were still behind. County Magistrate Cheng was preparing to contact the Prime Minister first, which was Prime Minister Yao Yu. He had already received the news that Prime Minister Yu had also come out of the capital and would be here soon. He was just in time to meet him. The only thing he was worried about was whether the grain would be transported in time. Xiao Hong and Cherries were also a little anxious. They were moving slower. The people were fine, but the birds were not very obedient. They always ran to a distant place to take a look, and then continued to move forward with the group. They were already not slow, but they still had to walk for more than 10 days. They did not know if they would be able to see Prime Minister Yu by then. Xiao Hong, you lead the group slowly. I have to hurry. Otherwise, when we reach the place and they leave, we will not be able to go back and explain to the young master. At least, we have to let that person with the surname Yao know that we have put in a lot of effort this time. As they walked, Cherries was anxious and discussed with Xiao Hong. Today was the 3rd watch, tomorrow was the 7th watch. Chapter 118. Okay, Cherries, you go. I'll take care of the poultry here. Cherries, if you really meet the right Prime Minister, aren't you afraid? Xiao Hong also knew that she was too slow. She was clear about the situation in Zhuangzi. She was hoping that this time, she would be able to secure the position of Baihu. It was not only a matter of money, but also status. If the Zhang family said this, then they were people of high status. Therefore, she agreed to Cherries' suggestion. But she was also worried that Cherries would be scared when she went there. That was a high official, very high. Scared? What's so scary about that Yao guy? Is he more powerful than my family's young master and young lady? My family's young master and young lady are just a little younger. Otherwise, would that Yao guy dare to speak in front of my family's young master and young lady? Does he know how to hatch chickens? Does he know how to make fungus? Can he predict when there will be a drought? He's just occupying a good position. Cherries was more extroverted than Xiao Hong. She disdainfully asked Xiao Hong a few questions. Every time she asked, Xiao Hong shook her head. After shaking her head a few times, Xiao Hong added, he won't plant cucumbers in the winter. With the young master behind us, there's nothing to be afraid of. Yes, there's no need to be afraid of him. Then I'll go first. You have to hurry behind me. You can earn more money for Zhuangzi. After saying this, Cherries got on a carriage. Under the beckoning of the carriage handle, the carriage gradually disappeared from the sight of Xiao Hong and the others. In Zhangjie Zhuangzi, it was already dusk. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the things they had written to see Father Zhang. Father Zhang was not good at managing the family, but he had some knowledge. In the beginning, his ancestors followed the army and won glory. After several generations, he was favored by the family to walk the path of an official. She looked at her sons and daughter-in-law's handwriting, commented on it, and explained to the two children what she had taught them yesterday. The day should be over, and there was no need to say too many words to encourage the two children. Every time this happened, Zhang Wang clan would listen to the side. She would listen to what she could understand and watch what she didn't understand. Seeing the two children's serious appearance and the happy and expectant expression on her husband's face, she knew that her son and daughter-in-law had learned a lot of knowledge. She was happy. Father, I've been learning for the past few days. I haven't gone out to play with you. Why don't we go out and have a look today? Zhang Xiaobao was worried about his father's poem during the county-level examination. He had learned what he had learned that day, so he suggested that they go out to play. Usually, Father Zhang was not willing to waste this time. However, these past few days, he had asked someone to watch over his son and daughter-in-law, so his two children did not have much fun. He felt a little guilty. After hesitating for a while, he saw that his wife kept winking at him, so he could only agree. The four of them brought some snacks and wine. Without calling any servants, they went to the side of the pond where the ducks and geese were kept. There were ducks and geese that returned home late playing in the water. They were all relatively small and were raised by the farmers. The children who were keeping the geese were nowhere to be seen. The four of them spread out the blankets they brought and sat around the pond. In the middle of the pond, there were snacks and wine. Zhang Wang clan was naturally responsible for pouring wine for Father Zhang. Only the two of them drank some wine. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each held a piece of beef tendon and ground their teeth. Husband, the scenery here is so beautiful. Other places are still dry, but here there is no need to worry at all. Husband, compose a poem for this wife to listen to. Zhang Wang clan at this time changed from her usual tough attitude and gently said to Father Zhang. Okay, then I'll compose a poem. Let's drink first and let your husband compose a poem. Father Zhang did not expect that his wife would ask him to compose a poem at this time. He was not prepared at all. He could only drink first and at the same time, try to think of what sentence to use. Xiao Bao, look at those withered flowers. Can you still dye the leaves red? Wang Wan began to perform at this time with Zhang Xiaobao. The two of them had long planned to help Father Zhang compose a poem during each season. Even if they said a few key points for Father Zhang to remember, it would be easier for him to write it during the exam. Zhang Xiaobao did not know much about poetry. Looking at Wang Wan's lips, he slowly said, "Why dye it red? It's already evening. Even if there are many sorrows in the heart, thinking of the flowers that have long left the branches, even if you urge a horse to travel to the ends of the world, you still have to know that the flowers that have fallen are not so heartless. At least, it will help new peanuts to grow in the coming year." Oh, so that is to say, the falling flowers are not heartless. Waiting for them to turn into soil, they can still protect the flowers from blooming? Wang Wan continued. In fact, the two of them wanted to say that the vast and mighty sorrow of parting is at the end of the day. The falling flowers are not heartless. Turning into spring soil, they protect the flowers. However, Father Zhang did not know this. While drinking wine, he looked at the two children sitting there. Suddenly, he heard the words of the two children and an idea came to him. He said to the Jiang Wang clan, "Qiao, let me tell you. Yes, under the setting sun, there is no need to worry about urging a horse to look to the ends of the world. How can the falling flowers be heartless? Instead, they become spring soil and protect the flowers. Husband is indeed amazing. Before the cup of wine is finished, you have already written a poem. Husband, drink slowly. Let me peel a prawn for you to eat." When the Jiang Wang clan heard this, she was happy. Her husband was the most capable. While urging him to drink, she peeled a boiled prawn and brought it to her husband's mouth. Father Zhang's face turned red when he saw Wei Wei, but he did not know how to explain. He could only finish the cup of wine in one gulp and eat the prawn. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each gnawed on a piece of beef jerky and grinded their teeth. The Jiang Wang clan watched as her husband drank the wine and ate the prawn. She said to the side, "Husband's ability is indeed extraordinary. Look, the lotus in the pond has already bloomed. Why don't you compose another poem for me? It will be easy for me to teach you this." "Okay, husband will compose another poem with wife. Let's drink first." Father Zhang was a little scared. This kind of impromptu poem was not so easy. He prepared to drink to delay the time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan quickly took out the beef jerky in their mouths and looked at each other. Wang Wan spoke first, "Xiaobao, this season is really good. It's already June. In June, I heard that the lotus will bloom, but hearing it and seeing it is different. Why do you think?" "Well, I think so. After all, it's already June. The scenery is different from other times. For example, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Look, the lotus leaves are so big. With so many of them together, it seems like the water and the sky are the same color. It's so green. With the sunset, I think it's redder than the lotus. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao knew about this poem and directly hinted at it. Father Zhang was knowledgeable, but he lacked inspiration. Just now, he had been thinking of how to come up with a poem to satisfy his wife. After drinking 2 bowls of wine, he heard his son and daughter-in-law's conversation. Inspiration came to him again. "Madam, listen to your husband. That. After all, in June, the scenery is different from the 4 seasons. The lotus leaves that reach the heavens are green, and the lotus flowers under the sun are red. No, the last line should be the lotus flowers under the sun are red. Husband is really different from those people. You can compose 2 poems at once. It's a pity that the sun is about to set. It's really regrettable. Husband, let me make some radishes and dip them in sauce for you to eat." Jiang Wang clan praised again. At the same time, she dipped a very small radish in sauce and fed it to Father Zhang. Her eager expression showed that she still wanted Father Zhang to recite a poem. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw their mother's expression from the corner of their eyes. They looked at each other and communicated with their lips. "I remember that Du Fu wrote a poem called Sigh of the Summer Night. Why don't we take it out? It's not easy to guide." Wang Wan spoke first. "How long is it?" Zhang Xiaobao also asked with his lips. 24 lines. "It contains a lot of things." Wang Wan replied. "Then forget it. I don't have the ability to guide. Something simpler." Zhang Xiaobao immediately rejected after hearing so many lines. "Then what should we say?" "I got it. Little Lees." Wang Wan was a genius after all. She learned more things than Zhang Xiaobao. "What? Eunuchs?" Zhang Xiaobao tried hard to think. Which eunuch was good? There was one with the surname Sima, one with the surname Zheng, and one with the surname Tang. What eunuch? Don't belittle eunuchs. Li Shangyin, do you remember? Wang Wan reminded. Oh, so it's... What does he do? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be enlightened. He squinted his eyes and asked again. The sea, the moon, and the pearl have tears. Oh, I have an impression of this. This feeling can become reminiscence. This is not suitable for my father to say to my mother, right? My mother misunderstands easily. Very easily. Zhang Xiaobao knew such a familiar sentence. What nonsense are you talking about? His whole life is reminiscence. Also, the sunset is infinitely good. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao with her big, cute eyes. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Is this also written by him? I know. Look at your husbands. Cuckoo, that. Wang Wan trembled when she heard Zhang Xiaobao call her that. She looked at the water and calmed down. Well, when I come to the pond and look at the reflection of the sunset on the water, why do I feel a little sad? This sunset is very good. Unfortunately, it's dusk and we have to go back. Zhang Xiaobao continued. Wang Wan looked at the water and calmed down with difficulty. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao say that it was calm, her emotions fluctuated again. Father Zhang didn't know what his daughter-in-law was thinking. When he heard his son's words, he immediately thought of a poem. This time, it was closer to the original. Wife and children in the pond, feeling unwell at night. The sunset is infinitely good, but it wants to be dusk. Qiao, what do you think? Good, what husband says is good. Jiang Wang clan was not stupid. Why did her husband say these 3 poems that were related to what her son and daughter-in-law were saying? She looked at the 2 little guys who were looking at the pond as if nothing had happened. It was even more suspicious. Chapter 119. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was amiss. If it was another family's child, she wouldn't have said anything, but how could she not know her own child? Her son was a little dependent on his mother. Every day, as long as he came together, he would always come to her side to take a look. If she was awake, he would greet her and kiss her. If she was not awake, according to the servant girls, Xiaobao would always help to tuck in the blanket or quilt before turning around to leave. It was the same at night when she was sleeping. He would first come to check on her, then stay for a while when she was awake. When she was asleep, he would greet her before leaving. This was why she liked her son so much, even though she knew that he was different from other children. Who would treat their mother so well when there was a monster in their family? But these 2 children were not bad to her husband either. They were very serious when they were learning. Her husband had said that this was not the first time. If such students were placed in front of any teacher, they would feel that their ancestors were emitting smoke from their graves. They understood as soon as they were asked, and answered as soon as they were asked. The only worry about teaching such students was that there would be nothing to teach them in the future. Who would believe that such children were indifferent when they heard their father recite poems? Thinking about what they had just said, a special thought appeared in the Jiang Wang clan's mind. Husband, after listening to your poem, you don't seem to like the setting sun very much. Why don't you go and see old madam and old master first? This concubine will play with the children here for a while before returning. The Jiang Wang clan ordered Father Zhang to leave. Father Zhang didn't think too much about it. When he heard his wife's words, he felt that it was the right thing to do. He drank another bowl of wine, got up, and walked towards the courtyard where his parents were. One reason was that he really wanted to see his parents, and the other was that he was afraid that his wife would ask him to recite more poems. This kind of thing was not something an ordinary person could do. After Father Zhang left, the Jiang Wang clan said to her son, Xiaobao, tell your mother, what do you mean by a fallen flower is not heartless? Mother, what did you say? Zhang Xiaobao stared blankly at his mother. Her expression was as cute as it could be. Her chubby body, round face, big eyes, and fluttering eyelashes made anyone want to hug her and kiss her. Tell mother, tell me a poem, I want it now. Jiang Wang Clan resisted the urge to kiss her son and asked with a sullen face. A poem? What else could it be? Vast and mighty sorrow of parting in the daytime, the whips point east to the horizon. The fallen flowers are not heartless. They turn into spring mud to protect the flowers. That's all, Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. If it was someone else who asked him, he would definitely play dumb. But since his mother asked, he couldn't bear to do that. Anyway, he had a lot of things to do, so it didn't make much of a difference. As expected, the fallen flowers are not heartless. They turn into spring mud to protect the flowers. This is a real poem. What about the next one? Jiang Wang Clan heard her son's words and sighed. Her son was the best in the family. If she told others, who would believe her? Also, her daughter-in-law was just like her son. She hid her talent well. You say it, it's your turn. Zhang Xiaobao nudged Wang Wan. Granny, the next one is actually about another place. Hangzhou's West Lake. There are more lotus flowers there. After all, the scenery of West Lake is different in June. The lotus leaves are green, and the lotus flowers are red under the sun. Xiao Bao and I heard other people talking about the scenery, so we made it up. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had compromised, so she had to say it too. But she was afraid that others would misunderstand, so she explained it again. Jiang Wang Clan didn't want to ask about the third one. She already knew the capabilities of her two children, especially her daughter-in-law, Wang Wan. The fact that the rich family didn't need to buy land had already explained everything. Ever since these two Zhuangzi had two children, they had changed. Their business dealings and all kinds of schemes made her feel scared. The difference from what others thought was that these two children were her own, especially Xiao Bao. If there was something delicious, he would think of her first. If there was something useful, he would also bring it to her first. It didn't matter if they were monsters or gods, as long as they were her children, it was fine. Xiao Bao, cuckoo, don't say these things to others in the future. Jiang Wang Clan was afraid of losing her children, so she tried to persuade them. Okay, I won't say it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan replied at the same time. They weren't fools, so they knew what to show to others. That's good. Go back and sleep early. It's hot, so remember to ask Pomegranate to help you drive away mosquitoes. Jiang Wang Clan kissed her two children's faces and felt relieved. She wasn't as worried as others. It was good that her children were good. Other people could become prime ministers at the age of 12, so what if her son became prime minister at the age of 8? That person with the surname Gan could be promoted at such a young age, so why couldn't her children be even younger? Isn't it too scary? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan when he came back. Who are you scaring? You've already done so don't think about it this time. The only good thing about the people here is that they're superstitious. It's fine if we're a little more powerful, but we can also increase the confidence of the people in the inner courtyard. You have to know that they don't care whether you're a monster or an immortal. They just want to know whether you can bring them more benefits, both material and spiritual. Wang Wan was very clear-minded. It wasn't like she hadn't met an 8-year-old child who had helped her solve quadratic equations in 3 variables, and it was the kind that did it verbally. Young people weren't just for show. They were really capable people, and there were quite a number of them with an IQ of 160. She couldn't just catch every one of them, right? She could only nurture them. Oh, I'm just asking. I don't want others to worry. Let's sleep first. We still have to study when we wake up. We can't be uneducated. Zhang Xiaobao mainly wanted to find someone to talk to, and Wang Wan happened to fit his requirements. All right, let's sleep. Wang Wan agreed, and the two of them lay on the couch again. 2 hours later, the two of them were once again woken up by Pomegranate, and went to the study table together. Zhang Xiaobao finished grinding the grindstone, and found that Wang Wan was still motionless. He nudged her and asked, "What are you doing? Didn't you sleep enough just now? Then continue sleeping, one more day won't make a difference." "Who said I didn't sleep enough? I was thinking about how I can help you improve. I want the kind of fast speed. Looking at you, I know that you'll definitely choose to take the county scholar exam. That's not a simple matter. At least you have to know how to compose poems. You can't just rely on copying. People might not choose a place where you can copy. For example, if you were asked to write about a bug, how would you write it? You can write about anything, whether it's a flat land or a mountain peak. But would people think that it's a bug? That's a B. It doesn't seem to be a perfect classification yet. What do you think you should do when the time comes?" Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's hand to the side and frowned as she spoke. Zhang Xiaobao also understood that if he wanted to learn these things quickly, it wouldn't be easy, especially when it came to poetry. This required a lot of accumulation. When he was young, he had never put in any effort in this area. When he grew up, he had been scamming people. Although he earned a lot of money, he didn't learn the basics. He couldn't say whether it was regret or fate. He wanted to take the county scholar exam, so he could only slowly work hard and accumulate some knowledge. Seeing that Wang Wan was thinking, he asked, "Then do you have any ideas? After all, you learned it yourself, unlike me. I learned all the practical things in prison. Who knows that the most practical things here are the least practical things back then? Don't worry, I'm thinking. I got it. Do you know the rhyme of a fisherman?" Wang Wan thought for a while and finally thought of something. "I don't know. Is it a fisherman in a lone boat, fishing alone in the cold river? Don't tell me you want me to draw something. This won't do. I don't have any foundation and am not interested in this area. I might not be able to learn it even if I studied it for a lifetime." Zhang Xiaobao denied. "What drawing? You are talking about the river. I'm asking about the rhyme of a fisherman." "It's the rhyme of a fisherman. It's the rhyme of a pair of couplets. It's the spring festival couplets with horizontal scrolls. The sky is against the earth, and the rain is against the wind. The land is against the sky. Have you heard of it?" Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, I know. I heard a few lines when I was eavesdropping on other people's lectures. I remember this. At the end, it's thunder and mist. The sun is against the sky. Am I right?" Zhang Xiaobao immediately reacted. "Yes, it seems like you were very serious when you were eavesdropping when you were young." Wang Wan praised. She had already heard Zhang Xiaobao talk about his childhood experience. Zhang Xiaobao understood this time, but felt that something was wrong. He thought for a while and said, "It's the Tang Dynasty now. What's the use of asking me to write couplets? I'm writing poems." "You are so stupid. Are there no couplets in poems? For example, modern poems are strictly required to have a couplet, especially metrical poems. The couplet itself is like that. Do you understand?" Wang Wan knew more about this than Zhang Xiaobao. After all, she was a master's student. No matter what she studied, some things were written in textbooks. Moreover, her family was not ordinary. She had to learn all kinds of things since she was young. Perhaps she did not have the special talent of Zhang Xiaobao, but when it came to basic education, 10 Zhang Xiaobaos added together could not compare to her. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that Wang Wan's family was rich and powerful. She learned a little bit of everything. Seeing Wang Wan's serious expression, he knew that the person who accompanied him here would not harm him. He could only admit, "I don't know. I will listen to whatever you say. At least in this aspect, can you tell me how to practice?" "Yes, it's good to know your own shortcomings. First, recite the couplet of the old man. I could recite from beginning to end at the age of 4. I even won first place in the city's competition. It was not because of my family's power, but because of my own ability. Wang Wan admired Zhang Xiaobao's attitude. He admitted what he did not know. Such people were the most terrifying. They would work hard to learn to regain their self-esteem. Zhang Xiaobao asked sincerely, "Do you still remember? Teach it to me. After I learn it, I will find a way to let my father know." "All right, learn from the beginning. Heaven versus earth, rain versus wind. Miao Nu is on the left and right of the Milky Way." Chapter 120. It was a hot summer day. After lunch, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still lying on the chairs in the courtyard. Pomegranate even specially went to the pond to get a big lotus leaf for them to use as an umbrella to cover their heads. Knowing that the two little ancestors didn't need to be served too much, Pomegranate went to get her wood ears. She had already saved up a lot of wood ears, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't allow her to sell them. Pomegranate didn't know what the little young master was planning, so she just followed his instructions. "It's so hot, I can't sleep. Xiaobao, what do you think we should do at this time?" Wang Wan was bored and played with her two hands. The main reason was that the weather was too hot, and doing outdoor exercise was not good for the body. Zhang Xiaobao was lying on the side and felt a little bored. It wasn't that he couldn't sleep. If he went into the house and put some ice next to the couch, he could sleep if he wanted to. However, he didn't do much exercise in the morning, so he couldn't just stay here. He had to think of something. "Say something, you have a lot of ideas." Wang Wan waited for a while and didn't get a response from Zhang Xiaobao, so she urged him. Zhang Xiaobao was sitting there in deep thought. His little hand was holding his chin, and his eyes were staring straight at the entrance of the courtyard. "I got it, let's go swimming. It's cool and can also exercise. You can choose one of the 6 ponds." Zhang Xiaobao finally came up with an idea. Wang Wan also felt that it was a good idea. She got down from the chair and began to look for people to accompany them, especially people who knew how to swim. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to go out. Pomegranate rushed over. When she heard that the two little ancestors wanted to swim in the pond, she was frightened and quickly went to discuss it with others. The Zhang Wang clan and the 2 ancestors of the family also came, saying that they could make a big wooden basin for the 2 children to play in. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to. They weren't children who didn't know anything. After some bargaining, they finally didn't want to make a wooden basin. The small river in front of the courtyard was specially divided. First, they let the people on Zhuangzi go there to see if there were water snakes. After a while, they used a shovel to dig and get rid of the creatures that could cause harm to the children. They also made a pile of fine sand and put it in. Then, they boiled pots of hot water and mixed it with cold well water until it was warm. Only then did they put it in that part of the river. After working for a full 4 hours, they finally finished making an artificial swimming pool for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were shocked. When they saw that the people in the courtyard were busy, they felt that it was a waste of manpower. A kind of warmth lingered in their hearts, especially Zhang Xiaobao, who kept smiling. As he smiled, his eyes turned red. "Xiaobao, let's go. We can go play now. Tomorrow will be better." Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's hand and led him to the middle of the river. "It would be nice to have a pair of sunglasses," Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, who was floating in the same position as him, while lying on the water. Wang Wan wasn't like Zhang Xiaobao, who didn't wear anything and just floated like that. Since she came here, she asked Cherries to make underwear and a large underwear for her. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she also felt uncomfortable under the sun. She raised her hand and wiped the water on her face. Only then did she feel a little cooler. Then, she said, it would be best if the sky could be cloudy or cloudy. From today onwards, we can play in the water for the whole summer and autumn. Every part of our body can be trained and our lung capacity can be increased. I think so too. It's a pity that the place is a little small. If it really doesn't work, we can build a swimming pool. You lie down, I'll go down for a while. As Zhang Xiaobao said, his body sank. He swam between the water and the ground, which was not comfortable at all. As long as he stood up, the water was just up to his neck. It was so shallow. Pomegranate followed Zhuangzi to the water. A person who was good at swimming watched from the side. At first, he thought that the two young masters just wanted to play in the water. Who knew that after the two little ancestors entered the water, they swam in all kinds of postures. The person who was good at swimming was confused. He had never heard that the two young masters could swim. Could it be that they practiced when they were bathing? Pomegranate didn't think so much. No matter what the two young masters did, she could accept it. Not to mention swimming, she felt that it was reasonable for them to fly in the sky later. At the same time, Pomegranate also felt relieved. She didn't need to worry about the two little ancestors. They were different from other children. Even if they fell, they would never cry. At night, they even knew to use wine soaked in medicine to rub themselves. Wang Wan lay down for a while and also swam back and forth a few laps. When she was tired, she lay down on the water with Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Xiaobao, let's play with the couplet. You're bad at this. You say the first line, I'll match the second line." "Okay, my first line is swimming fish in the water." Zhang Xiaobao worked hard to learn. If there was an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go. "Then I'll match the second line, walking beasts stare at the shore of the pond." Wang Wan immediately matched. "My first line, green leaves Weiwei reflects the sunshine." Zhang Xiaobao matched the first line. It was simple, he just had to randomly say one. "My second line, green worm pupa and pupa together at night." Wang Wan found it difficult to match the second line, but she still managed to match it. "The toad in the field lies down. The child on the ridge chases. The cunning rabbit builds its nest in the forest. The clever fox hides under the tree." "Say it, the first line." "Why aren't you saying anything?" Wang Wan was still waiting when she saw Zhang Xiaobao turn around and dive into the water with his face down. "Hurry up and say it." Wang Wan reached out and touched Zhang Xiaobao. "Say what?" "Pomegranate, bring some beef jerky for Cuckoo to eat." Zhang Xiaobao stuck his head out and shouted at Pomegranate, who was on the shore. Pomegranate turned around and left. Wang Wan didn't know why, but she touched Zhang Xiaobao again. "Why did you bring me food?" "I'm not hungry." "Match the couplet." "You're not hungry?" "If you're not hungry, why do you always eat me?" "When I say fish, you get a beast to watch. When I say tree leaves, you say worm. When I say toad, you say child. When I say rabbit, you say fox. I'm eaten by you. What else do you want to match?" "That's not right." Zhang Xiaobao complained. This was too much of a bully. "How can you play with me like this? I won't eat you, okay? I'll protect you. Hurry up and match." Wang Wan didn't realize that she was talking about eating Zhang Xiaobao's food. She laughed and sank into the water. She swam up and held Zhang Xiaobao's stomach to persuade him. Zhang Xiaobao sighed. "It's useless to just talk about the first line. Go back and slowly practice it. Language is something that needs to be accumulated. It can't be learned overnight. Later on, let's go to the school that was just built 2 days ago and see how the two teachers are teaching. Don't delay the children in Zhuangzi. If it's not good, we can change. We don't need to go, right? Once the two of us arrive, the two teachers will be nervous. Even if they teach well, it's easy to make mistakes. Wait for the children to learn for a few more days. We can ask them what they are learning and test them to see how well the two teachers are teaching." Wang Wan said as she turned her body and rested her head on Zhang Xiaobao's stomach. Zhang Xiaobao put his hands behind his head and let his ears out of the water. He thought for a while and said, "That's fine. Then let's wait for a few more days. Let's give the two teachers some time to adapt." It seems that the children in Zhuangzi like to study. No one sneaks out to play. It's better than the children in Zhuangzi. It's not like what you said. I liked to study when I was young. I always learned faster than the other children. I even skipped grades. No matter how hard my classmates worked, I was always the first. Wang Wan retorted. Yes, you are a genius. It's a pity that you didn't major in law. Look at how good you are studying physics. Maybe you can even become an academician in the Academy of Science. You can use it here. Zhang Xiaobao said as he yawned. The two of them chatted like this. The person who was good at swimming on the shore was stunned. He looked at the young master who was being used as a pillow by the young lady and could even talk with his arms under his head. His body was not heavy at all. If it was him, he could also do it deliberately. However, the young master looked so casual. It could only be said that the young master was not afraid of water at all. Instead, he was very familiar with it. He looked at the young lady cuckoo again. How did she practice? Could it be that she was like those babies who could float on the water during a flood and not sink? It was 1 in a million. At this time, Pomegranate also came back with something. Not only did she bring beef jerky, she also brought some fruit juice. She followed the young master and young lady's instructions to make 2 cups. There was a thin pole connected to the cups. According to the young master, it was called a goblet. The fruit juice was placed in the goblet. A thin bamboo tube was inserted into the goblet, and one could drink it with one's mouth. The only difference was that the young master and young lady complained that the goblet was not transparent. It was different from what they said. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had swum enough. It was not good to stay in the water for too long. They swam to the shore and lay on the chairs that were moved here. They picked up the fruit juice and drank 2 mouthfuls. Looking at the fields in the distance, they really had a special feeling. Xiaobao, do you think that the fields of the ordinary farmers near our house had a bad harvest this year? If we go and buy them, will they sell them? I'm not saying that we will drive them away after buying their fields. What I mean is that we will connect those fields with our own and let them become farmers. We are different from other owners. We will not exploit that little bit of food. We can provide them with new ways to become rich. After the fields are taken, they can be unified and the output can be increased. They can also do some things in the winter. For example, they can find new technologies in the future and build greenhouses. That piece of land is not bad. Especially a very low-lying place. The area is not small. We can make an artificial lake. When the time comes, we can work together with the restaurant. If they don't want to stay in the restaurant, they can set up tents by the lake. Prepare a charcoal fire for them and let them barbecue by themselves. Gentlemen stay away from the kitchen because they can't bear to kill, not because they can't cook. Wang Wan had a piece of beef jerky in her mouth. Her eyes were looking at the place in the distance that did not belong to Zhang Xiaobao and Zhuangzi. She suggested to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were also looking in that direction. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he nodded and responded to Wang Wan, well, what you said is really good. It's a waste to give it to others. It's just right for us to give it to them. In a while, find someone to ask them if they are willing to sell the land. Tell them that we will buy it and let them cultivate it. We won't ask for more rent. Chapter 121. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both had an idea and sent someone to ask. At night, the person who went to ask came back, but his expression was not good. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, little young master, little miss, I went to ask. It just so happened that they were not at home. There are only a few people who can't make decisions at home. I waited there, and when they came back, before I could tell them why I was there, they told me happily that they had sold the land today for a good price, and that they would not have to leave this place in the future. They would only have to pay 10% more rent than before. Ah. Who bought it? Just a bit earlier? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. If he didn't know that when he talked to Wang Wan, Pomegranate and another person in the inner courtyard couldn't say anything, he would have thought that there was a traitor. In reply to young master, I heard that they came from the capital. I heard from those people that a steward came with a few maids and male servants. The steward's surname is Li. I heard that this time, he bought more than 3,000 mu of land in the surrounding area. I didn't hear anything else. The person who sent the message replied to Zhang Xiaobao. Good, thank you for your hard work. Go back. If you want to sell it, then sell it. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any other choice. The other party was one step ahead, so his and Wang Wan's plan was ruined. It seemed that he would have another neighbor in the future. He just didn't know how he compared to Zhuangzi of the Gu family. After the person left, Wang Wan pouted in disappointment. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, Li, this surname is not ordinary. Could he be a relative of the imperial family? That's troublesome. Who knows if they have any ideas about our land? Our family's 100 households are still there. What if they use this as an excuse to annex our land? Want to annex my land? Dream on. I'll fight it out with them. If they really want to use this as an excuse, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll show them what it means to be ruthless. I hope they have nothing to do with Li Longji. Otherwise, I'll interfere. Zhang Xiaobao was also a little nervous. If he wanted to contend against power, he would have to take many detours. Otherwise, a single word from the other party could crush him to death. Wang Wan was worried that Zhang Xiaobao would make a risky move. She asked, what do you want to do? Could it be that he was going to use explosives to blow people up? That won't do. If we blow them up, our house will collapse too. I'm not going to do such a thing. If someone really wants to buy my land, I'll help them kill the poison. Lime is so cheap. If I buy it, I'll put it in the land and let them manage it. Flush it with water? Then they would be able to rush out of the saline alkali soil and plow the soil. I'll plow in the lime first. If they can think of transporting soil from other places, then they are smart. But it must not rain. If not, the lime will dissolve in the water. It's not easy to manage a piece of land, but there are many ways to ruin it. Zhang Xiaobao was very angry. He could imagine how sad his grandparents and parents would be if someone bought his land. This was his bottom line. It was not easy for him to have family in this life, and they were still alive. He will not allow anyone to bully them. Wang Wan was listening at the side. She finally understood. International swindlers are not ordinary people. They can think of all kinds of bad ideas. If they really bury so much lime, this land will be barren. It's just like what he said. If they want to manage a piece of land, it's too easy to destroy a piece of land. I'm just saying it out of anger. What if they are not from the royal family? We can still wait and see. If they really are, we can just exchange benefits. If it doesn't work, the two of us can go and discuss it with them. If two children go and talk about it, they won't be so difficult, right? After Zhang Xiaobao said some harsh words, he calmed down. He felt that since they were pursuing benefits, then he should give them benefits. They can cooperate and earn money together. Zhou Shihu was like this. It was not a big deal to have one more. When the time comes, they can borrow each other's strength. Making enemies was not the goal, but the essence was to pursue benefits. The wise men united, borrowing strength to fight strength, using money to make money. Monopolies are not suitable for the era of power. Giving out something can be exchanged for something else. Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion was not bad. If someone really came to snatch the land, they should give some skills. We can't give out fungus. This thing is too precious. Give out the method of growing cucumbers in winter. I'm talking about what if those people really have a background and want to take over our land. Yes, if the worst really comes, give them this method. Not only them, but also the other big families in the capital. At that time, we don't need to plant anymore. We can just wait to buy it and eat it. We can study other things. After all, Zhang Xiaobao was not a child. He had to endure. Sometimes, it was not a bad thing to suffer losses. The two of them first prepared for the worst. The rest was simple. No one knew that when the other side just bought the land, there were two children who analyzed some possible situations and found a way to deal with them. After waiting for another day, Zhang Wang, Gu San, and Zhuangzi's main family also knew about this matter. They did not think as comprehensively as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They only thought that this was a relatively normal thing. Zhang Xiaobao asked people to buy 100 taels of quicklime the next day. Everything depended on the Li family's reaction. If they were too greedy, Zhang Xiaobao would have to fight to the death. If they could be reconciled, the quicklime could be used for disinfection and construction. Although the lime was only slightly dissolved in water, it was still very lethal, especially to the soil. It could even harden the soil. The good thing was that it could be used in dry and humid places. When it was mature, it could even be used to treat some diseases. Only Wang Wan could understand Zhang Xiaobao's actions. But the family did not know. When everything was ready, Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. Wang Wan, however, was lost in thought. Wang Wan, what are you thinking about? Read the book. At night, Zhang Xiaobao had already turned the pages of the book. When he found that Wang Wan's eyes still did not change, he touched Wang Wan with his arm and asked. Turn the page. I haven't read it yet. I'm helping you think of a way to make money. You bought so much quicklime. In case you don't need it, you can't throw it away. Moreover, it will absorb the water in the air for a long time and become the quicklime. Wang Wan did not read the book at all. The things bought with 100 taels of silver were piled up in several warehouses. She could not let these things go to waste. The quicklime was like an atomic bomb to her and Zhang Xiaobao. If they could use other ways to solve the problem, they absolutely could not take it out. But at the same time, quicklime could be used in other aspects. In addition to drying, disinfection, building houses, painting walls, and other applications, the most direct application was welding. She was also thinking about this. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's voice, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, do you think we can make a brazier if we find a jar that is better sealed? Put quicklime and carbon together, and then find a way to turn them into calcium carbide. Then we can use it to make brazier. Then we can make better sealed things in the future. Is there a good sealed thing now? That thing is the one who made the welding? Zhang Xiaobao was not clear about these things. He had not systematically studied these things. The source of all his knowledge was from his own research. But he had never checked this information. When he heard Wang Wan say so many things, he was confused for a while. Then he asked, how does calcium carbide come out? Does it use electricity? That is to say, we have to study electricity first. Why do we have to use electricity? There are two methods. We can use high temperature to heat the carbon and lime. As long as they reach a certain temperature, it will be easy to reach a certain temperature. That is, add oxygen. Wang Wan was clear about this matter and explained it to Zhang Xiaobao again. Add oxygen? Where does the oxygen come from? I know this too. Heat potassium permanganate, but where is potassium permanganate? Zhang Xiaobao was still full of doubts. In theory, yes. In fact, the most important thing is to reach a certain temperature. We can find a way to make the temperature reach this level. Other people can make steel. Besides the forging method, we can also increase the temperature. For example, we can use the method of blowing charcoal. If we don't try, how do we know if it will work? Wang Wan once again guided Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao still did not understand. He knew about blowing charcoal, but what about the container? Where can we find a suitable container at such a high temperature? Then what are we going to use? It can't be melted by the heat, right? Stupid, of course we use ceramics. What about the pressure? Can ceramics withstand such a high pressure? I know you want to make a container, but I am afraid it will explode. Zhang Xiaobao was now able to follow Wang Wan's train of thought. The pressure is easy to solve. You just need to make the walls of the ceramics thicker. Some parts will break directly, some will explode, and some will remain. As long as there is a little bit left, then our plan can be carried out. If we can get one result out of 1,000 experiments, then it will be a success. Wang Wan also understood how difficult it was to do this, but she did not want to give up until she had tested it. Even if all the experiments failed, she could still gain some experience. All right then. I'll send someone to get it done early tomorrow. It won't cost too much. If it's really done, I believe it will allow our village to develop even more. Keep it a secret. This kind of technology cannot be leaked no matter what. Zhang Xiaobao did a simple calculation of the cost of firing ceramics. He felt that as long as it was not a famous type of ceramics, the cost could be easily supported. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she felt that his support for her was not small. She was also happy. She thought for a while and said, but we can't always use ceramics. When testing the pressure, we can use some of the original materials here to gain additional benefits. Well, I will listen to you. Just be careful and don't get into trouble. Zhang Xiaobao entered a field that he was not clear about. He could only trust Wang Wan. Chapter 122. In order to make more advanced things, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked someone to draw some blueprints the next morning and ordered them to order pottery. When the servant left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to study how to increase the temperature. One was to provide air. Neither of them knew how to build a blast furnace. According to the literal meaning, they asked someone to build a big furnace, especially a small building that was more than 2 stories high. The upper part of the building was easy to store some raw materials, while the lower part and the surrounding area were empty. It was specially for putting fuel. There was no coal, so they could only use charcoal. At the same time, in order to increase the temperature, they also sprinkled some cooking oil inside. This was the only way they could think of. Using this method, the refining might fail or succeed, but the biggest possibility was that it would explode. Therefore, this furnace was built in the most remote corner of Zhuangzi. Xiaobao, do you think it will succeed? What if it can't withstand the pressure and explodes? No matter how Wang Wan looked at the blast furnace, she felt that it was unstable. Other people's blast furnaces were made with heat-resistant materials. Their counterfeit version was really not safe. Zhang Xiaobao also did not think that it would succeed on the first try. This was not a scam. If it worked, it would work. If it didn't, it wouldn't. There was nothing to discuss, but he still had to do it. I don't know either. I think the possibility of failure is the highest. It's nothing much. Any progress will end with failure. What I mean is to invite those who are good at making ceramics and let them work harder. Also, there's the blacksmith. It's just temperature and some things to add. Well, ask them to pay attention to safety. There is hope as long as people are alive. If things are gone, it's just a matter of material conversion. For us, it's just a matter of money. Wang Wan also felt the same. Even if they knew that it would fail, they still had to do it. The speed of making things was not slow. A few days later, some equipment was sent. Some were made of iron, and some were made of ceramics. For this, Zhang Xiaobao took out hundreds of bolts of silk, which was only a few dozen taels of silver. It was not much. The experiment also began after the arrival of these things. Accompanied by the sound of explosions, the purchased equipment broke down one after another. For 2 days, other than knowing that no one was injured, there was no other good news. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would take some time to come over every day to take a look. They were afraid that someone would be hurt. It was fine if the equipment exploded. It was just money, but people were very precious to them. As the sound rang out again and again, everyone became numb. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were hoping that one of them would succeed, while the others were doing it mechanically. This was not in line with the nature of scientific research, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had no other choice. They were all here to work, and they couldn't possibly expect them to be scientists. When another explosion sounded, the blast furnace also blew up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked everyone not to go over first. After an hour, they came closer to watch. "Little master, all the things are broken, and only this one is left. It's still fine. Can this be used?" A man on Zhuangzi picked up something from the ruins and carried it to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at it and found that it was suitable for an iron furnace. It was sealed well and did not explode. They called a blacksmith and asked, "Why is this still intact?" The blacksmith was more experienced. After checking it, he replied, "The wall of this is a bit thick. It should be made by an apprentice." It was not done well at all. When the apprentice made the seal, his craftsmanship was also a bit poor. He used lead as the seal, instead of directly using the iron method to seal like some good blacksmiths. "Oh, so that's how it is." He used lead as the seal and made the wall thick. Good, good. Now that the welding can't be done, we can only continue to build the blast furnace. But this thing is very useful. Find the apprentice and let's see. At this time, Steward Zhang heard the little master's whisper and said to the blacksmith. He did not know why the little master wanted such a useless apprentice. His words frightened the blacksmith. He begged, "Steward Zhang, he's just an apprentice. He's not bad at all. He's also very filial. Please be magnanimous and let him go." The blacksmith thought that Steward Zhang was going to make trouble for the child. Even if the apprentice was not Zhangjie Zhuangzi, it was still very easy for such a big Zhuangzi to deal with an ordinary person. For a moment, Steward Zhang did not know what to say. He looked at the little master standing next to him. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Steward Zhang was not coordinated with him and could not understand his intention. Wei Wei shook her head and waved her hand. When Steward Zhang saw the little master's two movements, he immediately thought about it. What did it mean? Normally, it meant to refuse. Of course, the little master and little madam refused. But in the past, the little master and little madam would not do this to others. The two little ancestors never did things that were ruthless. They were good to the people in the yard. They were good to the point that they left oil lamps for the people who kept watch at night and provided at least 4 meals for the people who worked hard. They were also good to the villagers. The gifts given during the holidays were all paid for by the little master and little madam. They were not bad to outsiders either. Those yamen runners actually cared about everyone. Yesterday, they even sent 5 coins worth of ginseng to a yamen runner's house. The yamen runner's father was sick and needed the ginseng. 5 coins. That was bought with 800 copper coins. They let someone ride a fast horse from the manor and rush all the way to the yamen runner's house to deliver the ginseng. The little master could do this, so why couldn't he tolerate an apprentice? This was absolutely impossible. Then why did he shake his head and make a gesture? "Steward Zhang, please do me a favor. That apprentice is the son of an old friend of mine. If you really want to find fault, just find me. I'll take the blame for him." When the blacksmith saw that Steward Zhang was standing there silently, he was really anxious and almost knelt down to beg. Steward Zhang hummed and dealt with the blacksmith while looking at the little master. Zhang Xiaobao was angry. "You, a steward, can't understand the master's intentions? What are you doing?" Usually, they would come to his yard at least once a day. If it were xiaohong, cherries, or pomegranate, they would have known. Helpless, he could only pick up the charcoal from the ground and write the words, "Zhao Lai," on his clothes. As soon as he finished writing, he blurred it with his hand. This did not affect Steward Zhang's judgment. When he saw the two words, he understood. He said to the blacksmith, "Blacksmith AI, don't be anxious. They are not looking for trouble with your apprentice. Look, other people's things are broken, but your apprentice's is fine. They want to find your apprentice and ask him properly. Not only will they not harm him, they will also give him benefits." "Really? Don't tell me they are tricking him here and will deal with him later?" The blacksmith was obviously still worried. Steward Zhang's face darkened and he glared, "Blacksmith AI, what are you thinking? Do you think that I, Zhangjie Zhuangzi, will go back on my words? I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Zhangjie Zhuangzi has never done such a thing. Very well, when we go back later, I will ask my apprentice to come here." When the blacksmith saw Steward Zhang's expression, he no longer doubted him. There were so many people around, how could Zhangjie Zhuangzi trick someone to come here? In the afternoon, the apprentice came. When he came, he was still worried. He didn't know what he was going to face. Housekeeper Zhang personally brought him in. First, he asked someone to serve him tea. Then, he said many words of praise. "Steward Zhang, did you ask me to come here for something?" The apprentice finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. "And, actually it's not a big deal. The thing you made is not bad, and the master has taken a fancy to it. He wants you to make another one according to this drawing. The seal will still be the same as you thought, with lead. At the same time, you have to make it thicker. Come and take a look." Steward Zhang took a piece of paper from the side and drew something on it. He gave it to the apprentice for him to see. The apprentice could understand this, but after seeing it, he didn't know what it was for. He looked up at Steward Zhang in confusion. "What's wrong? You can't make it?" Steward Zhang asked. "Yes, this thing is very simple. I can make it in 2 days. But I don't know what this thing is for." The apprentice quickly agreed. After seeing the drawing, he found that it was very simple, especially when he didn't consider how to make the walls thinner. "And, that's good. This is your wage." Manager Zhang took out 2 big strings of copper coins from the side and put them on the table, making a clattering sound. The apprentice was scared and quickly stood up. He didn't dare to look at the money. It turned out to be 2 strings of copper coins. If it was a normal exchange, it could be exchanged for 2 taels of silver. In terms of spending, it could be 2.5 taels of silver. How could it be so much money to make such a thing? What's wrong? You think it's too little? I'll give you this small amount of silver. Steward Zhang threw a silver bean that was about 5 copper coins on the table. The silver bean fell on the table and kept spinning, making a slight sound. The apprentice couldn't help but look at the silver bean. He clearly knew that this amount of silver wasn't as much as the 2 strings of copper coins, but he still liked the feeling of holding the silver in his hand. "Enough, enough. It's not enough, it's too much. Take some of this back. I don't need so much. That amount of silver is already a lot." The apprentice waited for the silver bean to stop spinning and said with a little panic. Steward Zhang nodded with satisfaction. "It's enough. Take all of it. Remember to make that thing well. And no matter who asks, you can't tell others how to make it. Except for Zhangjie Zhuangzi, you can't make the same thing for anyone else in your life. You can't do it yourself. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes. Steward Zhang, don't worry. I'll forget about it once it's done." The apprentice immediately understood that the money also included a seal. Chapter 123. After the apprentice left, Steward Zhang still had a lot of questions in his heart. Why did the young master spend so much money to get someone to do this? Why did he have to seal his mouth? Could it be that this thing was related to something important? After thinking for a while, Steward Zhang still couldn't figure it out, so he had to give up. Thinking that the young master wanted to get a few rabbits, he immediately ordered someone to arrange for them to be bought. He didn't know what was so good about these rabbits. The rabbits were brought first. Zhang Xiaobao called Wang Wan to the place where the rabbits were kept. He said to Wang Wan, "Didn't you always ask why I can dodge the sniper's attack? In fact, there are only two reasons. One is that I love life too much. I have to live to fulfill the last wish of the headmaster, so when I encounter danger, I always have a premonition. The other reason is that I learned from an old man in prison. He asked me to watch the rabbits. When the rabbits change directions while running, they give people an illusion. During the process of changing directions, you can feel several postures. One is to move left and right, one is to suddenly accelerate, one is to suddenly stop, and the last one is to turn over." Turn over? It's stupid. Usually, when rabbits run like this, it's when they encounter danger. It turns over and waits to be caught. In the beginning, Wang Wan listened carefully and nodded from time to time. However, when she heard the later part, she felt that something was wrong. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "When a rabbit turns over, it's not waiting to be caught. At that time, it's a fight to the death. Whether it lives or dies, it's decided in an instant. When a rabbit kicks an eagle, it can kick the eagle to death. Usually, there are three situations. One is that the eagle doesn't kick, and the rabbit dies. Two is that the eagle has already caught the rabbit and the eagle die together. The last one is that the eagle is kicked away. As for whether it would die or not, that would depend on the eagle's body. Basically, an eagle that was kicked by a rabbit wouldn't live for long even if it didn't die immediately. What I learned was not only how to avoid snipers, but also how to deal with enemies and paralyze them." This time, Wang Wan did not refute. She knew about this as well. Although it was rare, if it really did happen, eagle would definitely not be able to survive. Even the weakest thing could kill a strong enemy. This could also be called an asymmetrical war. As long as I have a few atomic bombs and hide them well, you won't dare to do anything to me. The smaller the country, the greater the deterrence. Xiao Bao, what does your master do? They actually let you observe these things? Wang Wan was now curious about the people in Zhang Xiaobao's prison. Nothing much. He's more than 120 years old. He used to be a little monk on the mountain. After that incident, everything was broken. He was also an orphan, so he could only walk around and see. He was satisfied with just a bite of food. After that, he started to read people's fortunes. Oh, so he didn't calculate correctly and was seen through. Wang Wan said. Wrong. He was locked up because he calculated correctly. If he didn't calculate correctly, he would be fined some money. He had to read the fortunes of a provincial capital's executive deputy mayor. In the end, he said that the evils of heaven can be forgiven, but the evils brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. Zhang Xiaobao explained. He said bad things about others, so he was locked up. If it were me, I would also lock him up. Wang Wan also disliked this kind of thing. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and shook his head. No, the executive deputy mayor was taken away. There was a set time and place to explain the problem. In the end, the deputy mayor wasn't fighting alone. He had a small family. When the people in the family heard about this, they blamed my master. Why didn't he help when he knew of the danger and sent him to prison? Oh, I see. Forget it. Let's watch the rabbits. Wang Wan couldn't do anything about this matter. If she hadn't come over and knew about this matter, she might have done something. She would only get people out of prison. She couldn't attack people's families. Otherwise, her family would also stop her. After all, she wouldn't get any practical benefits from attacking others. It wasn't worth it to make enemies for no reason. She understood that society was so realistic. From ancient times to the present, from her own country to foreign countries, nothing had changed. When the presidential election could be controlled, what was democracy? Wang Wan observed the rabbits while Zhang Xiaobao asked people to look for coal. This thing had been discovered long ago, but he didn't know where to find it. When it was used, it wasn't very active. However, he wanted it. Heat, happiness and disaster needed it. Xiao Bao, is this rabbit sick? Why doesn't it like to move? I've been staring at it for an hour, and it hasn't moved much. Wang Wan turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao and asked. I'm not a doctor. I don't know if it's sick. There are so many rabbits, why do you have to stare at it? I didn't find you a rabbit to let you learn medicine, but to let you observe how their center of gravity changes when they run. After hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao felt a little helpless. At the same time, he complained to the housekeeper. Why did you get a sick rabbit? Well, I won't look at it. Let's look at the other rabbits. Let the veterinarian on Zhuangzi come over and take a look. At least it can't die in front of me. It's so pitiful. If it really can't make it, remember to leave the rabbit's skin for me. I want to make a small cushion. Wang Wan said with a look of pity. Zhang Xiaobao and Pomegranate heard the whole sentence and didn't know what to say. If they had to use a word to describe it, it would be bloody kindness. Pomegranate had long been numb, but Zhang Xiaobao felt a little scared. After sleeping together for so many days, they were still alive. He had to say that they were lucky. Xiaobao, what's wrong with your eyes? I pity it because it's still alive, but it's dead. Are you still going to pity it? Then don't sleep with me at night. Be careful. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and knew what he was thinking. She felt that she was not understood, so she said angrily. Zhang Xiaobao naturally understood this principle, so he quickly explained, I don't mean anything else. I just feel that your way is correct. I'm actually thinking that if this rabbit meat can't spread any diseases, we can eat it together with other meat. When rabbit meat is put together with other people's meat, the taste will change. Another morning arrived. The apprentice brought the drawing over in the morning and promised that he wouldn't tell anyone about it and would forget about it immediately. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and leave. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew about this matter, they hurriedly ate breakfast and came to the place where the drawing was placed. The two of them looked at it and were satisfied. It's a pity that we don't have corn. Otherwise, it would be better to use that to make it. Wang Wan touched this thing with her hand and said regretfully. But we have rice and soybeans. These two things can also be used to make popcorn. Why don't we make some soybeans ourselves? We can just buy rice from outside and sell it for 1 copper coin per big bag. Isn't that cheap? Zhang Xiaobao was also happy at the side. Seeing that Wang Wan insisted on corn, he suggested big popcorn. A big bag of rice wasn't much in practical use. However, when it was sold, it looked like a lot. 1 bag of rice for 1 copper coin. Not only would people not think it was expensive, but they would also think it was cheap. If they wanted to make more money, they could glue the big popcorn with sugar and cut it into small cubes. 1 copper coin for 2 cubes, which were sweet and crispy. Wang Wan didn't object to Zhang Xiaobao's price. Unlike salt and grains, popcorn wasn't a necessity for survival. If they were willing to buy it, they wouldn't think it was expensive. 1 copper coin for 1 big bag could last them for half a day. It really wasn't too expensive. Now that you agree, we can start to make the popcorn. I don't know how much the pressure resistance of this thing is. Find someone to hide far away and try it. Don't let anything happen. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's expression, he knew that she also agreed to sell the popcorn at 1 copper coin per bag. 1 bag of popcorn was already a lot. It couldn't be 0. 5 copper coins per bag, right? When the popcorn was made, they had to find someone to experiment with it. They asked someone to find a long bamboo pole and insert it into the cradle behind the popcorn machine. They used this to shake it. Every once in a while, they would ask someone wearing thick clothes to pop the popcorn over there to see how the popcorn was. If it was a little off, then they would continue to add time. If it was just right, then they would remember this time. It would be the same in the future. After several experiments, they finally found the right time. No one was injured, which made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan very happy. After popping more than a dozen pots in a row, they filled 2 gunny bags. Apart from leaving some for the 2 main courtyards to eat, they were given to the farmers to taste. In total, there were only a few caddies of rice. The cost was low, so they didn't care how much they gave away. The person in charge of popcorn knew that it was a secret without needing to be told. He brought the popcorn to his place and wouldn't let others see it easily. The farmers didn't know that the cost of popcorn was low. When they ate the sweet and crispy popcorn, they felt that the main house had given them a lot of money. In their eyes, popcorn became precious. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had a big box in front of them. Inside was a big box filled with popcorn. Both of them couldn't stop eating. It wasn't because the popcorn was delicious, but because they had a nostalgic feeling while eating. Xiao Hong and the others had been gone for a long time. I don't know if they encountered any trouble. Until now, they haven't sent back any news. It's the same for County Magistrate Cheng. This feeling of not being able to get any news is really uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaobao put his head into the box. After eating a mouthful of popcorn, he raised his head and said helplessly, "That's right. This information is just information. Whoever has more information, and who has more information in time, will have more ways to deal with it." What's that saying again? Oh, it's what I want to know the most is what's on the other side of the mountain. Wang Wan could also understand Zhang Xiaobao's feelings. What can be used to transmit information quickly? I'm talking about the current world. Zhang Xiaobao said to himself. Carrier pigeons. Unfortunately, I don't know how to raise one. I didn't learn how to do that, Wang Wan replied. Chapter 124. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were feeling anxious, Xiao Hong was also feeling the same. Originally, the people they brought were specifically responsible for delivering messages back and forth. Who would have thought that along the way, the chickens, ducks, and geese would lay eggs as they ate? Those who had been affected by the disaster were envious. With so many chickens, if they could bring them back, their families would not have to worry about food and drink. They felt that it was impossible to steal a whole group of chickens, but stealing 1 or 2 shouldn't be too big of a problem. Thus, along the way, there were always people who wanted to steal chickens, ducks, and geese. Those who came with Xiao Hong and cherries did not dare to relax for a moment. They took turns guarding the chickens, so that there was no one left to go back and report. Even so, they still felt that there were not enough people. Those who wanted to steal, regardless of whether it was day or night, were looking for an opportunity. Some even knew how to hide and not be discovered, but some actually brazenly followed behind the group, wanting to find a chance to steal. This made Xiao Hong feel a lot of pressure along the way. The chickens, ducks, and geese were not lost, but there were fewer eggs. These things did not care where they were, they would lay as long as there were eggs. Those who followed them would steal the eggs, or rather, snatch the eggs. Xiao Hong saw this more than once. Just as her chickens finished laying eggs and were still warm, there would be people following behind to hold the eggs in their hands. When the people on the Zhuangzi asked for the eggs, the people on the Zhuangzi would say that the eggs were his. Why were they still warm? Of course, it was because he kept them in his arms. People like them were scared and said that they would report it to the authorities, but they were not afraid. At that time, they would have already eaten the eggs. Besides, Xiao Hong did not have the leisure to do so. She thought of getting people to beat them up, but seeing how each of them looked like they were malnourished according to the young master, she could not bear to do so. She could only endure it. After hurrying for a while, they finally arrived at their destination, Hunan Province, Luoyang. As soon as Xiao Hong arrived with so many chickens, someone came to greet them. The Prime Minister arrived a few days in advance. Originally, he wanted to take a look and organize people to eliminate the locusts. Then, he would capture a few officials to take care of them. After that, he could go back. There were many things in the imperial court that he needed to deal with. But at this time, County Magistrate Qing arrived, saying that he had come himself with 5,000 dan of grain. He wanted to give it to the Prime Minister for free to help with the disaster relief. 5,000 dan of grain was not a lot for such a large place, but it was still hundreds of thousands of caddies of grain. If it was cooked into porridge, how many people could eat it? This was especially true for those who had not harvested a single grain. This was life-saving food. It was a life-saving gift. Normally, with Prime Minister Yao Chang's status, there was no need for him to receive a 7th-ranked county magistrate. But the grain made him moved. When he arrived, there were already people selling grain. The price was 3 times the usual price. If he wanted to arrest them, he would say that they were hoarding. Those people had backgrounds, or they had transported the grain from other places. They spent a lot of money to transport the grain, so the price was really not expensive. Therefore, when County Magistrate Qing Lingxiang saw the Prime Minister, he trembled and said a few words. Then, he began to claim credit for Zhangjie Zhuangzi. When the Prime Minister heard this, there was no expression on his face, but there were waves in his heart. So much grain was actually provided by a Zhuangzi. In addition, that Zhuangzi had sold a lot of soy sauce to lower the price and was willing to pay to buy a worthless mountain to support Sanshui County. This merit was not small at all. According to the county magistrate of Sanshui County, that Zhuangzi had shown auspicious signs and made meritorious contributions when renting the mountain. He had been granted 100 families' land. Although it had not been returned yet, he had taken out so many things at once. It was enough to offset the taxes of those years. County Magistrate Cheng looked at the Prime Minister's face as he spoke. His expression did not change, but his eyes flashed a few times. He knew that he should put in more effort, so he continued, "Sir, in addition to these, Zhangjie Zhuangzi also bought a lot of soybeans from outside. There was a problem with the soybeans in Sanshui County. It was all thanks to Zhangjie Zhuangzi's soybeans that the county was stabilized. Sir, the locust plague is so severe that Zhangjie Zhuangzi heard about it and has already sent people to bring over 10,000 domestic animals. They will be here soon to help this place eat the locusts. Those chickens, ducks, and geese are still laying eggs. Who knows how many will be lost along the way. The old master of the Zhang family often says that they cannot disappoint their ancestors. Their ancestors could fight for the country, so they can also share the country's worries. Even if they use up all of their savings, it is worth it. At the very least, they still have 100 families' land. If this land is also taken away, even if they have to farm their own land, they will still do their utmost to do something for the country. Sir, Sanshui County is also suffering from a disaster. There is a great drought. Zhangjie Zhuangzi gave the little water they had to the neighboring Gu family's Zhuangzi to let them plow in the spring. It is all because of this lowly official's incompetence that I am unable to protect the safety of the people in the county." After County Magistrate Cheng said these words, Prime Minister Yao, who had been silent all this time, had no choice but to open his mouth. If it was some powerful family, perhaps doing this could be classified as putting on an act. However, that Zhuangzi was able to take out so many things. No matter what, it could not be said that they were seeking fame or putting on an act. Hundreds of thousands of caddies of grain and nearly 10,000 domestic animals had all come. The 100 families' land did not seem to be comparable to these things. Those domestic animals that laid eggs, with such haste, it was easy to imagine how many fewer eggs would be laid. That was all money. Buying soybeans to stabilize a county, producing auspicious signs, and giving water to others could all be considered fake. After all, he did not see it. However, the grain and domestic animals could not be faked. If there was, there was. If there wasn't, there wasn't. I heard that County Magistrate Cheng's county has produced auspicious signs twice. On the 30th day of the previous year, he personally delivered grain and oil to the common people. During the Great Disaster, he was busy all day. During the spring plowing, he came up with a new type of plow named Tsuyuan. From this, it can be seen that County Magistrate Cheng is truly a good official who makes decisions for the common people. Yao Chong was indeed very busy. However, no matter how busy he was, when he received people, he had to have some information in hand. Otherwise, it would not be justifiable. After saying these things one by one, he was quite impressed with County Magistrate Cheng. County Magistrate Cheng did not feel the slightest bit surprised. He had long known that the imperial court knew about his matters here. All of this was driven by Zhangjie Zhuangzi behind the scenes. Naturally, he wanted to fight for more benefits for Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Therefore, he said, "Sir, you may not know, but those things given out on the 30th day of the previous year were all sent to the Yamen by Zhangjie Zhuangzi. As for the Tsuyuan plow, this official only mentioned it, and Zhangjie Zhuangzi's people made it. Without Zhangjie Zhuangzi, there would not be the current Sanshui County." In the end, County Magistrate Cheng said such frightening words. Without Zhangjie Zhuangzi, there would not be the current Sanshui County. This was not a small matter. Yao Zai responded and did not say anything else. However, in his heart, he kept thinking, Zhangjie Zhuangzi, what kind of Zhuangzi is this? Every matter in Sanshui County seems to be related to Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Could it be that the Zhuangzi is muddle-headed? Sir, this official still needs to go and help receive those domestic animals. When I arrive, I believe that I will be able to clear out a peaceful place for this place. County Magistrate Cheng had said all that he needed to say. At this time, he had to leave. That's fine. Then County Magistrate Cheng will have to work a bit harder. Zhangjie Zhuangzi is not bad. Prime Minister Yao said lightly. These words made County Magistrate Cheng happy. The Prime Minister, such a high official, actually praised Zhangjie Zhuangzi. When Zhangjie Zhuangzi's domestic animals arrived, that shocking scene would be remembered by everyone. He gave his thanks again and then turned to leave. As soon as County Magistrate Cheng left, Prime Minister Yao shouted, "Someone, investigate Zhangjie Zhuangzi for me. Ask the commoners and the surrounding villages. Ask the villagers of Zhangjie Zhuangzi carefully and see if it is as Qing Lingxiang said." Someone at the door responded and then quickly left, leaving Yao Chong sitting there and carefully thinking about Zhangjie Zhuangzi's matter. He had already guessed a few things from County Magistrate Cheng's words. Zhangjie Zhuangzi wanted to protect the 100 households' food, but the price was really too high. After doing so many good things, if they were exchanged for money and he wanted to use the 100 households' food to earn it back, it wouldn't be enough even after several decades. Why was this so? Naturally, he didn't know how much importance Zhangjie Zhuangzi's old master attached to this. He also didn't know that the Zhang family's old master had an incredible grandson. In order to help his grandfather achieve this wish, he had made countless arrangements. One matter after another added up. It could be said that he could turn his hand over the clouds and turn his hand over the rain. Not only could he obtain the benefits of reputation, he also had a lot of money. If he knew that Zhangjie Zhuangzi was the one who sold the other several 100,000 grains for 3 times the original price, who knew what he would think? If he knew that those poultry had come to eat locusts and lay eggs in exchange for things to go back and operate, how would he evaluate them? These weren't important. What was important was that they had done good things, and many people knew about it. Cherries, who hadn't been granted an audience, hadn't been idle these past few days. She paid a visit to a few low-ranking officials and had them pass on a message. When the time came, Zhangjie Zhuangzi would provide them with a lot of eggs in exchange for things that they didn't need for the time being. When Xiao Hong arrived with the team, Cherries, a few local officials, and County Magistrate Cheng were waiting to welcome them. It was a big scene. Perhaps they were full, or perhaps they felt a trace of unusual atmosphere. Those poultry all obediently lined up in a messy formation under the lead of Fluffy Goose. They swayed as they walked on the road under the gaze of others. There were nearly 10,000 birds lined up for 2 miles. That piece of land made people dizzy. It was really shocking. Some well-informed people knew that these poultry were all owned by the same Zhuangzi. They couldn't say whether they were envious or jealous. How much could the eggs they laid every day be sold for? Stop, fluffy goose. Xiao Hong came in front of Cherries and County Magistrate Cheng and gave the order to the goose at the front. At this time, Fluffy Goose really showed respect. It stopped and called back a few times. Those chickens, ducks, and geese also stopped. This scene was even more shocking than before. Whose chickens, ducks, and geese could be so obedient? How were these still poultry? They were clearly like people. Prime Minister Yao was also watching. He really didn't dare to believe the scene before his eyes. At the same time, he firmly remembered Zhangjie Zhuangzi in his heart and wanted to see for himself. Chapter 125. In the beginning, the common people in the disaster-stricken area were not willing to help catch the locusts. Some even invited a few larger locusts into their homes. They wanted to raise them, so naturally, many of them were raised to death. Prime Minister Yao finally managed to convince the people above and the court officials with great difficulty, but the progress on the ground was not fast. He ordered the local officials to organize manpower several times before there was a slight improvement. Unfortunately, after such a long period of recuperation, the locusts had already increased in number. It made people worry that they would spread to other Taoist palaces. In recent days, the common people had moved to catch the locusts, but the results were not great. Just as Yao Chong was preparing to issue an even stronger order, Zhangjie Zhuangzi's army swayed and rushed over. This made his heart feel much more at ease. Xiao Hong greeted Cherries and a few officials, then impatiently directed the poultry to rush into the fields or the wilderness. The chickens, ducks, and geese rushed the entire way. Especially in the last half of the day, they didn't eat anything decent at all. With the lead goose in front of them as an example, one by one, they directly rushed forward. Especially those chickens, they spread out their two legs, lowered their necks, and flapped their wings. They ran very fast. Whenever a locust appeared in front of them, they would take one down. Their small mouths moved, their necks extended, and a locust was swallowed into their stomachs. Those flying locusts were not in a hurry to chase. They only wanted to eat the ones in front of them first. The local people usually gathered to catch locusts at night. They lit a fire, and the locusts would desperately throw themselves into the fire. During the day, the only tool they had was a bag in front of a long pole. They used this to catch the locusts. In the beginning, the speed was a bit faster, but as the number of locusts in the bag increased, they had to deal with them. Naturally, it would take quite a bit of time. These chickens, ducks, and geese were different. Once they caught them, they would eat them directly. If those locusts flew in front of the poultry team and continued to fly, they could be considered lucky for the time being. Those that flew in the wrong direction directly fell towards their natural enemies below. Without waiting for them to land, they would be eaten from the air by these sensitive poultry. Humans and some animals had to rely on stomach acid to digest their food. Poultry, on the other hand, had to grind their food with peons. There was sand in the peons that they usually ate, so their digestion speed was much faster. Some of them even pooped while eating. Especially when they were rushing all the way, they were always in a half-hungry state and had lost a lot of weight. At this time, seeing that there was so much food to supplement them, they ate with all their might. The need for food had reached an almost abnormal level for these domestic fowls that were raised like this. It could eat 2/3 of its body weight or the same amount of food in a day. One could imagine the number of locusts that such a large chicken would need to eat. There was a chicken that was already powerful enough to fly more than 2 meters high. When it ate the locusts, its body also consumed energy. After only half an hour, the chickens, ducks, and geese had become small dots in people's eyes. They passed by the fields, and there were not many grains on them to begin with. People did not eat such things, but there was a lot of meat in front of them. At the same time, wherever they swept, they could not find any locusts. Occasionally, there would be a few pieces of locusts' wings that were not swallowed, mixed in with the chicken feathers and blown away by the wind. The Prime Minister, the officials, and the people who came to watch the show were all shocked by this scene. So many poultry rushed over and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not only did they eat the locusts, but they also left a lot of feces along the way. Seeing this, the people were happy. They would save a lot of trouble in the coming year and would not have to waste time looking for fertilizer. When Cherries saw this scene, she remembered that it was the young master's order and immediately started to recruit people from among the people. Under the supervision of the people who came from the inner courtyard, she recruited some people to be responsible for picking up eggs. Every 50 eggs picked up, they could take one home. This could be accumulated. If they picked up 50 eggs in one go, they could directly exchange them for one egg. If they picked up 150 eggs in 2 days, they could also exchange them for one egg after a few days. Or they could not exchange the eggs and directly exchange them for other things. Cherries would think of a way to get them. There were nearly 10,000 poultry, except for a few males, and the rest were all females. There were also many roosters on Zhuangzi, but they were not sent. Usually, they could lay more than 6,000 eggs a day. Because of the good food now, they could break through the 7,000 mark. The price they had to pay per day was less than 200 eggs. Originally, Cherries was afraid that the people would not be willing to do it. After all, to pick up the eggs, they would need the poultry to lay them. However, she could not imagine the extent of the people's demand for food. The drought was a foregone conclusion. Even if all the taxes and levies were exempted in the autumn, the local people would not have a good life. Usually, they had nothing to do, so they followed behind. Even if they exchanged one egg every 2 days, they would have 15 eggs in a month. These eggs were not much in the past, but in the current situation, it was not a small amount. When they heard the price Cherries offered to exchange for other things, the people chose to keep the eggs. The price Cherries offered was the usual exchange rate, but not the price that the people were in urgent need of food. It didn't take long for Cherry to find 100 people. The others who came later didn't have a chance. If there were too many people, they wouldn't be able to get an egg even after a few days. These 100 people were selected from whichever family had the toughest life. That family was chosen. The others who were not selected did not complain when they felt bad. They came from afar to help, and they found the people who lived the worst life. They wanted to scold them, but they could not. They also had their own methods. It was not a big deal that they did not get to pick up the eggs. They began to go to other places to catch locusts. Even the children at home helped. Some of the plants that did not grow food were cut down and made into simple chicken nests. They found Cherries and the others to discuss. When night came, they would let the poultry come here to sleep. They even provided locusts for supper. Xiao Hong, Cherries, and the others were puzzled. They did not understand why these people were so kind. Some people in the inner courtyard came to explain. They said that these people were thinking about the feces. Because this year's harvest was destined to be poor, some livestock owners had to sell their livestock in order to survive. If people ate less, the local fertilizer would be much less next year. In order to have a good harvest next year, they had to think of ways to save feces and wait to be composted. Hearing this, Xiao Hong, Cherries, and the others pitied the local people, even if they came to help and make money. Cherries was one of the first people to follow Zhang Xiaobao. She was bold and responsible. She immediately gave orders. Have someone return to the farmstead on a fast horse. Have the farmsteads transport the farmstead's poultry that are also about to lay eggs back here at the fastest speed. Bring the half-grown chicks as well. Tell the farmsteads to compensate them with one egg every 2 days. Send all of them here? Compensation? Miss Cherries, this compensation is a little too much. They don't need to raise them, so they can save a lot of food. Hearing Cherries' order, a person in the inner courtyard felt that the main family had paid too much. He also knew that the reason why they did not send those poultry here was because they were afraid that it would be difficult to settle the account. In Zhuangzi, there were 234 households in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. 196 of them raised chickens, ducks, and geese. They were all hatched by cherries. Now, it was just the first 2 batches that could lay eggs. Listen to me and do as I say. I'll take care of everything. That's not how the accounts are calculated. Farmers raise chickens to get eggs, not to save on feed. They have to be compensated. Hire a carriage and move fast. There's still a lot of land here. It's impossible to eat all of it with just these chickens and ducks. Cherries had already been authorized when she came. She was the most powerful. No matter what decision she made, others had to follow unconditionally. Even if she said to kill all the poultry, others had to do it. If she did something wrong, the young master would take care of it. However, no one dared to disobey. She would beat them up first and bring them back to the main family. Seeing that they could not persuade her, the people in the inner courtyard had to obey. They found a few horses and took another person. At the same time, they changed to a Mercedes-Benz and quickly went back to prepare a carriage and gather the poultry. When the 2 thought of the more than 200 chickens, ducks, and geese in each household, they felt a headache. How many carriages would they need to find to transport them? Looking at the 2 people in Zhangjie Zhuangzi's swift movements when they jumped on the horses and their horsemanship, Yao Chong glanced at the personal guard beside him. The personal guard immediately said, "Master, those 2 people must be from the military. Looking at the way they jumped on the horses just now, they must have at least 10 years of experience. Looking at their posture when they were riding the horses, they must have been in battle." Yes, I heard from County Magistrate Cheng that Zhangjie Zhuangzi found some people in the inner courtyard. It seems that these 2 were found later. These people usually do some chores, but they can charge and break through the enemy lines at critical times. Go back and check which place they are from. These 2 people are not old yet. Someone must have benefited from them. Yao Chong seemed to be talking to himself. When the dust settled after the 2 left, he turned his eyes to the poultry that he had eaten all the way back from another place. He said to the official beside him, "Record this down. Tonight, I will submit a memorial to the Zhuangzi and Zhang family of Tuqiao village in Sanshui County, Fengzhou. Help the old man of the Zhang family this time. He put in so much effort to get grain and poultry. The local people and officials are all watching. It can't be hidden even if you want to." Yao Chong really did not understand why Zhangjie Zhuangzi valued the 100 households so much. Since that was the case, and they had helped him a lot, he should give them some benefits. If he forced it, it would chill the people. The 10,000 chickens, ducks, and geese were not just for show. The surrounding prefectures and counties would know and send people to invite them to eat the locusts. "Master, I feel that Zhangjie Zhuangzi is doing this on purpose. He is making a big fuss to force you to give him a reward. Why don't we postpone it?" The official also knew that this matter was troublesome. Zhang family and Zhuangzi were using righteousness to pressure others. No one would feel comfortable in this situation. Don't talk nonsense. They moved first. At that time, I was not here yet. Everything will depend on what the people who went to investigate have to say. Yao Chong was even more confused. Chapter 126. One day later, the 2 men sent back by cherries arrived in Zhuangzi. They were only a little slower than the 600-mile rush. They first found the steward and told him about the matter. One of them couldn't help but raise an objection. The steward naturally went to find the young master. Zhang Xiaobao was playing Go with Wang Wan. He was bullied again and again, but he still enjoyed it. "Young master, Cherries wants to transport all the domestic poultry raised in the villages in Zhuangzi. Of the 2 men who came back, one of them is absolutely not allowed to do so. What do you think?" Steward Zhang watched the young master play a Go piece and said. Wang Wan was about to play a go piece when she heard the voice stop. Zhang Xiaobao turned to look at Steward Zhang. He thought for a while and said, "Let the one who raised the objection stay in Zhuangzi. He doesn't need to go back. Send someone else to replace him. According to Cherry's arrangement, it has to be fast. Well, give those 2 men 2 kilograms of oil." Steward Zhang didn't understand. Was the young master satisfied with the one who raised the objection, or was he not satisfied? Keeping him here obviously meant that he wasn't satisfied. Why did he give him oil? Young master, the master doesn't have to accommodate his subordinates. What are you? Steward Zhang thought the young master felt that it wasn't good to keep him here and wanted to make up for it. He had to teach the young master how to treat his subordinates. Kindness wasn't the right thing to do. Zhang Xiaobao signaled for Wang Wan to continue playing. He turned his eyes back to the Go board and said to Steward Zhang, "I'm not rewarding or punishing him. I just feel that he will disturb Cherries. I'm rewarding them because they worked hard. In the future, arrange a new position for the one who raised the objection. He's not suitable to work with others. Then what position is suitable for him?" Steward Zhang couldn't understand the young master's words and asked. "That's good. There are many things that you need to take care of. I'll teach you some things. That person is suitable for the position of supervisor, which is the position of censorate. He doesn't need to be correct every time, as long as he can think from a different perspective. There is no such position in Zhuangzi now, but there may be one in a few days." Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood and gave Steward Zhang some advice. Steward Zhang thought about it and agreed. When he felt that the little Gongzi had thought it through thoroughly, he asked a little worriedly, "Little Gongzi, what if this person thinks that he did something wrong and doesn't dare to speak up in the future?" In fact, what he wanted to say was that this person thought that he had been punished and became timid from then on. Wouldn't that mean that there was one less useful person? That can only mean that he still needs to learn more. A person who can change at any time is not useful. Let him do more things and practice more. Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan put down a chess piece, so he also put down a chess piece and said to Steward Zhang at the same time. Steward Zhang didn't have anything else to ask. While admiring the little Gongzi's ability, he went back to help arrange things. There were so many poultry that it was impossible to transport all of them with just a few carriages. They had to find more from other places. More than 2 hours before the 2 people arranged by Ying Tao returned, 2 people arrived at the Zhang family's manor. One was a man, and the other was a woman. Both of them were less than 30 years old. They also rode 4 horses. As soon as they arrived, they released their horses to a family and asked them to help feed them. Along the way, the 2 people saw that many of the fields in Zhuangzi were short of water. However, when they arrived at Zhuangzi of the Gu family, they found that the crops in the fields here were growing well. It was as if there was no drought, which made them very surprised. When they crossed the small bridge, they first sighed at the restaurant downstream that should have been built in the water. When they saw the rice seedlings in Zhuangzi of the Wang family, they were not only surprised, but also felt that they were dreaming. The rice seedlings grew messily in the fields. They should not have been growing well, but they were so lush. Compared to the rice seedlings in Zhuangzi of the Gu family just now, it was like comparing a strong man and a thin beggar. The 2 people thought at the same time, "No wonder the Lord asked us to come here and check." The difference between the rice seedlings in Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family can be felt from the rice seedlings. The 2 of them remembered their mission this time. They followed the ridges and walked into the depths of the manor. When they arrived in front of a house, they saw a 6 or 7-year-old child kneeling in the middle of the courtyard. His face was facing the outside of the courtyard, and at the same time, he saw the 2 of them. "Child, why are you kneeling outside? Did you break something in the house and get punished? Talk to me, I'll give you money to buy a new one." The man of the 2 people asked first. According to the many things he had encountered, this child must have broken something. After asking, he waited for the child to thank him. However, the child who was kneeling there looked at the 2 of them, curled his lips, and did not give them a single cent. When the man saw this, he was stunned. He took out a few copper coins, shook them in his hand, and said, "Are you afraid that I'm lying to you? Do you see this money? Take it." As he spoke, he threw the money over, and it fell right beside the child. It was unknown how he used his strength, but the child could reach the place where the copper coins fell and did not roll elsewhere. The child smiled and did not pick up the copper coins at all. He asked the two people, "Tell me, what do you want to do here?" One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. I advise you to leave quickly. The Wang family's Zhuangzi is not that easy to enter. Ah! The man was choked by the child's words. He turned his head to look at his companion. The woman quickly said, "Child, we are not bad people, I know, you are good people. You came to my house when you had nothing to do and saw me kneeling here. You thought that I broke something, so you gave me some money to cheer me up. Then, you asked me something you wanted to know. I am very grateful to you. I answered whatever you asked me, stupid. After answering you, I would have to kneel here for 10 days to half a month. I have seen a lot of people like you. Have you ever seen a bad person call himself a bad person? When you enter the prison of the Yamen, you will probably cry injustice. What I said just now has told you a lot of things. Hurry up and leave, so that you can give an explanation when you go back." The little boy didn't wait for the woman to finish her words and continued. The two of them felt that they weren't facing a little boy, but an old fox. Of course, they were not willing to leave like this. The woman smiled, "Child, you are so smart. Did your parents teach you? What a pity, your parents must not have taught you well. Can you read? Well, let me tell you something. I can read, but I can't recognize many words. Because I made a lot of mistakes, I was punished to kneel here. The headmaster said that I always wanted to play when I was in school. Are you satisfied? Let's go, I'll tell you something else." The man and woman were really frightened by the child in front of them. It seemed that he knew everything. The man had to ask again, "What did you tell us?" "We don't know anything." "Play dumb?" "The first thing I want to tell you is that I, this little child, must have been taught by someone to be wary of people like you. The second thing I want to tell you is that the little children of the farmsteads can go to a teacher to ask for knowledge. You will think, why would a child like me be so vigilant on Zhuangzi? Also, the farmers can go to school. Who built this school? Think carefully and you will be able to guess how many things the farmers will give to the teacher." As the child spoke, he stood up and rubbed his legs. When he felt comfortable, he knelt down again and continued to lower his head. The two people outside felt as if they had seen a ghost. How could this be? Could it be that someone deliberately arranged this? "Child, how can you still stand up? Aren't you being punished?" The woman wanted to find a place to break through. "Yes, I am." "Think carefully. Why do I have to go to school? Who found the teacher for us? Did they want to punish me until I can't stand up? When I was talking to you just now, I thought about one thing and stood up to rest. Now I am thinking about the second thing." The child spoke with a proud face. "Then can you tell us about it?" The man continued to ask. The child shook his head, "Look around Zhuangzi yourself. Don't expect to ask others. The farmers of Zhuangzi, Zhang family and Wang family won't say. Look around as much as you can." When the two people saw that the child was unwilling to say anything, they could only give up. Of course, they couldn't go in and pick up the copper coins that they had thrown over. Following the child's instructions, they turned around and left, preparing to personally look around Zhuangzi. As soon as the two of them left, the child who was kneeling there suddenly stood up. He had no time to care about the copper coins on the ground. He first ran into the house and said to his parents, "There are people from the outside who came to the farmstead to inquire about things. I told them to go and see for themselves. There's no need to tell the master. Those two look like rich people. Go quickly. When you are done, go back to school." Study hard and don't let the master worry. The child's mother stopped her needlework and said to her child. The child turned around and ran towards the master's house. After thinking for a while, he went out of the door and turned back. Mother, you tell them. I will keep an eye on those two people. When the child ran away again, the mother picked up the first aid tool at home and pulled the bell. When there was a response from the other side, she told the story on another bamboo tube. The two people didn't know that the news in Zhuangzi had spread so quickly between the Zhang family and Wang family. As they walked, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. The whole Zhuangzi was too quiet. Other than the croaking of frogs, they couldn't see anyone else, let alone hear voices coming from the courtyard. Chapter 127. Jade is worthless if it is not carved. If one does not learn, one will not be righteous. The three principles are the righteousness of the monarch and his subjects. A man and a woman were walking in this quiet environment. Just as they were feeling uncomfortable, they suddenly heard a voice in front of them. They listened carefully and found that it was a group of children talking. As they walked closer, they could clearly hear what the children were saying. The two of them listened, and the more they listened, the more shocked they became. What was this thing? When the three words were put together, it sounded catchy and seemed to contain a lot of knowledge. It seemed that this was the school that the child who was kneeling in the courtyard was talking about. Where did they find these teachers? Why haven't I heard of the things they teach? The woman listened for a while. It seemed like she was talking to herself, but it also seemed like she was talking to the man. I've never heard of it either. I feel that Zhuangzi is different from other places. Everything makes people feel puzzled. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be no one on Zhuangzi. But look, let alone people, there isn't even a dog. The man also couldn't understand what was happening. This wasn't Zhuangzi, but a place where people could be eaten at any time. It was full of mystery. Even the children were different from other places. Naturally, they didn't know that someone had already notified them in advance. The people on Zhuangzi were all called back. If one looked carefully, they could see that a few large tools were thrown in the field because they weren't easy to carry. What the children were reciting was the three-character classic. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know it, but Wang Wan remembered it clearly. 2 days ago, she changed some of the content and had someone send it to the school. When the teachers saw it, they were shocked. Don't look at how easy it was to memorize and recite. If one really wanted to understand it, there was a lot to learn. Even if one became an elementary scholar, they would still be able to learn from it. The teachers who failed the imperial examinations wanted to know who wrote this book the most. However, no matter how they asked, the people who sent the three-character classic said that they didn't know. This made them feel admiration and anger. The only thing they could do was to understand the three-character classic and teach it to the children on Zhuangzi. In the main courtyard of Zhangjie Zhuangzi, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were instructing people to build a swimming pool for them. It was 5 meters wide and 10 meters long, which was the size of a swimming pool. First, they asked people to dig a hole. It couldn't be too deep because their parents wouldn't agree. But it couldn't be too shallow either. It had to be 1 meter deep, with sand and water. Xiaobao, you've cheated so many times. Have you never used cement? Wang Wan stood at the side of the construction site and watched as the people dug and flattened the surrounding walls of the pool. She felt that it was better to use cement, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao. I heard that it's burning stones and adding some lime or something. It should be like that. Then, it's burning again. After that, it becomes cement. Why do you have to use cement? If you really want a good swimming pool, you can just use those big blue stones. When we make more money, we can go there and transport marble. Zhang Xiaobao said some things, but he still didn't say how the cement was made. He changed the topic and led Wang Wan to think about natural stones. Wang Wan laughed at his answer. It's fine as long as you say you don't know how to make it. Why do you have to use bluestones and marble? You don't need to be so extravagant. There's a better place than that small river. You can fill it with water and let the sun dry it. It won't be cold, and you can also save firewood. Well, I don't know how to do it. I don't have the opportunity to learn. It's not shameful. Look at their speed. They can probably finish digging the hole before noon and fill it with sand in the afternoon. When it gets cold, it will be our training place. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care whether they could make cement or not. It seemed to be burning various things together. When they had more money in the future, they could find someone to try burning things one by one. One day, they would be able to make cement. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were the same. They didn't care much about cement. They were satisfied with having a pool to swim in. Looking at those people sweating like rain, she said, "Give them some bones to eat at noon. There are many bones in our warehouse that have been frozen for more than 3 months. Let everyone be happy." Have you thought about how to deal with the 2 people who came up from Zhuangzi? After Wang Wan finished talking about eating, she started to talk about important things. Those 2 people were really too stupid. They actually dared to ask about things so blatantly. If such people were to be spies, it seemed that they could really succeed. Who would believe that spies would be so stupid? Don't deal with them. Just ask them what they can. They must be sent by that person surnamed Biyao. They have been here for nearly 4 hours. They woke up early in the morning and came here. I don't know if they are hungry. Based on the words of the people who came back 2 hours ago, Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation and felt that this man and woman were sent by the other side. He couldn't let these 2 people disappear from this world, so he could only let nature take its course. Everything that needed to be arranged had been arranged. Before the arrangements were made, even a child could remain vigilant, let alone those adults. Since you are not worried, then don't worry about them. Put the sand in the afternoon and fill it with water. It seems that we can't swim today. Maybe it will be hot tomorrow afternoon. It is so big. If we ask someone to boil water, we will need to add at least 1/3 of the water. Calculate, how much water do you need? Wang Wan was a little anxious. She chatted with Zhang Xiaobao to pass the time and gave Zhang Xiaobao arithmetic problems. Do you have nothing to do? Do you still need to calculate? It is about 0.85 meters, 10 meters long, and 5 meters wide. If we put in water, it should be about 42 tons. If we include the part that is absorbed by the sand, it should be about 45 to 48 tons. Don't you think we are too tall? Zhang Xiaobao was quite proficient in numbers. Since he had money, he naturally had to learn something about mathematics. You are not tall. You are already more than 2 years old. I don't think your parents are short. My parents are not short either. It is the same for my grandparents. We usually pay attention to exercise and eat well. It is normal for us to be a little stronger than normal children. Wang Wan compared herself to Zhang Xiaobao and realized that both she and Zhang Xiaobao were a few centimeters taller and heavier than normal children, but it wasn't too much. After all, they wouldn't hurt themselves just to increase their strength during training. Then will you look like a bodybuilder in the future? Zhang Xiaobao tried to find a topic. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You are pretending to be confused. Didn't you see what I looked like? When I went to catch you that day, I was wearing a dress. I don't know how many people felt sorry for me when the explosion happened. Wang Wan said and laughed. That's more like it. You are now working hard to grow in that direction. When I have nothing to do, I will take you out to show off. Whoever thinks you are good-looking and wants to take you for themselves, I will beat them up. Is this considered self-defense? Zhang Xiaobao certainly remembered Wang Wan at that time. In order not to be discovered by him, she even put on makeup and wore a miniskirt. Unfortunately, he was about to die at that time. Who could think of other things? Now that he thought about it, that figure was really good. Ordinary people couldn't imagine how much explosive power that body contained. What are you laughing at? You are not a good person at first glance. You are so young and yet you are thinking about the wrong things. There is no good man, except for my family. I won't sleep with you at night, rogue. Wang Wan was angry when she saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression. I'm a rogue? Who scared me at that time? How did you scare me? I don't know about other men, but the deputy director of your department has 2 women outside. If I sent 3 million to them, I would know who came to catch me. You are actually worth 3 million. A female warrior who can stand up for the motherland and risk her life to carry out a mission, the internal price is 3 million. So it was him. I found that there was something wrong with him. Don't talk to me like that. What 3 million? That's not it. Wang Wan finally knew who betrayed her. She clenched her small fists. She couldn't wait to go back and beat that person down. It's not 3 million. In my heart, you real warriors are priceless. I have never measured you with money. That 3 million was to buy your deputy director's personality and dignity. You can rest assured that if I die, someone will help to deal with this kind of person. Your deputy director will die of a cold, a minor illness. Zhang Xiaobao had never dared to molest a person like Wang Wan. Seeing Wang Wan's reaction, he regretted it. I don't know if the law still exists in your heart, but what you do can be measured by morality. Let's not talk about this. It's over. We can't swim in the afternoon. Where are we going to play after lunch? Wang Wan's excited mood calmed down after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't know where to go. Their training had reached a bottleneck. They couldn't continue to increase the training volume, otherwise, it would hurt their bodies. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, so she suggested, let's go up the mountain. I have never been there before. Don't. Let's go to the fields and see the toads. If we want to go up the mountain, there will be a lot of people there. It will be a waste of manpower. Zhang Xiaobao quickly rejected Wang Wan's suggestion. It would be easy to make the people in the inner courtyard busy. Wang Wan thought for a while and sighed helplessly. Identity determined many things. She and Zhang Xiaobao had to consider other people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have built a swimming pool. Things like swimming in the river should never be done in the future. Looking at the fields is also good. Wang Wan thought of this and pulled Zhang Xiaobao to her room. The earlier they ate, the earlier they could go out to play. At the same time, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, those 2 should be hungry, right? Do you want to take care of their food? Yes, tell the restaurant now. When they see that man and woman order food, they will introduce the expensive dishes to them. The cheap ones are all gone. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 128. It was almost noon, and the people at the swimming pool were still using the last bit of time to finish the construction. No matter what, they had to finish the construction of the swimming pool before lunch. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished their meal and left on their wooden carriage. The people in the inner courtyard were already used to the 2 little ancestors' behavior. As long as the young master and young lady went out alone, they would definitely not go to a dangerous place. Otherwise, they would ask someone to follow them. This saved the people in the inner courtyard a lot of trouble. The 2 little ancestors were also sensible. Every time they wanted to do something dangerous, they would discuss it with others. When they did not discuss it, it was absolutely safe. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went out this time, the people in the inner courtyard were not worried. Not only did the young master and young lady know the severity of the matter, but more importantly, the children in Zhuangzi had already left school and were running everywhere. Therefore, there were people everywhere in Zhuangzi. Moreover, there were also people patrolling the temple, who would help to look after them. The little tadpole is now a tadpole. I remember that when I was eavesdropping on other people's lessons, there was a lesson called Little Tadpoles Find Their Mothers. At that time, I thought, how good would it be if I was a little tadpole? I would be able to find my mother in the end. Let's go, don't look at the fields. Let's go to the restaurant and have some tea. Don't always make me pedal by myself. Don't you want to tire me out? Zhang Xiaobao said as he pedaled while looking at the fields on both sides. Later, he found that Wang Wan was not moving at all in front of him. She even raised her legs. This was not a bicycle with chains, and there were no bearings. There were only 2 pedals on each wheel. When one pedal, the wheel would turn once. It was a 2-person bicycle. If one pedal, one would die of exhaustion. Oh, I'll pedal. When we arrive at the restaurant, let's sit on the first floor. Maybe we can see that man and woman and see what they will do during the meal. Wang Wan put her feet on the pedals beside the wheel and controlled the direction to the restaurant. The surrounding children who had just finished school were running around. Occasionally, someone would reach out and grab the snake's tail and swing it a few times to break the snake's bones. Then, they would grab the snake's head, open its mouth, and put it on their lapels for the snake to bite. With a pull, the snake's teeth were pulled off, and it became a harmless snake. The child hung it around his neck, preparing to take it back to eat with his father's wine. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the restaurant between the clouds and the water, there were already 4 water snakes hanging on the bicycle. When the bored waiter standing in front of the restaurant saw the arrival of the young master and young lady, he hurriedly went up to them and helped them to park the bicycle. Then, he took the 4 water snakes and guarded them as they walked inside. Have the 4 teachers sent the dishes today? Zhang Xiaobao asked as he walked inside. Young master, they haven't sent them yet. Today's dishes are fried meat with bean sprouts, eggs, and cucumber. They will be ready in a while. Young master, what do you want to eat? The waiter followed beside him and answered. The 4 snakes hanging on his arms would occasionally wriggle. You haven't sent them? That's great. Let's make these 4 snakes and send them to them. They must be exhausted from making the 3-character classic. Just make some tea for me and Cuckoo. After eating, let's eat on the first floor. Zhang Xiaobao yawned and walked towards the window with Wang Wan. At this time, there were quite a few people in the restaurant. The second floor was almost occupied by those who thought they were knowledgeable and came from rich families. Even if there was no water downstairs, they could still recite a few poems. Most of the people eating on the first floor were businessmen who came to buy popcorn. Popcorn would be sold once every morning and afternoon. Every time, each person could only buy a sack of popcorn. As a result, some businessmen who traveled a little farther had to buy once in the morning and again in the afternoon. They had to bring back 2 sacks of popcorn and sell them. Naturally, they had to find a place to eat at noon. Some people who were careful with their spending would bring some food to the restaurant and buy a bowl of wine for 3 copper coins and eat it directly. However, some people who didn't know how to calculate would eat in the restaurant. The restaurant specially provided a kind of rice. For 10 copper coins, a big bowl of rice, a meat dish, and a vegetable dish would be placed on a plate with a grid in the middle. Then, a bowl of egg shake sleeve soup with few egg drops would be served. For a time, the restaurant became a lot more lively. At night, more people came. Every 10 minutes, there would be a meal that cost 3 copper coins. A bowl of rice with a vegetable stir-fried melon slice, or a bowl of noodles with shredded meat noodles and fried soy sauce noodles. It was specially prepared for those who came to the market. If people who ate this kind of meal were willing to pay 1 copper coin more, they could even sleep in a wooden house with a rope made from wormwood. There were no pillows or bedding provided, only some hay. They couldn't even afford to pay 1 copper coin. There was a common bed in the market with hay underneath and a long piece of wood as a pillow. 3 sides were covered by straw curtains, and 1 side was empty. There was no mosquito coil made from wormwood, so they could sleep as they pleased. These matters related to the market were all the ideas of Su Si, who had already brought food to sell. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really didn't care about how he managed the market. Right now, Ergo was helping to support the market. It's a pity that we don't have cheap and simple lunch boxes. Otherwise, we could sell this meal to more places. Su Si is really a good person. He manages the market so well. In the past 2 months, Zhuangzi has actually earned 5 taels and 4 copper coins by relying on the market. Zhang Xiaobao sat on a chair next to the window. He raised his chin and tried his best to look outside. Wang Wan waved her hand at a shop assistant. The shop assistant was already used to this. He brought 2 special high chairs and brought them here to replace the young master and young lady's chairs. This way, the 2 of them were much more comfortable. After sitting on the high chair, Wang Wan pulled down the blinder under the window. When she could see the outside more clearly, she said, Su Si is really a good person. Guingxi and Zhuangzi must be very regretful. The right to set the price is in our hands. In the past 2 months, we have been earning 5 taels of silver every month. This doesn't include some of the things we bought and hoarded. If we really add it up, we can earn 20 taels of silver. When more people come to trade in the future, it won't just be 20 taels. There will also be people in the market who will spend money in the restaurant. In a month, we will earn a lot. If we say that he is worth 100 taels, he is worth 100 taels. Guingxi was let go for 1 tael of silver. He will regret it. While they were talking, the tea was served. It was not made according to the production method here. There was no ginger or salt. Zhang Xiaobao specially taught people to make it. He didn't do it himself. However, he knew that international swindlers had to come into contact with some of the upper-class people. They had to talk about art and tea ceremony. It was impossible not to learn. The tea leaves that were served were stolen from other places before the Qingming festival. It was theft. They stole the shoots. If they were not caught, they would leave some money in a conspicuous place in the tea house. If they were caught, they would have to pay more money. Until now, there had been no cases of people being caught being sent to the authorities. The tea in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was Xinyang Maojian. The main reason was that the tea was produced nearby. It was in Hunan. They could send people to steal it. If it was West Lake Longjing, it would be far away. After pouring the tea, each person took a small cup and drank slowly. They either drank it in one gulp or took a few sips. When they felt that it was cold, they threw it away and refilled it. Can't you think of a way to get some tiguanyin and pu-er? I don't like green tea. Wang Wan drank a few mouthfuls. She felt that her mouth was a little dry and lacked some sweetness. She asked Zhang Xiaobao to think of a way. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any good ideas. One of the 2 teas was fully fermented, and the other was partially fermented. If a girl was willing to drink it, it could help her lose weight. After thinking for a while, he said, "Why don't you drink some flower tea? Jasmine is fine. Or how about this? Let's ferment this Xinyang Maojian. What do you think? This can be fermented?" Wang Wan asked with a smile. "Yes, why not? You know pu-er, right? How do you ferment it?" Back then, it was picked and carried. As we walked, it rained. The tea was soaked. We continued to walk. When it was wet, it was dried. When it was wet again, it was fermented again. People who eat a lot of meat found that this tea was good for the gastrointestinal tract. It helped with digestion and also cleaned the intestines. Zhang Xiaobao continued to explain. Wang Wan was stunned. Really? Could it be that the tea I drank in the past was the kind that was drenched in rain? What you drank is not important. What's important is that this method can be fermented. Not only is it rainwater, but the person carrying the tea is also sweating. The smell is really not ordinary. Think about it. Carrying such heavy tea, crossing mountains, and using crutches. After walking for a few dozen steps, you have to stop and rest. You call it crutches. How can there be any lack of sweat? When it came to this kind of thing, Zhang Xiaobao was better than Wang Wan. He often drank tea with people in the past. He heard from others that besides horses and mules, the tea-horse ancient road was mostly carried by people. There were mudslides, rainstorms, landslides, and all kinds of situations could occur. When they were drinking tea and talking, they wanted this kind of feeling. The harder the other person worked, the better the taste of the tea. Therefore, after Zhang Xiaobao cheated that person of 160 million yuan, he also felt very comfortable. The more that person was in pain, the more comfortable Zhang Xiaobao felt that the money was spent. Don't say any more. I will never drink that kind of tea again. It's disgusting. Did you do it on purpose? Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao's introduction and felt waves of nausea. She didn't even want to touch the tea in front of her. Little young master, little miss, those two people are coming. At this time, a waiter came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's side and reported in a low voice. The two people he was talking about were naturally the man and woman who came to inquire about the news. Oh. They're here? Okay, later tell them that there are no seats on the second floor. Tell them to eat on the first floor. If they don't want to eat, then forget it. When you order, take out the menu. The golden menu. Go, don't come back. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this news, he became spirited. He ordered and paid attention to the entrance. Chapter 129. Not long after, two people came in one after another. The one in the front was a woman, and the one behind her was naturally the man. As soon as they came in, a waiter went up to greet them. Find a room on the second floor where you can see the scenery outside. The woman casually gave the waiter a dozen copper coins, which were strung together with a string. It seemed that she had been prepared for a long time. The waiter smiled happily, but said to the two of them, "Two guests, there is no room upstairs. They are all occupied. Why don't you eat on the first floor?" As he spoke, he seemed to be a little unwilling and wanted to return the money in his hand. He meant that it was fine if the two of them didn't want to eat, but if they wanted to eat, they could eat on the first floor. The woman frowned and then relaxed. She said with a smile, "That's fine. Name all the good dishes between the clouds and the water and see which one you like. Guest, there is a menu in the restaurant. If you like it, I will go to the kitchen and let the chef make it." The waiter magically took out a menu that was half an inch thick. Fortunately, he had this thing. Otherwise, he would be exhausted to death if he had to name the dishes one by one. The man and the woman didn't expect that the restaurant between the clouds and the water had such a preparation. The woman said again, "But the two of us can't read. What do you think we should do?" "Guest, you are right. There are indeed people who can't read. It doesn't matter. There is a picture on the menu. You will know when you see it. If you think it is good and want to ask, I will explain it to you." The waiter admired the young master more and more. He even considered this point. The woman and the man found a seat and sat down. They opened the menu and felt that something was wrong. The price of the dishes was not less than 5 taels of silver. Looking from the beginning to the end, the most expensive one was 300 taels of silver, and the cheapest one was exactly 5 taels of silver. This was not something that ordinary people could afford. The man looked at the most expensive dish in a daze. The woman closed the menu and said to the waiter, "Is everything in your restaurant so expensive?" As soon as she said that, she regretted it. She had just said that she was illiterate, but now she was saying that the price was high. The price could be written on the paper, and there was no drawing. "It's all my fault for taking the wrong menu. This menu is for distinguished guests to order. I'll go and change the cheaper menu for you. The cheapest bowl of soup costs only 1 copper coin for a piece of cake. That's how it tastes. It's just right for people like you to eat." The waiter hurriedly put on a panicked expression and bowed to apologize. Please forgive me. It's all my fault for taking the wrong menu. This menu is for distinguished guests to order. When the waiter said this, his voice was rather loud. Not only did the man and woman understand, but the surrounding people who were eating also heard it clearly. They all turned their heads and looked over, sizing up the two people. Some even had looks of disdain in their eyes, and some even whispered to their companions. You want to go up to the second floor like this? Look at what you're wearing. I thought you were rich, but I didn't expect you to be pretending. Tomorrow, I'll take out the clothes I wore during the new year and wear them to pretend. When the man and woman heard this, their expressions immediately became ugly. The woman snatched the menu back from the waiter, flipped through it, and said to the waiter, Do you not understand human language? I'm asking you, the dishes on the menu are so expensive. Is the food you make really that delicious? If it's not delicious, don't blame me for smashing your between the clouds and the water. Sir, you're making things difficult for me. How can I know whether it's delicious or not? Everyone has their own taste, and it's difficult to adjust. If you think it's good, then it's delicious. If you eat it and say it's not good, then it's naturally not delicious. It's just like how some people are willing to eat scallions, ginger, and garlic. The waiter was not fooled at all. Whether it was delicious or not, didn't it all depend on the mouth of others? Even if it was delicious, what could he do if he was lying through his teeth? Well, serve these 4 dishes, and this soup. Also, warm up 2 pots of wine. The woman casually ordered a few dishes on the menu and didn't argue with the waiter. This time, she was here to inquire about some matters. Just now, at the manor, she didn't ask much. Once the child finished school, she casually stopped a person, and the person looked at the two of them with eyes full of vigilance. They wanted to ask the teacher, but they were sent out by the teacher. They did not understand anything, which made them feel very depressed. Since they could not get anything from there, they knew to find a more crowded place. That was why they chose this restaurant. They also knew that the Between the Clouds and the Water restaurant was also in Zhuangzi. While waiting for the waiter to serve the dishes, the two began to listen carefully. They wanted to get some information about the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi from these people. In the end, they heard nothing useful even after the dishes were served. They only knew that there was a market here and that the crops were still growing well here, even though there was a drought elsewhere this year. The two already knew these 2 points. When they came, they saw the crops in the fields. Not only were they not good, they were very good. However, these things were far from enough to satisfy the Prime Minister. The two of them looked at each other and decided to ask someone. When the two of them set their eyes on a certain table, they found that the people at the table were not avoiding them at all. They had no intention of talking to them at all. They also understood that this was because the dishes they ordered were too expensive. The person felt that it was not appropriate to talk to such people. If they said something wrong, it would easily cause trouble. The two of them looked around and finally found 2 3- or 4-year-old children sitting there drinking tea. While they were surprised, they also had some ideas. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know that the others had estimated their ages. They pretended that nothing had happened and drank one sip after another. The temperature of the tea was obviously not enough, but they did not ask the waiter to refill it. The woman looked at Zhang Xiaobao and felt that it was not good to serve the dishes to them when they were drinking tea. Children who could drink tea here probably had some spare money at home. She looked at the clothes the 2 children were wearing and finally understood that it was not as simple as a little spare money. Just the clothes alone cost dozens of taels of silver. Thinking of this, she gave the man a look and told him to stay there and continue eating. She went over to the 2 children and wanted to talk to them and ask some questions. Children from rich families should know more than others. Who would have thought that as soon as she stood up and took 2 steps toward that side, 6 or 7 people suddenly stood up in the lobby of the first floor, looking at her vigilantly. At the same time, 2 of the shop assistants also came over. One stood in front of the 2 children, and the other slightly blocked in front of her. They smiled and said, "Sir, is there anything you want this little one to do?" This time, she and the man finally realized that something was wrong. They were just going to go over. She was a woman, so the reaction of the waiters in this restaurant was a bit too much. There was a sense of evil in them, similar to when they entered Zhuangzi. Seeing that the waiters had no intention of retreating, the woman smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just want to talk to these two children." "Oh, the children are young and don't know anything. They don't have much courage. If they get scared, then, if you want to go over, then go ahead." As the waiters spoke, they suddenly changed the topic and moved aside. The other waiters didn't move and continued to stand by the table. They even put a chair there for the woman to sit. When the other people who stood up saw the waiters like this, they also sat back down. The waiters were still a bit worried. When they were talking, they glanced at the young master. When they saw the young master nod his head, they had no choice but to move aside. The woman didn't know about this. Her line of sight was blocked by the waiters. Seeing that she could go over, she tried to make the smile on her face more amiable. She sat down and looked at the two children who were looking at her curiously. The woman smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also returned a pure smile. With her chubby appearance, long eyelashes, and big eyes, anyone who saw her would want to kiss her. "Tell me, how old are you?" The woman lowered her seniority and asked softly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan blinked their eyes. They put their little hands in front of their faces and carefully counted. After counting for a while, they stretched out 3 fingers and answered softly, 3 years old. Seeing the two children's cute actions, the woman reached out her hands and wanted to hug them. The waiter standing there suddenly said, "Sir, would you like a pot of tea?" This kind of interruption was too obvious. The woman could only resist the impulse in her heart and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Baby Xiaobao, who are the people in your family?" "He's a good person," Wang Wan replied. "Her." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at Wang Wan. "Good people, yes, good people. Are the two of you a family? You're so obedient. Can you tell me where you live?" The woman didn't get anything out of them and asked again. "We live at home." Wang Wan. "On the couch." Zhang Xiaobao. Good. Then where do you live?" the woman asked. "In the courtyard." Wang Wan. "Where?" Zhang Xiaobao asked in confusion. "Then what are your surnames?" The woman tried to calm her breathing. "What's my surname?" Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. "Different from mine." Zhang Xiaobao answered. The woman felt like she was going crazy. She asked so many questions, but she didn't get any useful information. Just as she was about to continue asking, a child's voice came from the entrance of the restaurant. "This between the clouds and the water looks pretty good. Buy it for this young master." "That Zhangjie Zhuangzi looks pretty good. Buy it for this young master too." "Come, let's go upstairs and eat first." The voice wasn't soft. The people on the first floor all looked in that direction. They saw an 11 or 12-year-old boy wearing a light blue brocade walking in under the protection of a group of people. The others didn't know where this child came from. His tone wasn't small. However, the woman stared at the jade pendant hanging from the child's waist and revealed a puzzled expression. Chapter 130. Xiao Bao, did you see that? This person is probably the one who bought Zhuangzi. It seems like he won't be easy to deal with. Such a playboy, do you think he's a prince or an imperial grandson? Wang Wan also turned her head and pretended to be curious. After a glance, she asked Zhang Xiaobao with her lips. In the past year, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a tacit understanding of each other. Just a glance was enough for them to divide the work. Wang Wan focused on observing the child and the people protecting him, while Zhang Xiaobao paid attention to the expressions of the other people on the first floor. He happened to see the woman's eyes and made a judgment. He replied to Wang Wan, "I can't tell. I don't think it's anyone important." The two people sent by Yao Chong weren't that afraid of this child. Maybe it's someone from a remote royal family? At the very least, he's not Li Longji's son or grandson, nor is he from the family of the prince who abdicated the throne. Are you sure? Li Longji has 5 brothers. While he's monitoring them, he's also giving others the impression of brotherly love. He's attacking us. Have you thought of how to deal with him? It's not easy to answer a playboy. Even if you give him a profitable business, he might not take it seriously and just want to take our place. Wang Wan was a little anxious when she saw that Zhang Xiaobao couldn't make an accurate judgment because of limited information. She was from the Zhuangzi Wang family. Even if something happened to Zhang Xiaobao, her family would avoid it. At most, they would sell the land together. However, she knew Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. These lands were the lifeblood of his family. He wouldn't let others take them away. If something happened to Zhang Xiaobao, what else could she pursue in this life? That would be true loneliness. With him around, the two of them could understand each other. They could help each other, encourage each other, and rely on each other. If she was left alone, the world would become gloomy. Zhang Xiaobao smiled sweetly. Don't worry. It's good to be a playboy. A gentleman can be bullied, and a villain can be tempted. Such a young playboy will have a way as well. When we go back, we'll announce that Zhang Xiaobao, and Zhuangzi will organize a competition. The winner will get 5 century eggs. When we go back, we'll start making century eggs. Actually, this is my least favorite. Other people might like it. Other than the eggs, we'll also get a champion's medal. It's made with 1 tael of silver. Rubik's Cube. That's the first round. The second round will be a competition of understanding of history. Similarly, the winner will be a medal made with gold and 50 century eggs. The third round will be a test of intelligence. The two of us will come up with some brain teasers. The prize will be a silver medal and 10 century eggs. The fourth round will be a calligraphy competition. A gold medalist will get 50 century eggs. After the 4 rounds, whoever wins the most will get a trophy. It has to be big and made of iron with a layer of gold on the outside. It has to be 2 meters tall, and the largest diameter has to be half a meter. When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's confident expression, she knew that he had a plan. When she heard about the 4 rounds of competition, she couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao was planning. What does this have to do with that playboy? Eating too many century eggs isn't good for the body. You gave him 50 each time, but he ate all of them. It's over if he gets sick after eating them. Wang Wan couldn't keep up with Xiaobao's train of thought. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the child who was stopped by the waiter and explained that there was no seat upstairs. He said to Wang Wan, the second and fourth rounds are prepared for him. He's still so young, so he'll definitely fight for the seats. Even if you don't invite him, he'll still force his way in. You have to consider what kind of education he received in the past. In terms of history and calligraphy, which of the 3 Zhuangzi can beat him? A person like him definitely has a good upbringing. Even if he doesn't want to learn, he'll have to pretend. That way, he'll be better than the children in Zhuangzi. Plus, the remaining 2 are more fun to play with, and there are so many children playing with him. He won't be able to resist this temptation. Rubik's Cube? If this thing is made of wood, won't it wear out too much? Wang Wan finally understood. There were unique ways to deal with playboys. However, the Rubik's Cube used to be made of plastic, so it was resistant to wear. In this situation, metal was too heavy, so it could only be made of wood. When it rubbed against each other, it would definitely break. That depends on what kind of wood it is. Find a good wood, and it can at least be used for a while. As long as this thing is broken or disassembled, others will be able to copy it. Kites are easier to break, but there are still so many people playing. How much do you think a silk kite costs? How much does a Rubik's Cube cost? Zhang Xiaobao corrected Wang Wan's pragmatism. When playing, people tend to ignore the cost. For example, firecrackers. The most important thing was to achieve the goal. Alright, I'll listen to you. I can make a Rubik's Cube with one hand. What you need to solve now is that he's going upstairs, and we're about to start. Are you going to let him go to the second floor? If he goes up, what will happen to the two people here? Wang Wan's small hand made a few movements of playing with the Rubik's Cube. Then, she asked Zhang Xiaobao to solve this dilemma. Zhang Xiaobao also understood that if he let the kid go up, it would be hard to say to others. He could only say to the waiter standing next to him, "I'm going home." As he spoke, he opened his two arms, meaning to let the waiter carry him. When the waiter saw that the young master actually let him carry him, he was so excited that he didn't know what to do. His eyes were wide open. He found another waiter, and the two of them carried the car out of the door. They walked for nearly 100 meters before they put down Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The waiter who carried Zhang Xiaobao just now hurried back to the restaurant. When he saw that those people were still asking to go upstairs and were about to start a fight, he quickly said, "Dear guests, there is indeed no space on the second floor. If you want to go up to the top to see the view, you can go to the top. There is a shed there for you to drink and enjoy the scenery. But the price." The waiter stopped talking and looked at the 11 or 12-year-old child. "Can we go to the top? How much is it? Lead the way." This child really didn't care about money. "Sir, you can go up for 100 taels of silver. Do you want to go up now?" When the waiter said this, his voice was trembling. It was really too expensive. If it wasn't for the young master's order, he wouldn't dare to ask for 100 taels of silver. The child looked at the people around and saw that they all had awkward expressions. He knew that no one had a single tael of silver on them. He put his hand into the sleeve that was obviously a little heavy. When he took it out, he was already holding a bag. He opened it and took out a few yellow things. There were little rabbits, ponies, and small fish. He gave them to the waiter. "That's all. See if it's enough." He threw down this sentence and walked up. "It's enough, it's enough. Only these. Take them well. Naturally, someone will come and give you the money in exchange for these things. If there is one missing, be careful of your head." Before the waiter could finish speaking, one of the people stood up and threatened him. Before he went up, he snorted. Seeing that the person went up, the waiter didn't dare to stay. He took these things and ran out. He also knew what these things were. He heard that when the palace rewarded people, they would usually make various shapes of gold. There would be a mark on it. Not to mention that someone would come to exchange for it, even if no one did, he wouldn't dare to spend it. This was such a big matter. The waiter understood that the restaurant manager couldn't handle it. He could only send it to the young master and see what he planned. "People can go up to the top of your building?" The woman was still thinking about the jade pendant. For a moment, she couldn't think of who would have such a thing. But she knew that it definitely came from the palace. Seeing that the person went up, she asked the waiter. "Yes, you can go up. The top of the building has no shelter, but it's like floating clouds. It's just that the price is too high. Ordinary people can't go up." The waiter was quite sensitive and knew how to respond. "Little sister, since we're almost done eating, why don't we go back early?" At this time, the man spoke. He was thinking about the identity of the two children and was ready to go up and see. "Yes, it's time to go." The woman also reacted. The people upstairs could slowly investigate, but the matter arranged by the Prime Minister couldn't be delayed. The two children were definitely not ordinary. She had just made a move, and someone wanted to protect them. How could they be ordinary people? The two of them paid the bill and left. The dishes had not yet been served, and the plates on the table had not been touched. When the two of them chased after them, they saw from afar that the waiter who had just taken the gold was saying something to the two children. Because it was too far away, they could not hear what they were saying, so they could only continue to chase after them. After walking a few more steps, the waiter had already turned back. The two children were sitting on a strange thing, and their two legs were moving very fast. The road in Zhuangzi was well built, and the ground was flat. Also, it wasn't raining. The man and woman wanted to chase after them, but they were stopped by the waiter. By the time they got rid of the waiter and chased after them again, the two children had already sat on that thing to a small slope. Just as the man and woman were overjoyed and thought that they could catch up, one of the two children had something in his mouth. He blew with all his might, and the ear-piercing sound spread far and wide. The children they met on their way here, who still couldn't get anything out of them, rushed over from all over the place. Nearly 30 people surrounded the two children. Then, they saw that the two children were still sitting on that unknown thing, and were being carried forward by others. When the man and woman saw this scene, they finally gave up the idea of continuing to chase. The woman looked in that direction and said, "The little ancestors of Zhangjie Zhuangzi and Wang Zhuangzi are eating on the first floor of the restaurant." The people who stood up on the first floor of the restaurant were the two villagers of Zhuangzi. The man also agreed. Yes, no wonder the two children dared to come out and play. When the whistle blew, the two Zhuangzi people who heard it moved even more. "Look over there," the adults who lived nearby also came out. Chapter 131. Xiao Bao, just hiding is not a solution. Give them some information and send them away. Staying here will delay things. Prime Minister Yao is still waiting. Give the rice seedlings to Gu family's Zhuangzi and reveal that they are growing well. Tell them about the relief provided to Gu family's Zhuangzi during the drought. What do you think? Wang Wan sat in the car and asked Zhang Xiaobao softly as they were being carried back. Zhang Xiaobao first turned his head to Weiwei and then glanced at the two people standing there. He nodded and said, "Okay, let go find someone from Gu family's Zhuangzi. It will be more convincing to hear it from someone else." The children on Zhuangzi didn't know what the two were talking about. They were all grinning as they carried the car. To them, being able to do something for their master was the happiest thing. The little young master had mentioned the whistle before, but he had never used it. Today, he finally used it. Under the protection of the children, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the courtyard. When the car was put down, the children ran away noisily before they could even thank them. This made the two feel a special feeling that they couldn't get rid of. For the first time, I realized that these children are better than my bodyguards. They make me feel safer. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. I think so too. They have a kind of kinship. They don't have bodyguards. Let's arrange things. Today at noon, we will sleep next to the swimming pool. It is cooler there. Wang Wan agreed, even though she knew that these children couldn't compare to Zhang Xiaobao's bodyguards in terms of professionalism. As the two talked, they arrived at the swimming pool. At this moment, the sand was already being filled. The fine sand was sifted out and pushed into the pit. After that, it could be filled with water. Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to call Go, who was in charge of organizing the market. After giving some instructions, he lay there and began to take an afternoon nap. Go left after a few words of assurance. Should we go back and take a look at the person at the top? A man and a woman, who were standing not too far away from the restaurant, were stunned for half an hour. No one knew what they were thinking about. Only when someone ran past them quickly did the man open his mouth to ask. The woman glanced at Zhang Ergu, who was walking away, and gave up on stopping him for questioning. She couldn't understand what had happened to the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi. It was as if all of them had contracted some sort of illness. It was not until the figure of the person running away was out of sight that he said, "There's no need for that. We don't have to worry about this. Ask the people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi." I don't believe that the people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi would hide. The three Zhuangzi are so far away, they should know something. After speaking, the woman strode towards the Gu family in Zhuangzi. The man looked at the vague figure on the roof of the restaurant and turned to leave as well. The two crossed the small bridge and saw a person squatting by the side of the field. His eyes were fixed on the seedlings in the field, motionless. Even if they deliberately made their footsteps louder, that person only turned his head to glance at them before turning back again. Seeing this scene, the two felt their hearts tremble. They wondered if the people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi were also like that person over there. Brother, it seems that your family is doing well this year. At the beginning of autumn, you will have a lot of grain, right? At this time, the man walked forward and squatted there as well. He looked in front of him and asked casually. What do you mean by doing well? There is a drought this year. The entire Sanshui County will not have half of the usual grain harvest. It will be rent-free and transfer-free. The person from the Gu family's farmstead looked at the two of them warily and tried to explain himself. He was afraid that the two of them would praise his land and end up having to pay the rent. The other places in Sanshui County had already reduced their production, so they had to report the same. Brother, you are right. It is indeed a little worse. Of course, we will be rent-free. Brother, I see that the crops in your Zhuangzi field are not as good as the crops in the two Zhuangzi fields over there. If I were you, I would also use new seeds. The man also knew why the farmer said this. The entire county was in drought. If there was a good harvest here, they would be able to save up a lot of grain. His family would be more well off. He followed along and asked about the rice on both sides. He even sighed and shook his head. The people from the Gu family's farmstead were finally a little happier. You're right. That place is indeed better than mine, but it's not because of the use of new seeds. Look at my field, that tree, and the few trees in front of it, don't you think it's not much worse than that place? The man and woman looked in the direction that the farmer was pointing. Sure enough, there were some seedlings that were better than the others in the field. They looked carefully and found that there were many seedlings that were the same. Compared to Zhangwang and Zhuangzi, they were a little worse, but they were not bad. It is good. It is about the same. Is there another way? Why do the same seeds produce different crops? The man asked again. The farmer sat down and put his hands on his lap. He looked across the small bridge and said, there is a way, that is, to buy the seedlings from the Zhang family's farmstead and plant them. Look at these seedlings. When a gust of wind blew, the seedlings that grew in that area were all uprooted. During that time, our people in Zhuangzi wanted to die. They cried and helped the seedlings. The people from Zhangwang and Zhuangzi also came to help. However, the seedlings were broken and it was useless to help them. The master was kind and helped us buy a lot of seedlings from Zhangjie Zhuangzi. He asked us to replant them. Look, now they are like young men. Ah. Replanted? They can grow so well? The two people asked in surprise. Even if they did not know how to farm, they had heard about it. The woman asked again, they came to help. Aren't they afraid that the seedlings in the field will be blown away? Blown away? It is different. I went to see the seedlings in Zhangwang and Zhangzhang's fields. They were not this big at that time. They were like fat boys who had eaten their fill. They stood in the water with their hands on their waists and let the wind blow. They could even block the wind for their younger brothers and sisters behind them. The farmer obviously thought that the seedlings in Zhangwang and Zhangzhang were people. As he spoke, he gestured. His face was flushed with excitement. He was no longer as stiff as before. After the farmer finished speaking, he saw that the two people were in a daze. He continued, you don't know, but the seedlings in my fields are the same as the ones in their fields. I don't know how they got the seedlings. Next year, we will change from them. Oh, so their temples in Zhuangzi grow well. Good, we must plant them next year. I am afraid that there will be a drought next year and the harvest will not be much. It is a pity that such good seedlings will be lost. The man sighed regretfully. Don't be afraid. What is a drought? With Zhangjie Zhuangzi, there is no need to be afraid of drought. How would you know how good the Zhuangzi of Zhangjiang and Wang Zhuangzi are? This year's spring plowing is coming, but there is not a single drop of rain. Everyone is anxious. But when it comes to spring plowing, they let us carry the precious water. In the end, they could not carry it anymore. There was a lot of land. They used bamboo tubes and put them here. They left a hole there to pour the water. In just one day, they filled up most of the land here. There were so many bamboo tubes. They were all paid for by them. They are good people. After that, they exchanged for the seedlings here. As long as the farmer talked about the Zhuangzi of Zhangjiang and Wang Zhuangzi, he seemed to be more excited. He stood up from the ground, stamped his feet and clapped his hands, wanting to express his gratitude. Then where did they get the water? The man asked. Where did they get it? Of course, they saved it in advance. 6 big ponds have been filled with water long ago, and 7 wells. Oh, now there are 10 wells. My Gu family has also dug 3 wells in Zhuangzi. Their ponds are used to raise fish, plant lotus flowers, and release ducks and geese. I heard that they sent the ducks and geese to another place a few days ago. It is said that there are many locusts there. Such good people, no matter how far they are, they will help. The man and woman looked at each other. The woman said, they are good people. They are not bad. I just went to see. They even built a school for the children in Zhuangzi. Unfortunately, the farmers do not have much money to begin with. If they have to hand in some things to study, their lives will be even harder. Hand in things? What things? You said that they asked the farmers in Zhuangzi for things to give to the teachers. That was impossible. The main family was the one paying for everything. Even the food that the children ate in school was paid for by the main family. That was not a big deal. Every time there was a festival, the main family would send something to the villager. They would send clothes, food, and clothes. They would even help raise the poultry together. I heard that after the autumn harvest, the children in Zhuangzi of the Gu family can also go to school, but they don't have to eat. When there are more chickens, ducks, and geese, the farmers in Zhuangzi of the Gu family will help raise them. Their lives will be better. The elders of the 2 families will definitely live to 100 years old. They are all good people. When the farmer talked about this, he became excited again. It seemed that a good life would appear tomorrow. His eyes, which were originally a little cloudy, became clear. The 2 of them finally understood why they didn't tell anyone when they went to scout for information, and why so many people came over when the whistle sounded. The main family had given them all the benefits that they could. Anyone who wanted to scheme against them through the manner could be said to be daydreaming. Good, brother is right. Those people will definitely live to 100 years old. Brother, is there anything else? After knowing the reason for this obstacle, the 2 wanted to get more information from the farmer so that they could go back and report to the Grand Chancellor. They were very satisfied with what they had learned. No, what else do you want to ask? That's all I know. The farmer shook his head and did not say anything else. He had already said what he could according to Ergo's instructions. He was not willing to reveal anything else. When the 2 saw the farmer's expression, they gave up on asking any more questions. They felt that it was good enough that a farmer knew this much. They thanked him and got up to leave. The farmer also grinned and walked back, humming a song that they did not know the name of. He was very happy to be able to help the Zhang family and Wang family Zhuangzi. Are we going back directly? The man asked the woman next to him as he watched the farmer walk away. We won't go back first. We'll go to that restaurant and see if anything happened. We'll report to the Grand Chancellor together. The woman was a little worried that there would be a conflict. If that happened, it would be difficult to deal with the Grand Chancellor. After all, Zhangjie Zhuangzi had done a great service, you're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.